Labor's awakening. As early as 1823, signs of labor's awakening made themselves evident. A group of New Orleans printers met in Mechanics Hall late in March 1823 and, prompted by the low ebb to which the fraternity has been reduced by not receiving regular pay from their employers, organized themselves into a trade union. 15 Soon workers in various trades in New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Charleston, Wilmington, and other cities were organizing and presenting their demands for increased wages and shorter hours, threatening to strike if their terms were not met. In the more adequately financed mills, wages were paid monthly, but in most factories payday came only every 3 or every 6 months. Wages, moreover, were seldom paid in cash. Workers were usually required to take payment in tokens redeemable only in goods at the company store. The wages of single workers, compelled to live in the company boarding house, had deductions for room and board, and rarely was there much remaining for the worker to spend. See Constance M. Green. Light Manufactures and the Beginnings of Precision Manufacturing B. 4 1861. In Harold F. Williamson, The Growth of the American Economy. New York, 1944, page 243. 102. Labor movement in the United States. These new unions had many features of the earlier labor organizations, but they also broke new ground. Earlier labor bodies had called themselves societies and associations, but in the New York celebration of the opening of the Erie Canal, a weavers' union took part. This same year witnessed in New York the first, all-women, strike in American history when the women tailors organized and struck for higher wages. Carpenters, masons, stonecutters, hatters, tailors, riggers, stevedores, cabinet makers, cordwainers, and other workers set up fairly stable unions and conducted many successful strikes for higher wages. In 1827, the unions in Philadelphia formed the Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations, the first citywide federation of American workers, which recognized that all labor, regardless of trades, had common problems that could be solved only by united effort as a class. While it is true that in a sense the _poly_ICOL activity of the pre-1820 trade unions 3 the Democratic Society's Anna into be Democratic Republican Party initiated the ARN_Cheatson. Fauer Flavamerit. We can set the date for the end of the American labor. In November if, as we tinnerstank Sukla Novement today, IL 1 1827 with the Organzapfen of Tly Mechanics Union of Trade Associations of Philadelphia. The Mechanics Union of Philadelphia arose out of the 10-hour movement which spread like wildfire through labor's ranks during the decade 1825 to 1835. The movement itself began even before the first permanent unions were formed, for as far back as 1791 the Philadelphia carpenters had gone on strike for a 10-hour day and additional pay for overtime. We do not know what the outcome of the strike was, but we do know that it was the first step American labor took to secure a shorter working day. In 1825, Boston carpenters started the first of a number of strikes for shorter hours. The strike itself was a failure, but the character of the opposition to it makes an analysis of the struggle worthwhile. Here for the first time labor saw the employers and the merchant capitalists join hands and resources in a great offensive against any movement for better conditions and resort to hypocritical moralistic arguments to justify exploitation. A 10-hour day, the carpenters were told, was bad for the workers. It would exert a very unhappy influence on our apprentices, by seducing them from that course of industry and economy of time to which we, the employers, are anxious to inure them. And it would expose the journeymen themselves to many improvident temptations and improvident practices. Trade unions, said the employers and capitalists, were un-American. They had been brought over from Europe by foreigners who carried with them a spirit of discontent and insubordinate tie-in to which our native mechanics have hitherto been strangers. If allowed to grow, these combinations of labor would injure all classes. Labor Struggles, 1819 to 1837. 103 Inasmuch as they gave an artificial and unnatural turn to business, and tended to convert all its branches into monopolies. 16 This from the leading monopolists in New England capitalists who so completely dominated the building trade that they could threaten to stop all construction for the entire season before they would permit carpenters to work 10 hours a day. In the spring of 1827, workers in Philadelphia were stimulated by an anonymous pamphlet addressed to the mechanics and workingmen of the city. It called upon labor to fight to gain sufficient knowledge to make the inestimable blessing of universal suffrage worth something, and it specifically recommended a free labor press, libraries, reading rooms, and forums for the workers. For labor to take advantage of these facilities, the pamphlet concluded, it was necessary to establish throughout the city a 10-hour day. 17 One result of this pamphlet was the forma tie-in of the Mechanics Library Company, which published in Philadelphia. That year the weekly Meehan/FRE Press, the first labor paper in America of which any issues are now in existence. Another was that it inspired the carpenters to turn out for the 10-hour day. They believe said the Philadelphia carpenters. That all men have a just right, derived from their Creator, to have sufficient time in each day for the cultivation of their mind and for self-improvement. Other workers in Philadelphia viewed the strike as their own, saying that thousands yet unborn would reap the advantage. 18 The strike failed, but it taught the workers that only united action of all workers could win the battle against the employers. Hen. In the fall of 1827, 15 unions formed _THM Chajli SU11 IOP. Trade associations. Their aim, accord ing to the preamble to the Union's Constitution, was to avert the desolating evils which must inevitably arise from a depreciation of the intrinsic value of human labor, to raise the mechanical and productive classes to that condition of true independence and inequality, which their practical skill and ingenuity, their immense utility to the nation and their growing intelligence are beginning imperiously to demand. This preamble is truly a remarkable document, with a surprisingly modern ring. It asserts that a rise in the living standards of the workers would benefit employers, who, in their own interest, ought to grant higher wages, for, says the preamble, high wages spell buying power and general prosperity, whereas low wages spell general business stagnation and failure. Most of the labor literature of the period emphasized this theme. It was also admirably set forth in William M. Gough's widely circulated booklet, A Short History of Paper Money and Banking in the United States, Philadelphia, 1833 pp. 27-28. If the real wants of the community, and not their ability to pay, be considered, it will not, perhaps, be found that any one useful trade or profession has. 104. Labor movement in the United States. If the mass of the people were enabled by their labor to secure for themselves and their families a full and abundant supply of the comforts and conveniences of life, the consumption of articles, particularly of dwellings, furniture, and clothing, would amount to at least twice the quantity it does at present, and of course the demand, by which alone employers are enabled either to subsist or accumulate, would likewise be increased in equal proportion. It is therefore the real interest, for instance, of the hatter, that every man in the community should be enabled to clothe his own head and those of his family with an abundant supply of the best articles of that description, because the flourishing demand, thereby created, and which depends altogether on the ability of the multitude to purchase, is that which alone enables him to pay his rent and support his family in comfort. On the other hand, if labor was miserably paid, the demand for their articles must necessarily cease from the forced inability of the people to consume. Trade must in consequence languish, and losses and failures become the order of the day. 19. The MEC-IC Union of Philadelphia, which lasted until 1831, devoted most of its energy to political action. Its most important contribution to the rising labor movement was its example of labor solidarity among workers of various trades. The next development of this trend was the organization in 1831 of the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and Other Workingmen. Like the Mechanics' Union of Philadelphia, the New England Association was a product of the struggle for the shorter workday. Although by this time the 10-hour day had been gained in New York and to some extent in Philadelphia, New Englanders still worked from sunup to sunset. In 1827 the carpenters and masons of Boston had been unsuccessful in securing the shorter workday, but the movement continued, spreading north to New Hampshire and south to Connecticut. Meetings have been held and resolutions adopted in various parts of New England, said the Boston Transcript of February 20, 1832, recommending 10 hours per day as the amount that ought hereafter to be considered a day's work. Out of one such meeting in Providence, Rhode Island, came the call for the organization of a movement which would unite the too many members. The number of educated physicians, for example, is not too great for the population. But not a few physicians remain without employment, while many persons, from inability to pay for medical advice, suffer all the evils of sickness. It cannot be said that we have too many shoemakers, tailors, or cabinet makers, while multitudes are but indifferently provided with clothing and furniture. Gouch, a progressive Philadelphia editor, was active in the workingmen's movement and may have had a hand in drafting the preamble of the Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations. 105. Labor Struggles, 1819-1837. Cultivators of the soil, and the mechanics and every class of laborers, to overthrow the oppression of the idle, avaricious, and aristocratic. The New England Association first convened in Boston, February 1832, to draw up a constitution. One of its provisions was that all members except practical farmers should pledge themselves to work only 10 hours a day with no reduction in wages. It was found impossible to enforce this provision, so a war chest was set up to relieve any member thrown out of work for living up to the pledge. But this war chest was puny indeed compared to the $20,000 put up by the employers to break the Boston ship carpenters' strike for the 10-hour day. Discouraged in its attempt at direct trade union action for the shorter day, the association turned to political action. Vigilance committees organized in various states collected data on labor conditions and memorialized state legislatures to regulate the hours of labor, according to the standard adopted by the association. After 4 conventions, the association devoted most of its time to political activity. Its most important contribution to the labor movement in the United States was the fact that it made the first attempt to include all groups of workers in a single organization: factory workers, common laborers, and skilled mechanics. The true union, the founders of the association believed, should embrace every citizen whose daily exertions, from the highest artist to the lowest laborer, are his means of subsistence. These men are Charles Douglas, editor of the New England Artisan, a weekly labor paper published in Rhode Island; Seth Luther, the artisan's traveling agent; and John B. Eldridge and Samuel Whitcomb, Jr., trade union leaders, believed strongly in labor solidarity, and when they emphasized the need for the organization of the workingmen in every town and county in New England, they meant all types of workers. 20. Association leaders had expected to recruit many factory workers, whose current militancy seemed to promise much in the way of trade union organization. When, in 1828, the mill owners in Paterson, New Jersey, tried to change the dinner hour from 12 to 1, the operatives, mostly children, conducted the first recorded strike of factory workers in America. The children would not stand for it, said one observer, for fear if they assented to this, the next thing would be to deprive them of eating at all. 21. The militia was called out to quell this labor disturbance. Later that year, 400 girls in the textile factories at Dover, New Hampshire, went on strike, and as they paraded through the town they asked, who among the Dover girls could ever bear the shocking fate of slaves to share? 22. Soon after its formation, the association appointed lecturers to spread the doctrines of trade unionism to the factory girls. Their efforts to 106. Labor movement in the United States. Organize the women were unsuccessful. Though it failed to recruit factory workers in any number, the association brought the conditions of the factory prisons to public attention and initiated the movement to place the operatives under the supervision and protection of the law of the land. It also denounced the practice of forcing little children to work in factories, without any time for healthy recreation and mental culture. 28. One of the association's most important contributions to the labor movement was its publication of an address delivered by one of its leaders, Seth Luther. Luther was the Tom Paine of the first labor movement, and his address to the working men of New England was widely read during the 83 O's. It is only a calico action and a penetrat analysis of conduct focused in New England factories, which made a mockery of the Declaration of Independence. It was to restore the ideals of the Revolution that Luther wrote his impassioned analysis. He began by referring to the sufferings and privations of the great patriots of the Revolutionary War. When we read of their undying zeal and untiring efforts, we feel it incumbent upon us to sound an alarm when our rights are not only endangered, but some of them already wrested from us by the powerful and inhuman grasp of monopolized wealth. These monopolists, he said, were advising the American people to follow the splendid example of England. Luther revealed that beneath the cover of English monarchical brilliance, half the people of England were starving. Child labor, shortened lives of workers, ignorance, vice, and universal squalor. Is this what the manufacturers wanted in the land of Washington, Revere, and Warren? A patriotic cry is kept up by men who are endeavoring by all the means in their power to cut down the wages of our own people, and who send agents to Europe to induce foreigners to come here to underwork American citizens, to support American industry and the American system. After describing the conditions in the prisons of New England called cotton mills, Luther said, "We do not believe there can be a single person found east of the mountains who ever thanked God for permission to work in a cotton mill." The time had come to bring an end to this type of American system, and replace it with an American system, where education and intelligence are generally diffused, and the enjoyment of life and liberty secured to all. Only through united effort and organization could the workers bring this new system into being. Men of property who maintained organization to protect their precious persons from danger ranted and denounced the efforts of the poor to seek justice as a most horrible combination. But these arguments had been used before. The Declaration of Independence was the work of a combination, and was as hateful to labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. IOJ, the traitors and Tories of those days as combinations among working men, are now to the avaricious monopolist and purse-proud aristocrat. Luther's address concluded, "Fellow citizens, farmers, mechanics and laborers, we have borne these evils by far too long. We have been deceived by all parties. We must take our business into our own hands. Let us awake. Our cause is the cause of truth, of justice, and humanity. It must prevail. Let us be determined no longer to be deceived by the cry of those who produce nothing and who enjoy all, and who insultingly term us the farmers, the mechanics, and the laborers the lower orders, and exultingly claim our homage for themselves, as the higher orders, while the Declaration of Independence asserts that all men are created equal. Luther's address quickly ran through 3 editions, and a special edition for European workers was planned. From Maine to Philadelphia, workers were stirred by his call to restore the ideals of the Revolution. He reached them at a time when workingmen were being hard hit by the steeply rising cost of living. The price index rose from 90.1 in 1833 to 115.7 in 1836. Yet skilled mechanics were averaging only $4 to $5 a week, cotton factory operatives from $2.19 to $2.53 a week, seamstresses on homework $11 to $1.25 a week, and several thousand women in Massachusetts, working in their homes as shoebinders, as little as 25 cents a day. Moreover, most workers were paid in notes issued by state banks and actually worth only 50 cents on the dollar in payment for goods and rents. 25 Luther's pamphlets strengthened the determination of American workers to unite to solve their problems, a determination fired by the revolutionary European upheavals of the early 30s. The Revolution of 1830 in France in particular convinced them that the workers were the masters of their own liberties, that they have but to will it, and cooperate one with another, and they must be free. 26 A message sent by mechanics and workingmen of New York to the workers of Paris declared, "Fellow laborers, we owe you our grateful thanks. And not we only, but the industrious classes, the people of every nation. In defending your own rights, you have vindicated ours." 27. Another example of the interest of the early labor movement in the international struggle for freedom is the Philadelphia Typographical Society's contribution of $90 in 1827 to assist the Greek people in their battle for independence. See George A. Tracy, History of the Typographical Union, page 55. On September 13, 1834, the National Trades Union, New York, printed the Address of the Working Men of Nantes, France, to the Trades Union of England, which proposed to unite the working men of several countries. The labor paper hailed the address. "This," it declared, "is now the most important movement that has ever been made in the world. From it will result union and harmony." Labor movement in the United States. All of these factors led to a great uprising of the labor movement in the years 1833 to 1837. During this period, labor organization grew with a rapidity hardly matched again during the century. Trade union membership grew from 26,250 to 300,000. In New York City, 500 workingmen, almost 2/3 of the workers, were organized. More than 150 unions were organized in New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. But trade unionism was no longer confined to the Atlantic seaboard. Workers were organizing unions in Buffalo, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Louisville, and other regions emerging out of the frontier stage. 28 Wage earners who had never before been organized, including plasterers, cigar makers, seamstresses, handloom weavers, and milliners, now formed unions and went on strike. In the 4 years from 1833 to 1837, in the country as a whole, there were 168 strikes. Of these, 103 were for higher wages, 26 for a 10-hour day, and 4 for the closed shop. Unions in the building trades, carpenters, bricklayers, masons, plasterers, and painters struck 34 times, the shoemakers or cordwainers 24 times, and the rest of the strikes were scattered among tailors, hatters, bakers, sailors, oak makers, printers, stonecutters, mechanics in government arsenals, leather dressers, glass cutters, railroad laborers, stevedores, and so forth. 219 Women too caught the spark of freedom's fire. "Women as well as men have certain inalienable rights," said the Lady Shoebinders of Lynn, Massachusetts, when they formed their society, "among which is the right at all times of peaceably assembling together to consult upon the common good. We know of no method so likely to procure us relief," said another group of women workers, "as that which has of late been successfully practiced by the mechanics of this city." 30 women tailors and seamstresses, umbrella sewers and bookbinders, shoebinders and cordwainers, in New England, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore joined together for protection against the inevitable consequences of reduced and inadequate wages. Women in the factories were also on the march. Indeed, the factory girls were among the most courageous fighters of the period, for they, between nations that have ever been hostile to each other, the interest of labor is a subject upon which all workmen can agree, and we may expect that it will not be long before the working classes of every part of the civilized world will be united by an indissoluble bond. Probably the most practical example of international labor solidarity during the 183 Us was the action in 1832 of the Typographical Association of New York in sending a delegate to visit the journeyman printers' unions of Great Britain to warn their members not to believe advertisements which appeared in the British newspapers announcing that hundreds of printers could find employment and good wages in New York City. These printers, the delegate informed the British trade unionists, would be used as strikebreakers. Boston Post, November 17, 1832. Labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. Had to conduct their struggles not only against their employers but against the overwhelming prejudice of the time against public activity of women. It required some spirit, one writer states, for Yankee young ladies to brave public opinion in order to develop strike tactics at this early 109 period. It was felt that young women should not march about the streets, making a spectacle of themselves. And yet, in spite of disapproval, they were prepared to do this in order to protect their standards whether it was conventional or not. 31. When the factory owners cut wages in 1834, the Dover, New Hampshire, girls were the first to defy convention by turning out 700 strong and marching down to the courthouse where these daughters of freemen drew up a statement which declared, "However freely the epithet of factory slaves may be bestowed upon us, we will never deserve it by a base and cringing submission to proud wealth or haughty insolence." The strike was lost, but the girls, refusing to return to the factories, went home. They raised a fund to pay transportation for those who lived some distance from the mills, and sent an appeal to editors opposed to the system of slavery attempted to be established in our manufacturing establishment, urging them to advise girls against coming to Dover to work. 32. When the wages at Lowell, Massachusetts, were cut 15% early in 1834, the girls held several protest meetings. A few days later, the leader of the movement was fired. As she left the mill, she waved her bonnet in the air as a signal to the others who were watching from the windows. They struck, assembled about her, and 800 marched in a procession about the town. After listening to one of their leaders make a burning Mary Wollstonecraft speech on the rights of women and the iniquities of the moneyed aristocracy, they resolved to have their own way even if they died for it. On the second day of their tumult, the strikers issued a proclamation entitled "Union is Power." We circulate this paper wishing to obtain the names of all who imbibed the spirit of our patriotic ancestors, who preferred privation to bondage and parted with all that renders life desirable and even life itself to produce independence for their children. 1,200 more girls responded by joining in a pledge not to go back into the mills to W0RK unless our wages are continued to us as they have been. They also pledged that none of us will go back unless they receive us all as one. 33. The strike was broken. Many of the Lowell girls went home to the farms, but those who remained in the mills were not. Disco 1.1 raged by their labor movement in the United States. Failure. When the factory owners cut wages another 120% in 1836, 1,500 Lowell girls struck again. As they paraded in their strike demonstration, they sang, "Oh, isn't it a pity that such a pretty girl as I should be sent to the factory to pine away and die? Oh, I cannot be a slave, I will not be a slave, for I'm so fond of liberty that I cannot be a slave." 3. This time the girls formed the Factory Girls Association, with a membership of 2,500. Their resolutions informed the manufacturers that they would not receive communications except through their officers. They were daughters of freemen, and would not permit corporation tyrants to dominate their lives. "As our fathers resisted unto blood the lordly avarice of the British ministry," they announced, "so we, their daughters, never will wear the yoke which has been prepared for us." They would rather die in the almshouses than to yield to the wicked oppressions attempted to be imposed upon us. The strike lasted a month. Evicted from their boarding houses, and with no funds to sustain them, the girls were starved into submission. 85 other factory girls followed the example of their pretty sisters at Lowell. When the girls of Amesbury were ordered to tend 2 looms at the same pay, they stopped work, proceeded to the Baptist vestry, elected officers, and adopted resolutions pledging that, under a forfeit of $5, they would not go back until the speed up was abandoned. The agent reported the Boston Evening Transcript of March 25, 1836. Finding them determined to persevere, sent a written notice that they might come back. The strike was victorious. These struggles, though militant, were not succeeded by stable labor organizations. Although employers did not greatly fear these activities, they took no chances. Strike leaders were discharged for mutiny, and their names forwarded to other manufacturers to prevent them from getting jobs elsewhere. Some workingmen were hostile to the entrance of women into industry, and their activities in the labor movement on the ground that women workers lowered men's wages. But many agreed with Seth Luther, who pointed out in an address It is quite certain that unless we have the female sex on our side, we cannot hope to accomplish any object we have in view. 36. Thus, when the ladies' shoe binders of Lynn struck for higher wages in 1834, they were supported by the men's cordwainers' union, which solicited strike funds and, even more important, resolved that they would not work for any shoe manufacturer who refused to. Labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. 3. Meet the women's demands. They even urged all citizens in Lynn and surrounding towns to boycott such manufacturers. 37. The Philadelphia Journeyman Cigar Makers welcomed the formation of a union of women workers in the trade, and in 1835 resolved that the present low wages hitherto received by the females engaged in cigar making is far below a fair compensation for the labor rendered. Therefore resolved that we recommend them in a body to strike with us, and thereby make it a mutual interest with both parties to sustain each other in their rights. 38. In 1836, in Philadelphia, the Men's Cordwainers Union and the Ladies' Shoe Binders Society, though not organically united, struck together. The men announced, although they, the employers, may forget that they have mothers, we have resolved to take them under our protection, to flourish or sink with them. Even if they won their demands, they declared, they would not work until the women had won theirs. 39. Cooperation between factory workers and skilled mechanics occurred frequently during the 183 O's. The best example is the great struggle in Paterson during the summer of 1835. On July 3, the children in Paterson's textile mills struck for the reduction of the working day to 2 hours for 5 days and 9 hours on Saturdays. Other reasons for the strike were opposition to the store order system, the vicious fine system, and holding back of full wages. Toward the end of the month, the parents and guardians of the striking children formed the Paterson Association for the Protection of the Working Classes of Paterson. They called for assistance from the workers in neighboring cities. Newark workers responded at once by setting up a committee to raise funds and sending another committee to investigate conditions in Paterson. The investigators reported that conditions in the Paterson mills belong rather to the Dark Ages than to the present times, and would be more congenial to the climate of His Majesty the Emperor and Autocrat of all of the Russias, than this land of the free and the home of the brave, this boasted asylum for the oppressed of all nations. The mechanics of Newark urged the strikers to stand out until they won, and promised continued financial support. Money and encouragement came from New York workers as well. Heartened and sustained, the Paterson workers held out until the owners agreed to reduce working time by 1½ to 2 hours per day. The working week was to be 69 hours, 12 hours a day for the first 5 days and 9 hours on Saturdays. This working class solidarity led to organic labor unity. The Mechanics' Union of Trades Associations had vanished, but its spirit was marching on. 2. Labor movement in the United States. City Centrals. About the middle of May, 1833, the journeyman carpenters of New York turned out for an increase in pay from $1.37 to $1.50 per day. Within 2 weeks, several trades passed resolutions of sympathy and collected about $1,200. With this help, the carpenters held out for a month. They won $1.50 a day for a 10-hour day from March to November, and $1.37 for a 9-hour day during the rest of the year. Encouraged by this successful trade union unity, the printers called on the journeymen, mechanics and artisans to form a general union. Q_NTSD 14. 1831 foot the Q11 RAL Trades Union of New York was organized. 3 other cities established trades unions in 1833: Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington. In the following year, a Central Labor Association was formed in Boston, and in 1835 and 1836 8 other trades unions were set up in Albany, Troy, Schenectady, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Louisville, New Brunswick, and Newark, so that by the end of 1836 there were at least 13 city trades unions in the United States. In very few countries at this time were so many trade unions organized around a central labor body as in the United States. Once organized, they grew rapidly. The Philadelphia Trades Union had only 3 societies with less than 400 members when it started in November 1833. By April 1836, it had 50 societies with a membership of 10,000. Among these members were common laborers, factory workers, and skilled mechanics. The union makes no distinction between natives and foreigners. It proclaimed, all are alike welcome to its benefits. If he is a working man in favor of the emancipation of all who labor from the thraldom of moneyed capital, he is welcome to our ranks. We ask no qualification of birth or parentage, no sign or token to gain admission amongst us. 42. To promote the general welfare of the workers, the trades unions engaged in numerous activities. Traveling agents helped unorganized workers to set up locals which became members of the Central Union. The organizer for the Philadelphia Union in a general appeal to labor spoke of the union as a school in which every mechanic has an opportunity of learning how to defend and protect his rights. 43 Some of the trades unions started their own newspapers, others supported existing papers friendly to labor. All trades unions assisted member unions during strikes with boycotts or money and sometimes both. In 1833, the Baltimore Trades Union boycotted hatters who refused to. Philadelphia seems to have had two trades unions, one formed by the factory workers in August 1833, and the other in November 1833, by the skilled journey men. Labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. Paid decent wages. These employers, it declared, were displaying the same greed and avarice which gave birth to the celebrated Stamp and Tea Laws. 44 Frequently a trades union in one city aided workers from another. The Newark Trades Union supported a strike in 1835 of Philadelphia handloom weavers. The New York General Trades Union was well organized. It had its official organ, the Union, a daily newspaper which was launched to answer the charges of reactionaries that trades unions advocated acts of riot and violence, that the leading members of trades unions are foreigners, and that personal aggrandizement is the main object of all the leaders' laziness and ease being characteristic of their whole lives. 45 The union also set up a strike fund committee to assist member unions financially and to institute boycotts, and communicated with trades unions throughout the country during strikes to prevent workers from coming to take the strikers' jobs. As a result of these activities, labor in New York won many victories. Because of the financial assistance it had received from the city central, the New York Tailors Union won in October 1833 a substantial increase in wages. 46 2 years later, a committee of New York employers announced in amazement. 113. The different trades are combined in what is called a trades union, and each in its turn is supported by others in striking for higher wages. Within a year or two past, the journeyman printers, journeyman carpenters, journeyman hatters, journeyman tailors, and we believe several other trades have successfully turned out. 47. The organization in more than a dozen cities of central labor bodies represents an extremely significant advance in the development of the American labor movement. Prior to their formation, workers engaged in strikes had been dependent for financial and moral support upon somewhat sporadic aid voted by other trade unions. Now, however, a group of workers who conducted a sanctioned strike were assured of certain support and financial assistance. National labor organizations. Although the local trades union remained the chief medium of labor solidarity during the early 30s, some efforts were made toward national organization. Better transportation by canal and railroad made it easier for employers to attack local unions through the blacklist and the shipment of scabs from one industrial section to another. Many workers were convinced that it would be hard to secure higher wages and shorter hours from employers who had to compete with manufacturers and other labor movement in the United States. Cities who paid low wages and worked their men 12 to 14 hours a day. They believed that national trade organizations would equalize wages throughout the country as far as practical, and ensure that promptness and concert of action necessary to accomplish our object and maintain justice. 48 Accordingly, 5 trades cordwainers, printers, comb makers, carpenters, and handloom weavers set up national organizations between 1835 and 1836. Others tried but failed. One failure worthy of mention was the call in December 1836 of the Cotton and Woolen Spinners Society of Philadelphia to factory workers in general throughout the United States, urging them to unite in a national trade union. 49 The national labor organizations of the 30s did not last very long. The movement was premature, for although the market was expanding, it had not as yet become a truly national market. Until it did, no national labor organization could really become stabilized, for unionism could not develop further than the limits imposed by the economy of the country. This is also the story of the first National Labor Federation of America, the National Trades Union. It was started in March 1834, when the New York General Trades Union invited central labor bodies throughout the nation to send delegates to a national convention to be held in New York City. Late the following August, delegates from Boston, Brooklyn, Poughkeepsie, Newark, Philadelphia, and New York met in City Hall to form the National Trades Union. They had been convened, in the words of the call to the convention, because the state of feebleness that in the first case suggested a union of the members of a trade into societies, suggested also in the second a union of trade societies, which should be carried into effect throughout the United States. The rights of each individual would then be sustained by every working man in the country, whose aggregate wealth and power would be able to resist the most formidable opposition. 60. This perspective was never realized because its leadership was mostly drawn from middle-class reformers whose panaceas substituted final goals for immediate needs, thus losing touch with reality. Nevertheless, its mere existence was a new and important thing in American life, as the delegates to the convention realized. As the delegation from Philadelphia said in its report, It may be asked, abstract from the discussion and recommendation of measures, what good has the convention done? We can answer, it has formed a national union. And is there any so unwise as to ask what union can do? 51. For the first time, American labor had a national voice, and in the 3 years of its existence, the National Union spoke for labor on all. Labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. Such issues as wages and hours, currency reform, education, factory legislation, prison labor, and free land. Employers, said the Union, would not suffer by agreeing to the 10-hour day. It is well understood by mechanics and others, who have experience in manual labor operations, that violent and unremitting bodily exertion for 12 or 14 hours a day, while it is exceedingly injurious to the health of the employed, is accompanied with no particular advantage to the employer, that is, that as much will be performed by day laborers in the end who work 10 hours a day as by those who work 12. 52. A committee was appointed to collect data on all prevailing hours of labor as evidence from which to argue for the legislative enactment of the 10-hour day. Another committee drew up the first trade union program for women workers. This report called on the men to admit women into their unions or to form separate unions and make one auxiliary to the other, so that, in case of difficulties, they would be governed by their laws and receive their support. It also made a blistering attack upon upper middle class women, who were more concerned with converting Africans to Christianity than with the welfare of their own oppressed countrywomen. 53. 115. The 10-hour day. At its convention in 1835, the National Trades Union proposed that when employers united to resist labor's demands, one general strike should be called by the city trades union. This plan never went beyond the paper stage. But that very year in Philadelphia, for the first time, an American city experienced a general strike. The impulse for this strike came from the Boston carpenters, who had struck in 1825 and 1832 for the 10-hour day. Both strikes had failed. In 1835, the National Trades Union urged all affiliated bodies to agitate for the establishment of libraries in cities, towns, and villages, for the use and benefits of mechanics and workingmen. This is one of the earliest pleas for public libraries in America. Labor, however, was not content merely to campaign for public libraries, and in several cities libraries and reading rooms were set up by the working men themselves, usually under the sponsorship of the trades union of the vicinity. In Philadelphia, Society for the Diffusion of Knowledge Among the Working Classes was established in 1835, not only to enlighten the mind upon general subjects, but to teach that class, who supply the fountain of existence, whence their evils spring and how to remedy them. In Rochester, New York, a Mechanics' Literary Association was formed in 1836 by the trade unions. We know, said the circular announcing its formation, that the laboring class has for ages been in the habit of looking up to the learned professions for all the knowledge that is necessary in guiding the affairs of state, or in ruling the affairs of men, and it requires no very discerning eye to see that all rulers rule for their own benefit, rather than for the benefit of the many. National Trade Union, January 30th, April 16, 1836. Labor movement in the United States. Because in the face of the combined strength of the employers, the ranks of the workers had been split by the presence in the unions of small employers who checked the militancy of the workers. With this lesson in M1ND, the carpenters, masons, and stonecutters, in their strike for the 10-hour day in 1835, took the conduct of the strike out of the hands of small employers and elected Seth Luther and 2 other class-conscious workers as leaders. They issued a circular at once explaining their demands and asking for assistance, and a traveling committee visited other cities. Despite these new tactics, and despite the assistance from workers in other cities, they were obliged, wrote the president of the Carpenters' Union, to acknowledge the defeat of our fondest wishes and our most ardent desires. 54. In a larger sense, the strike was not lost, for it had started the struggle that would finally bring the 10-hour day to Boston. American workers had been inspired by the bold and patriotic strike circular, part of which read, "We have been too long subjected to the odious, cruel, unjust, and tyrannical system which compels the operative mechanic to exhaust his physical and mental powers. We have rights and duties to perform as American citizens and members of society, which forbid us to dispose of more than 10 hours for a day's work." 55. Wherever the Boston Circular was studied, a strike developed for the 10-hour day. It led to the Great Philadelphia General Strike, which started when the Irish workers on the Schuylkill River coal wharves turned out for increased wages and the 10-hour day. So militant were these workers that no scabs dared to take their places. 300 of them, headed by a man armed with a sword, paraded along the canal, threatening death to those who unload or transfer the cargoes to the 75 vessels waiting in the river. 56. Reprinted by the Philadelphia Trades Union as soon as the strike was called, the Boston Circular was distributed at various meet William Thompson, president of the Carpenters' Society of Philadelphia, told Seth Luther that the carpenters considered the Boston Circular had broken their shackles, loosed their chains, and made them free from the galling yoke of excessive labor. One sentence in the circular especially evoked a response from workingmen. We claim by the blood of our fathers, shed on our battlefields in the War of the Revolution, the rights of American citizens, and no earthly power shall resist our righteous claim with impunity. See Seth Luther, an address delivered before the mechanics and one king men of the city of Brooklyn, on the celebration of the 60th anniversary of American independence, Brooklyn, 1836, pages 18 to 20. Copy in the Library Company of Philadelphia. Workingmen everywhere agreed with the Boston worker who said during i.e. 10-hour strike in that city, by the old system we have no time for mental cultivation, and that is the policy of the big bugs. They endeavor to keep people ignorant by keeping them always at work. Boston Post, April 17, 1835. Labor Struggles, 1819 to 1837. Ings of the labor unions. A call to action swept through the city, inspired by the circular. Strike till the last armed foe expires, strike for your altars and your fires, strike for the green graves of your sires, God and your native land. Point 51. Every day new groups of workers joined the coal heavers for a 10-hour day. The house painters met and denounced the present system of labor as oppressive and unjust, destructive of social happiness, and degrading to the name of freemen. 58. It was not long before every union was out. Leather dressers, printers, carpenters, bricklayers, masons, and city employees, hod carriers, coal heavers, painters, bakers and dry goods clerks, preceded by a fife and drum corps, paraded with their banners which read, "From 6 to 6, 10 hours work and 2 hours for meals." We marched, said John Farrar, Philadelphia's leading trade unionist, to the public works, and the workmen joined with us. Employment ceased, business was at a standstill, shirt sleeves were rolled up, aprons on, working tools in hand were the orders of the day. 59. On June 6, a great mass meeting was held in the State House Court Yard. Here, workers, lawyers, doctors, and some business men joined in approving the demand for the 10-hour day. This meeting unanimously adopted a set of resolutions which praised one businessman who had agreed to the 10-hour day. It gave full support to the workers' demand for wage increases. It asked for higher wages for women workers, and encouraged the coal heavers to continue the strike. The meeting also called on all citizens to boycott any coal merchant who worked his men more than 10 hours. Before adjourning, the meeting issued this stirring statement. This meeting is satisfied that the working classes are the bone and sinew of the land, and upon their health, virtue, and happiness depend the security and perpetuity of our glorious and free institutions. 60. Before this united front of the community, the employers capitulated. The blood-sucking aristocracy, wrote John Farrar, stood aghast, terror-stricken. They thought the day of retribution had come. 61. When the Philadelphia city government learned that the public works employees had joined the general strike, it hurriedly convened and after deliberation announced that the hours of labor of the working men employed under the authority of the city corporation would be from 6 to 6 during the summer season, allowing 1 hour for breakfast and 1 for dinner. The local town government of South labor movement in the United States. Wark, a suburb of Philadelphia, followed, and not only was the working day reduced to 10 hours but an increase of 12 cents a day was granted. On June 22, hardly 3 weeks after the coal heavers had struck, the general strike had been won. The 10-hour system and a corresponding advance of wages for piece workers had been adopted throughout the city. 62. The victory in Philadelphia was bad news to the conservatives, news full of mischief, according to the New York Journal of Commerce. If such is to be the reward of turnouts, it correctly predicted on June 8, 1835, there will be no end to them. Carried by the labor press to cities in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland, and even to South Carolina, the news everywhere aroused great enthusiasm. A wave of strikes swept the country, most of which were successful. By the end of 1835, with the exception of Boston __J, he SD _Ndard _K._S work for his Feuchamps Waslery hours. In general, as a result of trade union ICT 1 VD, most skilled mechanics working day had decreased to 10 hours and there was a downward trend in working hours for most workers. In many trades also, wages reflected the unionizing activity of the 30s. Wages for carpenters in Massachusetts rose from $1.07 per day in 1821 to $1.40 per day in the 183's, for painters from $1.05 to $1.32, for millwrights from $1.13 to $1.39, for metal workers from $1.23 to $1.54, for glass makers from $1.13 to $1.62, for printers from $1.25 to $1.38, for cotton mill operatives from 44 cents to 90 cents, for woolen mill operatives from $1.12 to $1.20, and for laborers from 80 cents to 87 cents. 83. Labor and the public. To no small extent, these victories of labor were the result of its ability to win public support. No strike took place in the 30s without the union taking measures to bring its problems to the public. The first step in public relations was the issuance of cards in the newspapers. While the following statistics taken from the 10th census do not give us a complete picture of working hours in American establishments during the 30s, they are nevertheless revealing. Total number. Year 1830. 1835. Porting 37. 48. 8 hours to less than 11. Number percent 18. 24. 48.7. 50.0. 13 to less. 11 to less than 13. Number percent 14. 18. 37.8. 37.5. Then 14. Number percent 5. 6. 13.5. 12.5. 10th Census, Volume XX, page 28. Labor Struggles, 1819 to 1837. To the public. 119. The journeymen cordwainers of the township of Orange, New Jersey, having made a strike for an advance of wages, which they believed perfectly just and reasonable, embraced this method of laying their case before a discriminating public, in order to counteract unfounded reports or misunderstanding that might arise in regard to their present efforts to obtain an advance of wages. That employers, generally, have not a feeling in common with their workmen, is morally certain, unless it be for their personal aggrandizement. Hence the differences between them. This may appear strange to some, still it is no less strange than true that in our country, famed for the liberality of her institutions, the wisdom of her laws, the equality of her citizens, men should exist who in the very face of their country's institutions, should endeavor to build up an aristocracy, better befitting the hotbeds of Europe than the atmosphere of free America. Another typical card, issued by the journeymen Kayas of Newark stated, "The labor of their hands and intelligence of their minds is their actual property, and they consider it their province to put a fair and just value on their own articles, and not leave the prices to the mercy of those who would grind them and give them just what they pleased." How can we be free? Asked the journeymen cordwainers of New York. While we have no control over the only commodity we have to dispose of, our labor? And the pianoforte makers and organ builders of New York made the same point in their card. As labor is the only merchandise which the journeymen have in the market, they have a right to set a price on it, and those who will not enjoy the privileges are slaves, and we recommend them and their masters to the attention of the abolitionists. 64. Employers generally replied with their own cards. Usually they claimed that wages were more than adequate, and that they were quite willing to discuss grievances individually with any workman, but they refused to be coerced by labor into sitting down and discussing business matters with radical agitators infected with the moral gangrene of trade union principles. They asked the public to decide if a group of lazy, idle mischief makers from abroad should be allowed to threaten the destruction of our prospects as a manufacturing community. By destroy the happy relations that existed between worker and employer. Sometimes labor would reply, if the employers consider the wages which they have been giving sufficient to support a man, we recommend them to go to work themselves and test the weight of their theory. Sometimes workers challenged employers to submit their books to an Im. 120. Labor movement in the United States. Partial committee to determine whether wages were too low. When the lady shoe binders of Lynn read a card, inserted in the press denouncing their union as detrimental to the prosperity of the town, they replied, "We can only say that we regard the welfare of the town as highly as any one can do, and that we consider it to consist, not in the aggrandizement of a few individuals, but in the general prosperity and welfare of the industrious and laboring classes." 65. We are proud to say that we are affected with trade union principles, and hope the symptoms of the disease may never be eradicated. Asserted a group of workers, because, they said, only through collective action could they obtain that which the God of nature intended as their right, but which avarice denies them a comfortable subsistence. 66. This was the spirit of American labor during the 182-0s and 183-0s. Determined to secure what all citizens of a democracy should enjoy. Workers organized trade unions, city central labor bodies, and national labor federations, and won militant strikes for higher wages and shorter hours. The poor have no laws, The laws are made by the rich and, of course, for the rich. This statement was part of an address by the Association of Working People of New Castle County, Delaware, in 1829, but it expressed a feeling that was shared by the vast majority of American workers. Point 1. Several years had passed since the right to vote had been granted to non-property holders in several states. Yet to most workers the privileges of citizenship had brought little but unfulfilled promises. Everywhere the children of workingmen were deprived of education and kept in ignorance. Everywhere the workers themselves were thrown into prison for petty debts, forced to serve at their own expense in the militia, and taxed heavily at the same time that many wealthy property holders were exempted. It mattered little in most communities by what names the political parties called themselves, for the candidates for public office were taken entirely from the class of citizens denominated or supposed to be rich. Trade unions alone could not change these conditions. As long as workers continued to cast their votes for candidates who had taken over the political philosophy and practices of the old Federalist Party, and continued to ignore the welfare of the common people, these conditions would remain, and so long would the promise of the American Revolution remain unfulfilled. Yet these officials had been elected by the votes of the workers. Of what value, then, was the franchise if the common people permitted the wealthy to dominate their government? A pamphlet circulated among the mechanics and working men of Philadelphia, early in 1827, pointed out that the blessing of universal suffrage was permitted by the workingmen to be directed against their prosperity and welfare by individuals whose interest was at variance with theirs. 121. 122. Labor movement in the United States. On March 13, 1830, the Working Man's Advocate of New York made the same statement. Do you not perceive the aristocracy of the nation is leagued against you? And do you not perceive that it is plainly the interest of those who live on your labor to make it as profitable as possible? Why then do you send these very men to your legislature and give them almost every office? Think ye they will legislate for you against themselves? Slightly then have you read the human heart. Awake then. The Political Awakening TOAC AJP _GJ.EG 11 in Philadelphia, where, in the summer of 1828, th_E1_ Labor Party in America was formed. This movement spread westward to Pittsburgh, Lancaster, Carlisle, Harrisburg, Cincinnati, and other cities in Pennsylvania and Ohio. It went south to Delaware, where in 1830 the workers elected 13 out of 18 of the officers of the borough of Wilmington, and north to New York City, Newark, Trenton, Albany, Buffalo, Syracuse, Troy, Utica, Boston, Providence, Portland, Maine, and Burlington, Vermont. All told, independent workers' political parties were organized in 61 cities and towns during the years 1828 to 1834, and in communities where no independent parties were formed, this movement stimulated the growth of mechanics clubs which advocated legislation for the benefit of wage earners. Along with the rise of the workers' parties went the formation of labor papers. Almost 50 labor weeklies were published in the cities and towns. During the years 1827-1832, the E_U.I. Name Men Mechanics Ad. A_E_ Philadelphia, 1827, the first American labor paper, in its first year. The following year, however, two weeklies, the Mechanics Gazette and Free Herald and the Mechanics Free Press, were established in Philadelphia, the latter by the Mechanics Library Company. During the next few years many others made their appearance in other cities and states. The Spirit of the Age of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the Delaware FTE Press of Whining Ton, the Farmers A&J Mechanics Advocate of Charlestown, Indiana, the Liberal Eyes of New Orleans, the New England Farmer and Mechanic of Gardner, Maine, the Boston Working Man's Advocate, the Village Chronicle and Farmers and Mechanics Advocate of Newark, New Jersey, the Mechanics Press of Utica, New York, the Working Men's Advocate of Albany, New York, the Independent Politician of Sandy Hill, Washington County, New York, the Workingmen's Bulletin of Buffalo, New York, the Spirit of the Age of Rochester, New York, the Southern Free Press of Charleston, South Carolina, the Working Men's Union of Ravenna, Postage County, Ohio, and several papers in New York City, the outstanding ones being the Working Man's Advocate, the Daily Sentinel, the Free Inquirer, and the Man. Early labor parties. The Workingmen's Program. 123. Not all of these papers were official organs of the labor parties, but all of them advanced the movement by popularizing working men's measures. These measures, denounced in conservative circles as workism, were the demands of the newly arisen parties. The demand common to most of the parties was the establishment of a system of public education for the children of the poor as well as the rich. It was not a new demand. In the 179 O's, the mechanics and laborers of the democratic societies had demanded public education. Since that time, much had happened to convince workingmen that the issue was of the utmost importance. They saw their children growing up in ignorance. It was estimated in 1834 that 1,250,000 children in the United States were illiterate. The few schools that existed for the children of the poor carried the pauper taint, and so few children attended them. Workingmen demanded education for their children not as a grace and bounty or charity, but as a matter of right and duty. They were convinced that without education their children would never be able to take their rightful place in American society. For these children, as for all poor people, the land of opportunity would remain but a meaningless phrase. Point 3. Education, said one group of workingmen, was necessary to enable us to raise us from that state of ignorance and poverty, and consequently of vice and wretchedness and woe, to which we have been degraded by the subtle and deceitful machinations of the crafty and wicked. Newark workers considered education alone, and that generally diffused, the only prop that will support the fabric of democracy from being crushed beneath the weight of a monopolized and moneyed aristocracy. And Philadelphia workers declared that only by procuring for all children in the nation free education would workingmen be able to preserve the republic from the dangers of foreign invasion and domestic infringement. Much as they feared foreign invasion, the compulsory militia system intensely irritated workers in all parts of the country, and workingmen's parties aimed to secure its abolition. According to this system, all citizens had to turn out at stated periods, usually 3 times a year, to parade and drill. Failure to report brought a fine of $12 annually, and failure to pay the fine brought a jail sentence. This requirement was no burden to the wealthy who avoided duty by paying the fine, but to workers who could not afford to pay the fine or to be absent from work, it was a heavy burden. They were ready at a moment's notice to defend their country, but they saw little value in the expensive and useless machinery of pageant and parade. 4. 124. Labor movement in the United States. Abolition of imprisonment for debt was another important demand. It was estimated that in 1829 more than 75,000 persons were in prison in the United States because of debts, more than half of them for sums of less than $20. In New York City alone, nearly 1,000 people were in jail for debts of $5 or less, and in Concord, Massachusetts, William Cutter, a soldier of the Revolution, was in jail for the crime of a $12 debt. It is little wonder that workers, farmers, and small business men joined in denouncing this vicious relic of feudal tyranny, which was inconsistent with the spirit of our republican institutions. 5. The absence of a mechanics lien law caused not less than $300,000 to $400,000 to be plundered annually from the useful and industrial classes of our citizens. When an employer went bankrupt, the workers usually received no part of the wages due to them, and at a time when wages were often paid on a monthly, or even semi-annual basis, some employers found it profitable to go bankrupt in order to pocket unpaid wages. Petitions to the legislatures over the course of 30 years having brought no redress, workers decided at last to use their power at the polls to obtain this needed legislation. 6. Opposition to chartered monopolies was another important reason for the formation of workingmen's parties. Profit-making corporations were created individually by special monopoly charters from the state legislatures. Men with small capital and little political influence rarely secured such charters. Many business ventures, therefore, were monopolized by a small group of capitalists who were able to charge high prices. The workingmen of Locust Grove, Pennsylvania, went on record as opposed to chartered monopolies, as they feel sensibly the effect they produce on the laboring classes. All competition may be laudable when left free to all persons, as it may have a tendency to prove beneficial to the community at large. But chartered monopolies make a few wealthy to the disadvantage of and misery of the mass of the people. They frequently turn many industrious men out of employment, or reduce their wages. 7. The worst of all monopolies, according to the workingmen, was the banking monopoly. Labor feared that banking monopolies would grow in power and influence until they would control American economic and political life. With unlimited sources of capital in their hands, bankers constituted a small and powerful group. Soon no amount of opposition would succeed in unseating them, hence action was imperative before they could entrench themselves to perpetuate an aristocracy which eventually may shake the foundations of our liberties and entail slavery upon our posterity. 8. Also objectionable was the fact that banks restricted competition and early labor parties. 125. Often prevented new men from entering business. Bank credits were already playing an important role in business, for the expansion of trade caused frequent delays in collection of debts. Businessmen were consequently becoming very dependent upon credit facilities. Naturally, wealthy merchant capitalists who were also bank directors secured credit more easily than small businessmen or journeymen who wished to set up business. To workingmen, therefore, banks seemed part of a gigantic monopolistic conspiracy to stifle competition, reduce employment, and raise prices. In addition to this general fear of financial monopolies, workers had specific grievances against the banks. Wages at this time were usually paid in banknotes, whose value fluctuated in relation to the solvency of the bank of issue. Whereas merchants took banknotes only at a discount, workers were forced to take them at face value. Hence, the workers' purchasing power varied from week to week and from day to day. It was a common practice in New York City for employers to go down to Wall Street Saturday morning and purchase at a discount enough banknotes to meet their payroll. While our own tables and families are scantily provided, declared a meeting of workers and others in Philadelphia in 1829. Opposed to the chartering of any more new banks in this commonwealth, they, the banks, enable others to gamble and trade and live in luxury. Throughout the nation, working men demanded the abolition of banknotes and the payment of wages in specie. A number of the working men's parties also called for the outright repeal of charters granted to banks. Others demanded the passage of laws limiting the power of these financial institutions. A few even advanced the demand that the government should take over control of banking and issuing of currency, thereby providing a stabilized currency system which would check inflation and at the same time prevent any domination of political life by banking monopolists. 9. One of the most bitter complaints of the working men was directed against the competition of convict labor. A contractor could hire prisoners at a very low wage, 15 cents a day for tailors, 15 to 20 cents a day for coopers, 25 cents a day for shoemakers, and 10 cents a day for weavers. By such competition, said a group of stonecutters, many workmen will soon be thrown out of employment or compelled to work for low wages, and unless they can by other means obtain a livelihood, be reduced to a state of want and misery. 10. Unequal taxation was another grievance. The labor parties wished to replace poll taxes or taxes on the necessaries of life by a fair income or property tax, which would bear much more equally or impartially on all the people. On the other hand, they advocated at bonds and 126. Labor movement in the United States. Mortgages be taxed and the exemption of church property from taxation be ended, not only because it was a form of special privilege similar to monopolistic charter but because it also represented the dangerous connection of church and state. 11. This provoked the attack that the working men's parties were opposed to God and religion, but the workers were quick to reply that while they took no stand on matters of personal religious belief, they were following Thomas Jefferson in their views on the separation of church and state. Many working men's parties called for greater democracy in governmental machinery. They demanded the elimination of property qualifications for holding office, and condemned the caucus system of nominating candidates as a method through which a handful of party leaders controlled the selection of men for public office. They also opposed indirect elections, for there should be no intermediate body of men between the electors and the candidates, and that all important officials be elected directly by the people. There was also considerable opposition to the filling of offices by appointment because it is the nature of man to favor his own interest, and as the interests of the lawyer and speculator are different from those of the farmer and mechanic, who are the real producers of wealth and independence, we must expect that in such a state of things, that moneyed institutions and wealthy men will be favored, our laws made unintelligible, and the interests of the working people neglected. 1-2 Hence workers called for the election of all important officials. And at least one labor party, the Association of the Working People of Newcastle, Delaware, went even further. In 1831 it demanded the enfranchisement of women. We apprehend, it declared, that it would be no easy task at this more advanced part of the march of the mind, to maintain the ground that was assumed, in excluding females in the right of voting at the polls. This interesting portion of the community comprises a fair moiety of our population. Wherefore should they be denied the immunities of free men? Does anyone deem that their interference in public affairs would be prejudicial to the general interest? 13. Workers were also concerned with their economic position as a class. Although most were not yet ready to advocate a thoroughgoing reorganization of society, the growing contrast of wealth and poverty caused many workers to share the sentiments expressed by Stephen Simpson in The Working Man's Manual. Our object strikes at a fundamental principle in the distribution of wealth, that labor shall share with capital in the profits of trade in a more equitable ratio. And as capital is free, ted iri the fu, and labor resides in the many, it only requires. Early labor parties. 127. That the latter combine to bring government into their own hands, to secure all they desire. All in all, workers were bent upon realizing the principles of the Declaration of Independence by changing economic and social conditions. The objects we have in view, said one labor party, are hallowed by the sympathy of patriotism. It is the finish of the glorious work of the Revolution. Theirs was a movement which Jefferson, if he yet lived, would receive and recognize as his own. For he would be the first to recognize that the cause of the workingmen is the cause of the country. 15. These were also the sentiments of John Greenleaf Whittier, the industrious mechanics. He observed early in 1829, may be ranked among her Republican America's firmest supporters, and the time is not far distant when he shall be placed upon his just station in the scale of society. The people, the bone and sinew of the nation, are calling forth their giant energies, and who shall arrest this progress? 18. Philadelphia. It was fitting that the first Labor Party was formed in Philadelphia, in which city the first strikes in American history had taken place. It was H.R. Read that the first labor paper had been published and a city central labor body organized. It was this labor body, the Mechanics' Union of Trades Associations, which took initial steps to organize the workers of Philadelphia for independent political action. At a meeting of this body in May 1828, the question of legislation to establish a 10-hour day in the city and to remedy other grievances of the working class was hotly discussed. The association decided to call on its constituent unions to voice their opinions on the question of nominating candidates to represent the interest of the working classes in the coming elections for city council and state legislature. The cordwainers, hatters, and carpenters, the chief unions in the association, were all for it, the carpenters resolving unanimously that we entertain the most heartfelt satisfaction and approbation for the May years in contemplation by the said Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations, and will use every exertion to carry the said measures in effect. Taking action at once, the association adopted a bylaw, providing for nominations for the fall elections, and called 4 meetings in Philadelphia, to which all were invited, without respect to party or sectional names. At the same time it announced that the mechanics and work men of the city and county of Philadelphia are determined to take the management of their own interests, as a class, into their own immediate keeping. 18. 128. Labor movement in the United States. Out of the district meetings called by the association came nominating conventions where candidates for city and state offices were chosen. Although most of the delegates to these conventions were workingmen, no wage earners were nominated on the working men's ticket, due largely to the fact that property qualifications existed for all offices. However, those nominated were pledged to uphold the principles of the movement and to support the interests and claims of the working classes. The working men's candidates were placed on both the Jackson and the Federalist tickets after they had been nominated by the workingmen. Most of the support for the working men's ticket came from committees of vigilance set up by the county nominating convention. The results of the election revealed that better organization was needed before a working man's ticket could carry the day. As a consequence, there arose permanent political clubs in and around the city to aid in the election of public officials and help secure general diffusion of constitutional, legal, and political knowledge among the working people. 19. This need for greater organization was met in March 1829, when the Republican Political Association of the Working Men of the City of Philadelphia was formed. It began at once to organize the workingmen for the fall election of 1829. Nominations for office were left to the city and county conventions. Delegates were chosen democratically at ward meetings to attend city and county nominating conventions. Efforts to break up these meetings failed, as did the attempts of the local Democratic Party to split the association by provoking internal dissension through red baiting. In an effort to avoid commitments to either of the old parties, and in response to the warnings of many ward meetings against fusion with the Federalists or Democrats, the nominating convention selected candidates before the other parties met. Even so, the Federalists endorsed 9 and the Democrats 3 working men's candidates for city offices, and the former also endorsed 3 Assembly and Senate candidates. Despite threats of economic reprisals, no secret ballot existed at this time. The working men were able to elect enough candidates to hold the balance of power. 20 of the 54 workers' candidates, all of whom had received endorsement from either Federalists or Democrats, were elected. The Mechanics' Free Press did not receive the victory in a partisan spirit. It said, "The balance of power has at length got into the hands of the working people, where it properly belongs, and it will be used, in the future, for the general weal." 20. Still the movement was not content to rest on its laurels. In South.UK, a suburb of Philadelphia, the local association issued an address to its membership and supporters urging them to prepare for the early labor parties. 129. Coming season. Throughout the winter and spring of 182 G30, organization and education continued. To the city convention of 1830 delegates came from 15 wards. By this time political associations had been formed in Lancaster, Phillipsburg, Carlisle, and Pike Township, for the purpose of watching over the rights and more effectually guarding against all encroachment on the laboring party of the community, went a proclamation of the Pike Township Association. We, farmers, mechanics and laborers, inhabitants of Pike Township, Clearfield County, do hereby form ourselves into a society to be called the Working Men's Society of Grampian Hills. 21. During the 1830 campaign, the question of candidates for public office was widely discussed. Should only working men be nominated for office, or should tried friends of the movement be nominated as well? It would seem from the resolutions of the ward clubs and county conventions that a majority favored the nomination of working men only. They called for the support of only those men who are engaged in productive pursuits. The Allegheny County Association expressed the belief that, however patriotic a man may appear to be, it is evident that none can so completely understand our interests, and that none will be so vigilant in protecting them as those who, in promoting the public welfare, most effectually secure their own. 22. The workingmen's movement faced a well-organized attack from the newspapers during the 1830 campaign. Charges of anti-religious, infidelity, and agrarian were hurled at the movement, and workism was played up in all the denunciations. Frances Wright, the militant champion of women's rights, who advocated the abolition of slavery, the separation of church and state, and the elimination of clerical influence in education, was credited with being the ideological parent of the workingmen's movement. The workers answered that they had no sympathy with the agrarians, were not connected with Miss Wright, and stated that those who introduce either the subject of agrarianism or religion into our political proceedings are the avowed enemies of our righteous cause. 23. But the campaign of lies had its effect. The Democrats carried both the city and county elections. However, the association ticket received approximately 1,000 votes for its candidates. And in Northern Liberties, a suburb of Philadelphia, 8 commissioners were elected. The story of the Philadelphia Party after 1830 can be swiftly told. City and county conventions were held in 1831, and a ticket nominated, but the movement had lost its vigor. No candidates were elected in 1831, the last election in which the association participated. The failure to unite the separate political associations into a statewide party contributed greatly to the short life of the movement. 130. Labor movement in the United States. New York. At the time the workingmen of Philadelphia were organizing for independent political action, a similar movement was developing in New York. Associated with this Second American Labor Party at one time or another were some of the outstanding figures in the labor and intellectual world: Francis Wright, Robert Dale Owen, son of the distinguished English utopian socialist Robert Owen, George Henry Evans, editor of the Working Man's Advocate and the Man, and later, leader of the land reform movement, Ebenezer Ford, president of the Carpenters Union, John Comerford, president of the Chairmakers and Gilders Union Society, Levi D. Slam, leader of the Journeyman Locksmiths Union, and Thomas Skidmore, the radical self-educated machinist who was engaged after working hours in writing a book to which he gave the title, The Rights of Man to Property, being a proposition to make it equal among the adults of the present generation, and to provide for its equal transmission to every individual of each succeeding generation, arriving at the age of maturity. The Working Men's Party of New York had its origin in a movement to prevent the lengthening of the working day. In 1829, New York City _UTION / Labor had already secured our 9 Gritfin of the 10-hour die, but the employers were attempting to restore the 11-hour working day. A meeting of leading trade unionists was called for April 23, 1829, to discuss the best ways of countering the employers' offensive. A few days later a mass meeting was called and 5,000 workers responded. They resolved not to work for any employer longer than the just and reasonable time of 10 hours a day. All workers who violated this pledge would have their names published in the press as enemies of labor. To prepare for a possible strike, the meeting raised a fund of $100. A committee of 50 was elected to organize the strategy for the preservation of the 10-hour day. The alertness and unity of the workingmen soon forced the employers to give up their scheme to lengthen the working day. 24. The committee of 50 did not disband after this victory. It met regularly and, as the fall elections approached, called another mass meeting of workers to discuss the part labor could play in the campaign. To this meeting the Committee of 50 submitted a report recommending the nomination of a working man's ticket in order to secure redress for its most pressing grievances. The meeting adopted the report, and the Second American Labor Party was born. The official title of the new party was the New York Working Men's Party. The slate for the State Assembly, nominated by the Committee of 50, included 2 carpenters, 2 machinists, a painter, founder. Early labor parties. 131 Upper, grocer and physician. For the state senate the new party had a joint candidate with the Clay, Adams, anti-Tammany forces. 25 Up to this time the most prominent figure in the Committee of 50 had been Thomas Skidmore, who had formulated most of the resolutions introduced by this body to the various mass meetings. It was his resolution, recommending the formation of a working man's party, that asserted that even the electron of labor candidates would not solve the problems of the working class. Only a revolutionary transformation of existing property relations would bring real relief. Skidmore proposed that every young man, 20-me years of age, and every unmarried woman should receive a free grant of 160 acres of land, to be held in perpetuity so long as the settler tilled his soil. But the right to sell or rent land was to be abolished forever. No one should be permitted by law to own more than 160 acres, for no man could by his own labor use more. He did not propose the immediate confiscation of big holdings in the East, but advocated a law whereby the government should claim holdings exceeding 160 acres at the owner's death. By such means, he hoped to abolish inequality at the end of one generation. After the nomination of a working man's ticket, Francis Wright and Robert Dale Owen entered the movement. Both had considerable following among the people of New York. For more than a year they had been organizing a liberal movement in the city. By means of their weekly newspaper, The Free Inquirer, and their public lectures, they popularized their belief that only through a scientific, rational approach to all issues and by the education of the youth could the problems of the day be met. Both Owen and Miss Wright appealed especially to the workers for support, believing that the working class alone had the strength and organization to carry their theories into practice. In an address entitled, "To Young Mechanics," Francis Wright declared, "If therefore I have addressed myself at all times, more especially to the industrious classes, it has been for two reasons: first, that they comprise the only large mass among the heterogeneous fragments of society, and secondly, that their interests at the time being are more nearly approach to the great natural interests of man, and incline, therefore, more immediately to wholesale reforms and general union." 21. In spite of the great prejudice against the participation of women in public affairs, Miss Wright's lectures were well attended by working people. She gave clear expression to labor's desire for free education, higher wages, shorter hours, and a place in the life of society. Moreover, unlike many intellectuals who shrank from the class struggle, Miss Wright recognized that labor was becoming class conscious, and W.L. 132. Labor movement in the United States cornered this development. She wrote in the Free Inquirer for November 27, 1830. "What distinguished the present from every other struggle in which the human race has been engaged is that the present is, evidently openly and acknowledgedly, a war of class, and that this war is universal. It is now everywhere the oppressed millions who are making common cause against oppression. It is the ridden people of the earth who are struggling to throw from their backs the booted and spurred riders whose legitimate title to starve as well as work them to do 1th will no longer pass current. It is labor rising up against idleness, industry against money, justice against law and against privilege. And truly the struggle hath not come too soon. Truly there hath been oppression and outrage enough on the one side, and suffering and endurance enough on the other, to render the millions rather chargeable with excessive patience and overabundance than with too eager a spirit for the redress of injury, not to speak of recourse to vengeance." Owen and Miss Wright hailed the new workingmen's party. Like Skidmore, they believed that other reforms were partial, ineffectual, temporary, or trifling, compared with what they regarded as the major reform, the establishment of a national system of education. They recognized that this major reform would be possible as soon as labor had influence in the government. Hence, they cooperated closely with the workingmen's movement, and their own organization, the Association for the Protection of Industry and the Promotion of National Education, endorsed the working man's ticket. 27. Barely a week remained before Election Day after the working men's ticket was nominated. To this difficulty was added the lack of funds, the Treasury having only $75. But, in spite of this, as the campaign drew to a close, it became clear that the Labor Party was a power to reckon with, and the press became hysterical. They begged the voters to defeat the infidel ticket, miscalled the working men's ticket, a ticket got up openly and avowedly in opposition to all banks, in opposition to social order, in opposition to the rights of property. 28. This new party, said the press, was the creature of that insane, atheistical woman, Fanny Wright. The following editorial in the Commercial Advertiser of October 31, 1829, is typical. Miss Wright was paraphrasing Thomas Jefferson's famous remark in his last letter, June 24, 1826, in which he wrote a few days before his death. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately, by the grace of God. Philip S. Foner, edition, Basic Writings of Thomas/Jefferson, New York, 1944, page 807. Early Labor Parties. 133. Lost to society, to earth and to heaven, godless and hopeless, clothed and fed by stealing and blasphemy, such are the apostles who are trying to induce a number of able-bodied men in this city to follow in their course, to disturb the peace of the community for a time, go to prison and have the mark of Cain imposed upon them, betake themselves to incest, robbery and murder, die like ravenous wild beasts, hunted down without pity, and go to render their account before a God, whose existence they believed in their miserable hearts, even while they were blaspheming him in their ignorant, sniveling and puerile speculations. Such is too true a picture, in all its parts, of some of the leaders of the new political party which is emerging from the slime of this community, and which is more beastly and terrible than the Egyptian typhoon. To counteract this type of raving, the Working Man's Advocate was started on October 31, 1829. Its editor and printer was George Henry Evans, an associate of Robert Dale Owen. Evans had come to this country from England at the age of 14 and had become apron. Ties to a printer at Ithaca, New York. He had formerly been the printer of the Free Inquirer. For a time both the Advocate and the Inquirer were printed from the same press. This leading labor paper in the United States carried on its masthead the slogan, "Equal education for all adults to equal privileges." Its first editorial announced, "The working classes have taken the field and never will they give up the contest until the power that oppresses them is annihilated." Its influence was not confined to New York City, for it had subscribers in Albany, Buffalo, Syracuse, New Haven, New London, Hartford, Springfield, Massachusetts, and in New Hampshire. This important paper remained in existence until 1836, when it suspended publication because of the poor health of its editor. It resumed publication in 1844 when Evans again became active in the labor movement. In spite of the brief campaign, the lack of resources and the unprincipled opposition of the press, the Working Man's Party won an impressive victory. All but one of its candidates for the Assembly, the physician, received over 6,000 of the 70,000 votes cast. Leading the ticket was E_G_F.9NI1_P, President of he. Carpenters Union, L. Ord was elected to the Assembly. Endo came the first labor representative to TEW York State Assembly since the victory of the. The size of its circulation is not recorded, and it probably did not total more than a few hundred copies. It must be remembered, however, that the New York Courier and Inquirer, with the largest circulation in the country, claimed 4,500 in 1833, and not many other papers reached even half that figure. Labor movement in the United States. 134. Mechanics' ticket in 1785. Moreover, the most successful candidate for the state Senate publicly acknowledged his debt to the Working Men's Party. 29 The Working Man's Advocate had good reason to rejoice. The result, it observed on November 7, 1829, has proved beyond our most sanguine expectations favorable to our cause. The cause of the people. We have done more than could reasonably have been expected at this election. If the Working Men's ticket had been nominated a week sooner, there is very little doubt that it would have succeeded. The conservative press did not share this elation. The election of Ebenezer Ford, a common carpenter, was called a disgrace to New York City. It would scare away traders and investors from the nation's commercial emporium, for what businessmen would feel safe in a city whose banks would be destroyed by radical working men led by fanatical agitators from England and Ireland? The Journal of Commerce predicted that the worst was yet to come. The fatal mistake, it added, was made when universal suffrage was adopted, for, by throwing open the polls to every man that walks, power was placed in the hands of those who had neither property, talents, nor influence in other circumstances. 30 Victory was not confined to New York City. Upstate, in Salina, the Farmers and Mechanics Party elected its entire slate in the spring elec. Tie-ins of 1830. In Troy and Albany the farmers and working men won all but one ward. These victories spread terror and dismay among the aristocracy of the state of New York. 31 However, all was not going well within the movement. On December 29, 1829, Thomas Skidmore split the party when he and about 40 of his followers organized what they called the Poor Man's Party. On the surface it seemed but a minor issue that had led to the split. After the elections there was much discussion about the form of the permanent organization of the party. The Committee of 50 called a mass meeting on December 29, at which it presented its plan, drawn up by Skidmore, calling for the continuation of general mass meetings as in the past. Opposed to this vague form of organization was George Evans, who proposed instead that the party be based, as in Philadelphia, on local wards or clubs in which the working men could conduct day-to-day activities. Skidmore attacked the ward plan, arguing that this form. The emblem of the Albany Party was an arm and hammer superimposed over a plow. A sort of American precursor of the hammer and sickle. Jeremiah Ingersoll, New York City Labor and Faxonian Democracy, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, University of Chicago, 1939, page 69. The symbol of the farmers, mechanics, and working men of Kings County was a hammer and wheat sheaves. Working. Athens Advocate, July 27, 1830. Early labor parties. 135 of organization would make it easy for enemies to gain control of the party. Skidmore was defeated, the meeting voting for the ward plan of organization. Not only did the workers want the ward plan because it was superior, but they felt that Skidmore was more interested in putting across his agrarian plans for equal division of property than such immediate demands as education, mechanics' lien laws, and abolition of imprisonment for debt. They feared that under the loose type of organization proposed by Skidmore, it would be easy for him to incorporate his program in all the statements issued by the party, which was exactly what he had done up to that time. Up to now, the workers had been so concerned either with the struggle to retain the 10-hour day or with the political campaign that they had not paid much attention to the fact that their resolutions also called for the equal division of all property among the present generation. Now that they were considering a permanent organization, most of the members were unwilling to accept Skidmore's program as part of the movement. When Skidmore arose to speak at the December meeting, he was greeted by the cry, "No agrarianism!" 32 Skidmore was a remarkable man. Even his enemies granted that he was an ardent supporter of the true interests of the working classes and a never-tiring devotee in the worship of human liberty. 33 In the new social order Skidmore was planning, he outlawed all discrimination on account of religion, race, or sex. He was thus one of the earliest advocates of full equality, including suffrage, both for women and Negroes. Nevertheless, his doctrinaire approach to working-class problems isolated him. He failed to understand that the workers had supported the new party OUSIF with their desire to solve immediate needs, and to establish a new social order. Instead of linking these immediate demands with his program for a basic change in the social system, he argued that such reforms as public education, abolition of imprisonment for debt, etc., were of little or no significance. Moreover, he refused to have anything to do with a movement that had rejected his program. His new party, he maintained, was the only true working-class party in the city, and in his newspaper, The Friend of Equal Rights, he began a series of bitter attacks on the working man's party. Skidmore's new role was analyzed by the Daily Sentinel, a New York labor paper. Whatever be his motives, he is doing what in him lies to divide our party. If he were suborned by the aristocratical party, and kept in their pay for the express purpose of sowing dissension where nothing but dissension can produce defeat, he could not do their bidding more effectively than he does now. 34 Skidmore's defection did not seriously weaken the party. Only a few. 136. Labor movement in the United States. Workers followed him. The party organized itself on the ward plan and elected a general executive committee of 70 members. Of the 70, 5 were grocers, 2 merchant tailors, 1 each a teacher, oil merchant, farmer and broker. The remaining members were workers, mainly skilled mechanics such as carpenters, cabinet makers, masons, blacksmiths, printers, tailors, cardmen, and chair makers. Though there were no unskilled or factory workers, the working man's advocate stated there is but one of the committee who is not a working man. 35 The exception was the broker. The definition of working man, it is obvious, was quite broad. Evans himself defined a working man as one who followed any useful occupation, mental or physical, for a livelihood. The working men's movement, he added, cannot in political affairs act with those who are following occupations that add nothing to the necessaries, comforts, or conveniences of life, nor with those who have never followed a useful occupation for a livelihood. 36. Even though the movement included small employers and shopkeepers, the names of the labor parties signified a distinction between the common people and the big employers. The latter felt this, too, as we see in the objection of Amos A. Lawrence, a prominent New England factory owner, to the working men's party. We are literally all workingmen, and the attempt to get up a workingmen's party is a libel upon the whole population, as it implies that there are among us a large number who are not working men. 37. In spite of the split in the party, workingmen looked confidently to the fall election of 1830. The Daily Sentinel offered a word of warning. Ing. If we were asked, it declared, whether the people's ticket will succeed at the next election, we should ask in reply, what chance is there of our avoiding dissensions among ourselves? 38. This warning was timely, for a few weeks after the first split the Working Men's Party was again disrupted. The new issue was the education program of Robert Dale Owen and Francis Wright. Owen and Miss Wright considered the economic demands of the party as secondary to the basic issue of a national, Republican education. Free for all and at the expense of all, conducted under the guardianship of the state at the expense of the state, and for the honor, the happiness, the virtue, and salvation of the state. Such a system would bring about a truly democratic society in which there would be no need for mechanics' lien laws and legislation limiting the power of the banks and abolishing imprisonment for debt. 39. The outstanding feature of their educational plan was the state guardianship system. Under it, children would be taken from their parents at an early age and placed in state boarding schools until they reached maturity. They would wear the same clothing, experience the early labor parties. 137 Same treatment, and be taught in the same branches of learning. There would be no room for religious instruction. Only knowledge based on the experience of the senses would be in the curriculum. Parents might visit their children but would not be permitted to interfere with or interrupt their education. 40 Owen and Miss Wright were convinced that public day school education would be of little value to workingmen's children if parents were not able to feed and clothe their children properly. Why, then, they argued, should one support the demand for a public day school which would mirror all the disadvantages of present-day society? Under the common school system, the children would still be under the influence of parents, who would instill into their minds their own prejudices and religious superstitions. How then could there be an education which would create equality, bring an end to class divisions, and inaugurate a new social order? Finally, the teachers in the common school would never teach the full truth. They dare not speak, said Frances Wright, that which, by endangering their popularity, would endanger their fortunes. They have to discover not what is true, but what is palatable. Palatable, she added, mainly to the wealthy, the politicians, and the clergy. 41 There were many workers who agreed with much of what Owen and Miss Wright had to say about the common school system. Some even supported the state guardianship plan. Thus the Painters' Union and a number of journeyman typographers went on record in support of their plan. But most workers were against the prospect of breaking up homes and removing their children from religious influences. Naturally, the conservative press made much of this point and accused the Working Men's Party of destroying the family, the foundation of society. To be sure, the state guardianship adherents denied these charges and asserted that it is not our wish that children should be freed from the control of their parents. Their denials did not carry much weight. 42. Nevertheless, the split in the party over the state guardianship plan did not result from the merits or demerits of the plan. This issue was eyed upon by a group of politicians known as the Cookguyan faction who had been attracted to the party by its 1829 victories. Anxious either to control or split the party, they picked on the state guardianship issue and denounced it as a specious attempt to palm upon the great body of working classes the doctrine of infidelity, and called upon the workers to preserve the civil institutions of your country from the baneful, leveling system of a fanatical set of foreigners. 43. The Owenites played right into their hands by insisting that the stat guardianship plan become the great design of our party. With this labor movement in the United States. 138. Great measure, said Owen. We will stand or fall. 44. The same doctrinaire approach displayed by Skidmore was now exhibited by Owen, who had said, in criticizing and opposing the agrarian reformer, that reform ought never to travel faster than the public mind. A serious split took place in the party. Pro- and anti-state guardianship factions held meetings in the various wards. Opposition members were expelled from ward committees by one or the other faction, and 2 general executive committees were formed, the General Executive Committee opposed to agrarianism and state guardianship, and the Owen faction. The rank-and-file workers attempted in every possible way to heal the split. They knew that unless the movement was united it would have little success in the coming elections. I fear, wrote a worker, that unless the true friends of the party come forth and show their devotion to the common cause, Tammany and Regency will triumph over us. Will the working men of this city continue to waste their strength in intestine contentions and nightly brawls when a higher point is before them? When we have an enemy powerful and cunning, shall we, instead of marching unitedly to the attack, permit ourselves to be divided into 2 hostile parties? God forbid. Let us stop. Both sides are to blame. Let us put away the bone of contention and turn our efforts to the great political objects of the party. 0. Judging from the resolutions adopted at various ward meetings, this appeal voiced the sentiments of the party membership. The resolutions called upon both parties, who claimed to be the executive committee, to resign their seats in order that a new election might take place throughout the city. Only if the factional disputes ended, these resolutions asserted, would the working men's party be able to secure to the poor man and his children their rights. 6. These appeals were ignored. Both factions were too deeply steeped in maneuvers to gain control of the movement to listen to the voice of the rank and file. The worst fears of the workingmen were soon to be realized. The first Workingmen's State Convention ever held in New York assembled at Salina on August 25, 1830. Before the convention even got underway, it was confronted by the split that had developed in the New York City movement. 2 sets of delegates, one representing the Owen and the other the Cookguyan faction, claimed the right to be seated in the name of the Working Men's Party. A member of the Owen delegation proposed that there be a general discussion of the claims of the 2 groups, but instead the matter was referred to a calm. Early labor parties. 139. Committee of 3, the members of which were friendly to the Cookguyan faction. As was to be expected, the committee reported in favor of the anti-state guardianship delegation. Owen's delegates then withdrew, leaving the convention in the hands of the Cook faction. The convention nominated Generals Erastus Root and Nathaniel Pitcher, two Tammany men, for governor and lieutenant governor. 2. The working man's advocate both were decidedly party men who had never even advocated our leading measures, much less pledged themselves to support them. It summed up the convention in 4 words. The working men betrayed. 7. Immediately after the adjournment of this convention, the Owen faction held a mass meeting and voted complete disapproval of the Salina proceedings. On September 14, they held another meeting at which they nominated Ezekiel Williams, a leather manufacturer, and Isaac Smith, a merchant, for governor and lieutenant governor, both known as Friends of the Working Man. There were 3 working men's tickets in the campaign of 1830. The Owen faction ran a full city and state ticket and endorsed candidates of other parties for Congress. The Cook-Guyan faction had a complete city and state ticket, except for the gubernatorial positions, their nominees having refused to accept the designation. Quite logically, therefore, this group supported the pro-Henry Clay candidates for these offices. In return, the Clay party supported the Cook-Guyan ticket instead of nominating one of its own. The third workingmen's ticket represented the Skidmore or agrarian faction. It styled itself the original Committee of 50 party and nominated local and state candidates. 48. A week before Election Day, the working man's advocate predicted that the majority of the workingmen who had voted for the new party in 1829, disgusted by the factional fights, would return to Tammany Hall. Tammany swept the city election and captured a majority of the seats in the state assembly as well as the governorship. The combined vote for the working men's tickets was 2,180. Tammany's gains roughly equaled the decline in the vote for the working men's ticket. Agrarianism in New York is now dead, gone, buried, and transported back to England where it originated. Tammany proclaimed. 49. The campaign of 1830 was the swan song of the New York Working Men's Party. The 3 factions continued to function. Each held meetings and adopted resolutions. But the workingmen went their own way back to the old parties. By the fall of 1831, the Skidmore faction had disappeared, and the Cook-Guyan faction had amalgamated with the Clay or National Republican Party. The Owen faction supported a full ticket for the state legislature, which included candidates from both the Tammany and 140 labor movement in the United States. Anti-Tammany slates who had expressed agreement with the working men's measures. A year later, the Owen faction merged with Tammany Hall. New England. Following Philadelphia and New York, important steps in political action were taken in New England. Though the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and other workingmen did not itself engage directly in political campaigns, it stimulated its constituent bodies in various cities to put independent tickets into the field. In the Massachusetts state election of 1833, the Working Men's Party of Massachusetts, the political descendant of the association, polled 3,459 votes and gained control of 10 towns. Most of the votes, however, came from the agricultural districts, Boston contributing only 519 votes. Of the 10 towns, 6 of them lay in the western part of the state. Its strength was agrarian with an urban complement of carpenters, masons, and ship caulkers. There could be little electoral strength from the factories where most of the workers were women and children. 50. Decline and disappearance. There are many reasons for the decline and disappearance of these first labor parties in our history. The most important one can be laid to the state of development of capitalist society in America. A workers' party could not stabilize itself as long as its dominant membership, the skilled journeymen, could still set up their own shops and become employers. Then, MQG_T, TQR_YQRKJS, King women and children, could as yet play a small part in the movement, and many of the common laborers were not as yet naturalized citizens. C lines were still too fluid for a permanent W, RLI.QG_class_political party. No doubt the violent denunciations heaped upon the early labor parties helped to isolate them from the voters. These intemperate attacks, however, were well answered at the time. Said one paper friendly to the workingmen's movement, TRCGLJ. Radicals, levelers, and other opprobrious names, in order, if possible, to bring T and Clay efforts into contempt. They are in the same situation that the re_Oblicans were in '98 when they were branded as /Acabins, /Desorganizar, etc., by J aristocrats then in power. 51. This forthright stand lent courage to many workers. Yet there is little doubt but that the violent denunciations of the workingmen's movements resulted in the loss of adherents. Insufficient connection between the trade unions and the political early labor parties. Parties weakened both. Political action alone, it was believed, would solve all the problems of the workingmen. Nowhere in the addresses or publications of the movement was there mention of the need to build trade unions, nor did the political parties show much interest in the strikes, wage struggles, or other problems of the unions. George Henry Evans was not even a Union member, and Robert Dale Owen and Francis Wright displayed little interest in unionism. A weakness common to the trade unions as well was lax control over the membership. Dues or other obligations were not considered necessary for party membership. Only adherence to general principles was considered necessary. This limited the possibility of effective party organization and accelerated disintegration once a defeat had been suffered. Internal dissension carefully fostered by outside politicians helped weaken the early parties, and where the politicians were unsuccessful, the utopian thinkers succeeded by placing their panaceas for the ills of the world above the immediate reforms. Finally, the established parties weaned away support from the labor parties by championing some of the working men's measures. And during the Bank War beginning in 1832, the working men rallied to Andrew Jackson's party. Achievements. The brief existence and the weaknesses of the early labor parties do not obscure their great accomplishments. They revealed that labor was emerging as an independent force in American life, even though the working class was not numerous enough to make this force powerful in the councils of the nation. These parties revealed that the workers were becoming conscious of themselves as a separate class whose interests were different from those of the capitalists. Their short existence does not mean, as so many have said, that the early working class movements had failed, nor that independent political action by the workers must end in defeat. True, the workingmen's parties disappeared, but not until they had made a great contribution to the advances of American democracy. On December 2, 1830, barely a year and a half after the first party had been formed, the Working Man's Advocate proudly wrote, "Many of the reforms called for by the working men are now acknowledged to be just and reasonable, and even advocated by several of the presses which have hitherto supported the party in power." Thus, the Advocate was summing up one of the most important results of the rise of workingmen's. Article 3 of the Constitution of the Working Men's Republican Association of Philadelphia read, "The regular monthly contributions shall be half a dime, the payment of which shall be optional with the members." Mechanics' Free Press. April 3, 1830. 14.c. Labor Movement in the United States. Parties. These organizations carried on pioneer activity in behalf of democratic progress in America. It is true that these reforms were carried out only after the death of the of imprisonment for debt, the enactment of the mechanics' lien laws, and the abolition of the compulsory militia system came about largely through the efforts of wage earners. 52 Similarly, labor deserves considerable credit for the movement for a more equitable tax system and the adoption of more democratic methods of nominating public candidates for office. Our public school system, free from the taint of charity, was introduced primarily because of the impetus given to this demand by labor. The potent push for the movement for tax-supported schools came from the firm demand of an aroused and insistent wage-earning class armed with the ballot. 58 The Pennsylvania public school system, for instance, dates from 1834. To the above achievements must be added the contributions of the workingmen's movement to the national struggle for economic and political democracy led by Andrew Jackson. Since the publication of this volume in 1947, the question of whether labor did or did not support Andrew Jackson has become one of the most disputed issues of early American labor history. For the controversy over this thesis, see W. A. Sullivan. Did labor support Andrew Jackson? Political Science Quarterly, Volume 62, 1947, pages 56 IR 60, Edward Pessin. Did labor support Jackson? The Boston Story. Ibid, Volume 64, 1949. Pages 262-74, R. T. Bauer. Notes on Did Labor Support Jackson? The Boston Story. Ibid, Volume 65, 1950, pages 441-44, Walter Huggins, Jacksonian Democracy and the Working Class, Stanford, 1960. The difficulty of reaching a clear conclusion is illustrated in the case of the Boston Story. Edward Pessin, examining election returns in Boston during the Jacksonian era, concluded that workingmen more generally voted Whig than Democratic and that they either rejected or ignored so-called workingmen's candidates. But Robert T. Bauer, working from the same sources, concluded that Jackson and his political allies did get their support from working-class groups, and so did the workingmen's candidates. The story of the workingmen's parties of the late 20s and early 30s is in reality the first stage, in terms of local issues, in the struggles of Jacksonian democracy. From these parties would now come the forces that would supply the impetus to carry on successfully during the second or national stage of Jacksonian democracy. Labor's estimate of Jackson. Although the early labor parties emerged during the era of Andrew Jackson, there is little evidence that any of them either looked to Jackson for ideological leadership or believed that his first administration was of real significance. A number of demands raised by the labor parties, such as opposition to party caucuses, had been popularized by Old Hickory. Most workers hailed his election in 1828 as their own victory, yet his first administration did not convince them that he was following in Jefferson's footsteps. They gave Jackson credit for his honest republicanism, his opposition to the federal subsidizing of private stock companies, and his proposals for the direct election of a president for a single term. They criticized him for his connections with Tammany, his militaristic views, his partisanship in turning opponents out of office, and his contempt for the rights and just claims of the Indians. 1. It was to Jefferson and not to Jackson that the workingmen turned for inspiration in their political and economic struggles. They were proud that they were of the Jefferson school to the backbone, and that the spirit of Jefferson was manifest in every resolution and address they adopted. When they thought of the approaching presidential election of 1832, they said, "We want, in fact, another Jefferson." As late as the summer of 1830, workingmen in many cities asserted that none of the national political leaders were worthy of consideration as the next. 143. Labor movement in the United States. 144. President, and that they were reserving their judgment. The workingmen of New York stated that they did not consider Jackson or Henry Clay entitled to labor's vote, since either had ever evinced any particular anxiety or interest in the measures of reform that the workingmen are maintaining. 2. Some workers proposed that labor should have its own candidate, and a movement was started to call a national convention of the workingmen all over the United States. Considerable sentiment developed in favor of Colonel Richard M. Johnson of Kentucky, who was hailed for his opposition to imprisonment for debt, his advocacy of a national system of education, and his congressional fight against stopping Sunday transportation of the mails. The New York Journeyman Bookbinders Association came out for Johnson, calling him the fearless and uncompromising champion of religious freedom. "He is our man for president," editorialized the Working Man's Advocate, "and we recommend him to our fellow working men as the most suitable candidate." Date for office: 8. The Bank War. But after July 10, 1832, American workers wanted only one man for president — Old Hickory. For on that day Jackson had vetoed the bill to wreck-harder the Bank of the United States. It is to be regretted that the rich and powerful too often bend the acts of government to their selfish purposes. The message of veto said, "In the full enjoyment of the gifts of heaven and the fruits of superior industry, economy, and virtue, every man is entitled to protection by law. But when the laws undertake to add to these natural and just advantages, artificial distinctions, to make the rich richer and the potent more powerful, the humble members of society, the farmers, mechanics, and laborers, who have neither the time nor the means of securing like favors to themselves, have a right to complain of the injustice of their government." Thus spoke the Andrew Jackson who had led a coalition of small farmers and organized workingmen in the presidential campaign of 1828. That the philosophy expounded in this message should appeal to these workingmen is not surprising, for in their own independent political gatherings, they had already formulated most of these views. Jackson's one student of the election of 1828 points out that the working population of the East united with the farmer of the West in the election of Jackson in 1828. Herman Haleprint. Pro-Jackson Sentiment in Pennsylvania, 1820–1828. Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, Volume 50, 1926, page 237. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy. 145. Message struck the dominant note of working-class thought during the 30s, the philosophy of equal rights. A social philosophy, Marquis James correctly emphasizes in his biography of Jackson, calculated to achieve a better way of life for the common man. 6. As expounded most lucidly by William Leggett, the progressive editor of the New York Evening Post, and referred to in working-class circles as the Oracle of Equal Rights. This doctrine demanded that the property of the rich be placed on the same footing with the labors of the poor, opposed governmental policies which imposed taxes to burden the poor and let the rich go free, and condemned the granting of special privileges to chartered corporations which in turn strengthened the power of monopoly, a power used by the rich to the injury of the poor. 6. The proper tie-in of the government, according to the equal rights doctrine, had been stated by Jackson in his message, to confine itself to equal protection, and, as heaven does its rains, shower its favors alike on the high and low, the rich and the poor. In vetoing the bill to wreck-harder the bank, Jackson had struck at the king monopoly. To be sure, Nicholas Biddle, the reactionary president of the bank, viewed Jackson's message as a manifesto of anarchy. But the common people, whom Biddle called the merest rabble, regarded it both as a beacon of hope and a call to arms. To them the bank was a symbol of economic exploitation and political reaction. Operating under an exclusive charter from the government, it had rapidly become the greatest of all monopolies and was already threatening to become more powerful than the government itself. American democracy, many workers and small farmers feared, was endangered by an institution which concentrated so much power in the hands of so few persons irresponsible to the electorate, and which used its funds the people's money, for it was a federal depository to corrupt legislators and to bribe the press. They still remembered the sentiments voiced by Jefferson in 1803 when he pronounced the Bank of the United States to be an institution of the most deadly hostility existing against the principles and form of our Constitution. 7 events had demonstrated to the workingmen that though the body of federalism was dead, its spirit lived in the men who ran the bank. They had the same federalist contempt for democracy and the welfare of the people. As a meeting of several thousand workingmen in New York put it during the bank controversy, "We want little more to convince us that the cause of the bank is aristocratic and unjust than the simple fact that we find the same men arrayed in its favor who have always been opposed to our interests, who endeavored to deprive us of our rights of suffrage, who opposed the labor movement in the United States." 146. Last war, 1812, and almost every other democratic measure that has ever been brought forward in our state or general government. 8. As early as May 15, 1830, the working man's advocate called upon the labor press to oppose the rechartering of the Bank of the United States. "We hope and confidently expect," it said, "that all papers advocating the cause of the working men will promptly and with spirit unite their exertions against this oppressive monopoly." Most of the newly arisen labor papers responded to this call so that by the time Jackson's veto was submitted to Congress, the workingmen were ready to support him. They rallied behind him in the presidential campaign, the main issue of which, according to the workers, was whether the bank or the people shall rule the country. 9. Their support was needed, for Jack_KS11's veto had split the Democratic Party, and many conservative Democrats fought with the former Federalists to form the Whig Party whose candidate, and the bank's, was Henry Clay. Workers were warned not to vote for Jackson. A New England factory owner told his workmen, "Elect General Jackson and the grass will grow in your streets, owls will build nests in the mills, and foxes burrow in your highways." 10. The people replied by re-electing Jackson by an even greater majority than they had given him in 1828. But Biddle was not one to submit to the triumph of a democratic principle. "Who doubts," asked the Boston Courier, a pro-bank newspaper, "that if all who are unable to write and read had been excluded from the polls, Andrew Jackson could not have been elected? Those who turned the scale in his favor were brutally ignorant." 11. Shortly after the election, Biddle set about to engineer the passage of a new Recharter bill. Enough money was on hand to buy the votes necessary to override a second veto. To meet this threat, Jackson decided to remove the government deposits from the bank. His order provided that no further government funds were to be deposited and that the withdrawals were to take place in the natural order of government business, which meant that the funds would not be exhausted for 2 years. A mass meeting of New York workingmen stated that the President is entitled to, and has, our entire approbation and our greatest gratitude. 12. At the convention of the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics and Workingmen, delegates spoke out in favor of the course Jackson had taken. Said Samuel C. Allen, leader of the workingmen's movement in New England, "I am encouraged in my hopes of an economical reform by the course which the President has taken in regard to the United States Bank. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy." 147. What government in these days has been able to stand against the power of associated wealth? It is the real dynasty of modern states, let the forms of their government be what they may. If the great influence in politic, trepidity and personal firmness of the President shall save the government and the country from its grasp, he will be the restorer of freedom to the people. 13. Biddle's response to Jackson's action proved that the bank was a menace to American democracy. Just as the Federalists had tried to turn the workers against Jefferson by blaming him for the distress which followed the embargo, so Biddle now sought to turn the country against Jackson by manipulating a financial crisis. Biddle reduced discounts, called in balances against state banks, raised exchange rates, and used other financial tricks to blackmail the American people into another charter. While Biddle was weeping publicly because of that angry ignoramus, in the White House, he wrote to the head of the Boston Bank, "Nothing but the evidence of suffering abroad will produce any effect. A steady course of firm restriction will lead to the recharter of the bank." 14. Biddle's hoped for evidence of suffering was not long in coming. A wave of failures swept Philadelphia, New York, and Washington. By May 1834, the financial distress of the country was acute as business house after business house failed. A few businessmen put the blame where it belonged and agreed with the Banker's Magazine that the pressure was wholly owing to the unprincipled action of Mr. Biddle. 15. Most of them, however, agreed with Samuel Slater, a New England factory owner, that the crisis was the result of the hostile stand that a few prigs of the government had taken against that respectable institution, the Bank of the United States. 16. They held mass meetings protesting the removal of federal deposits, and sent delegations to Washington demanding the end of anti-bank policies. They did their best to turn the workers against Jackson. At first, they relied on pathos and personal abuse. Our mechanics are discharged by hundreds for want of employment, and our streets are filled with public beggars who would willingly if they could earn their daily pittance. And all of this was happening because Andrew Jackson, laboring under the infirmities of age, the decay of his mental faculties, and the constant gratifications of unrestrained and uncontrollable passions, has perpetrated a most unconstitutional and tyrannical act. 17. In desperation, many pro-bank employers resorted to economic intimidation, slashed wages, and even discharged workers who refused to sign petitions demanding an end of the president's anti-bank policy. The New York Courier and Inquirer, the recipient of a $2,975 loan from the 148 labor movement in the United States Bank, publicly boasted that it had dismissed printers who did not agree that Jackson was responsible for the hard times. Asterisk. We wish it to be distinctly understood, it said, that whenever we are called upon to reduce the number of persons in our employ, that reduction will always fall upon those who differ with us in opinion on great national questions. If there must be suffering, let it be, as far as practicable, among those who uphold the measures which produce it, and we hope employers generally will act upon this principle. 18. These actions of the pro-bank employers steeled the workers. It strengthened their conviction that Biddle's display of power was a danger to the country. With a banking system, the evident tendency of which is to make large numbers of men dependent upon a few employers, declared a mass meeting of New York workingmen, and with heirs acting upon the Courier's principles, where would be the liberties of this now boasted republic in a few short years. 19. The trade union movement of the early 1830s took a leading part in the battle against the bank. In New York City, where the movement was strongest, the labor organizations rallied their members behind the president. The cordwainers, printers, stone cutters, cabinet makers, upholsterers, and other trade societies held special meetings at which they affirmed their support of Jackson and their opposition to banks and all monopolies. Furthermore, they publicly condemned employers who discharged workers for refusing to sign petitions denouncing the president. In Philadelphia, the unions took the same steps to endorse Jackson. The Journeyman Hatters Society in that city showed its admiration for the president by presenting him with a fur hat. They had suffered grave persecution from their employers, these workers declared in presenting their gift, but, true to the principles of 76, they intended to fight until the bank monster was slain. 20. Extremely important in the anti-bank struggle was the Penny Labor Weekly, The Man, edited by George Henry Evans. The man called Jackson the deliverer of his country and the immortal champion of political justice and equal rights. It nicknamed Biddle, autocrat Nicholas I, and charged that he was seeking by means of Her Majesty. An announcement in the Newark Daily Advertiser of November 6, 1834, informed the public that the Newark Saddle and Harness Manufacturing Company had been started by a few workers who, owing to an assertion of political rights in support of Jackson's policies, during a late contested election, were promptly discharged from employment. Can we give way under a little temporary privation? Asked a workingmen's mass meeting held in New York to support Jackson. When we recollect what heroes of the Revolution suffered before dire objects were achieved. Perish, thought. The Man, April 4, 1834. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy. The Bank, to impose a monarch upon the American people. In issue after issue, the Man insisted that the Bankites were admirers of English institutions, and desired to duplicate in America a hereditary monarchy, a hereditary, reactionary House of Lords, a House of Commons elected on the basis of a sharply restricted property suffrage, a combination of church and state, a stratified class society, an educational system confined to the children of the rich, and a system of heavy taxation upon newspapers so that only the rich could afford to buy them. 21. When a congressional investigating committee disclosed that many stockholders of the bank were English noblemen, the Man published their names. All told, more than $9 million worth of bank stock was held by foreigners in their own names, not counting that held by foreign princes and dukes in the names of their American agents. Yields not this fact enough to alarm the American people? It inquired. A bank in the heart of the Republic with its branches scattered over the Union, wielding 200 millions of capital, owning an immense amount of real property, holding at its command 100,000 debtors, buying up our newspapers, entering the field of politics, attempting to make presidents and vice presidents for the country, and that bank owned, to such an extent by the nobility of Europe. 22. Although it attacked the English aristocracy and denounced the bank for the extent of its foreign control, the Man, like the entire labor movement, was not narrowly nationalistic. It carried accounts of all movements in England and other countries which were in the interest of the working class. The Chartist movement in England, the activity of trade unions in France and Germany, the shorter hours movement in Europe, the plight of the poor in Russia, Denmark, Austria, and Brazil were all fully reported in the Man. Editorials pointed out that the struggles of workers in America and those in Europe and Latin America were identical. To lend weight to this contention, the Man published a letter from an English trade unionist which discussed the American struggle over the bank. The Radical Party in England are looking forward with sanguine anticipations of Jackson's success, and thousands of hearty wishes are duly breathed for his prosperity. We look upon the affair in this country as one big with the fate of Europe. Upon the issue of this contest depends the existence of the cursed banks in England. 23. Labor's role in New York. The most important activity of the trade unions and the labor press in the battle against the bank was the organizing of political support for Jackson. The Whig Party made special efforts to win over the laboring 150. Labor movement in the United States. Me 11, knowing that if it could carry local and congressional elections it could force Jackson to abandon his campaign against the bank. In New York City, where the split in the Democratic Party was sharpest, the Whigs were confident that they would win. On February 8, 1834, the Whig Party called upon the workers of New York to meet in City Hall Park to protest the removal of the deposits. Among those who cooperated in organizing this meeting were the former leaders of the Cook-Guyan faction which had split the Working Men's Party. The workers attended the meeting not to hiss but to cheer Jackson. They refused to recognize the sponsors as officers of the meeting and elected their own presiding officers. They then proceeded to adopt a set of resolutions expressing approval of the measures taken against the bank. When the original sponsors tried to regain control of the meeting, the platform was demolished. The pieces were carried away by the workers, who paraded away shouting, "Hurrah for Jackson I!" 2. Following this incident, the workers began to play a more active part within the Democratic Party. Trade union leaders served on ward committees and spoke at Tammany meetings. In the mayoralty election of 1834, the first popular election for mayor in New York City, the trade unionists supported Lawrence, the Democratic candidate who was opposed by Verplanck, the pro-bank Whig candidate. The president, the workers appealed, had done his part. Will you be found wanting to? Yourselves and your children? If you answer no, then your vote must be for Lawrence Jackson and the Constitution. 25. This election had nationwide significance. A victory for the Whigs would be a serious setback for the president. Jackson himself was supremely confident. You know, he told a worried party leader, I never despair. I have confidence in the people. 26. The confidence was not misplaced. Labor in New York stood fast. Workers marched to the polls singing, Meckles cardmen, laborers must form a close connection, and show the rich aristocrats their powers at this election. Yankee Doodle, smoke 'em out the proud, the banking faction none but such as Hartford feds. Oppose the poor and slash accent. 21. Lawrence carried the day. On April 12, 1834, the Working Man's Advocate broke the news of the glorious triumph, with the headline, The Bank Defeated slash Labor and Jacksonian Democracy. 151. Although the workers of New York had helped to elect a Tammany candidate, they did not continue to support Tammany uncritically. They knew that many leaders in Tammany opposed the Bank of the United States because it was a rival of the state banks in which they held large shares of stock and wanted the state banks to control the economic and political life of the nation. But to the workingmen, as advocates of the hard money policy and as opponents of the control of all banks over the currency, the difference between a national and state bank was only in words. Indeed, they feared that speculative mania introduced by state banks would frustrate their entire campaign to reduce the proportion of paper money in circulation and to arrange the nation's economy to the advantage of the laboring classes rather than the speculators and financiers. The victory over the Bank of the United States would be of slight value if it were replaced by local banking monopolists. In order to combat the influence of the conservatives in the Democratic Party, the workers formed the Democratic Working Men's General Committee in May 1834. Among the active members were some of the former leaders of the Working Men's Party: George Henry Evans, Ebenezer Ford, Levi D. Slam, John Comerford, Alexander Ming, Jr., Robert Townsend, Jr., and Ely Moore. The leaders of Tammany viewed the new committee with hostility, and charged it with conspiring to split the Democratic Party. The committee answered that its only concern was the nomination of genuine opponents of special privilege for state and national offices. It warned Tammany that it would not support any candidate for national or state office who would not make known his opposition to all monopolies and all charters of incorporation granting exclusive privileges. 28. Tammany was forced to accept these conditions because it needed the votes. It agreed to the General Committee's demands that all Democratic candidates for the fall 1834 election oppose banks and other monopolies, favor the prohibition of further issuance of banknotes of small denominations, and take a firm stand against all movements to restore imprisonment for debt. Tammany also nominated several workingmen for the state legislature, and Ely Moore, president of the New York General Trades Union, was named Democratic candidate for Congress. All the workingmen on the ticket were elected, re-oming the first representative of organized labor in Congress. His maiden speech was an answer to Representative Waddy Thompson of South Carolina, who had threatened the businessmen of the North with an insurrection of the hungry unemployed who would rob by lawless insurrection, or by the equally terrible process of the ballot box. Moore replied that the terms agrarians, levelers, and anarchists had been used throughout. 152. Labor movement in the United States. History by aristocrats and despots who sought an excuse for plundering and oppressing the people. History proved, he argued, that the real danger to social stability, the cause of decay and disintegration of nations, had always been the concentration of wealth and political power in the hands of a small aristocracy. History, sir, will bear me out in the declaration that the aristocracy of whatever age or country have at all times, invariably and eternally robbed the people, sacrificed their rights, and warred against liberty, virtue, and humanity. The exponents of equal rights, he went on, were defending the best interests of the country in favoring a government founded on persons and not on property, on equal rights and not on exclusive privileges. They were the party whose interest and welfare are identified with the preservation of the Union and with the stability and integrity of the government. The laboring classes had no intention of denying themselves or anyone else the right to accumulate property through industry and frugality. What they opposed was the granting of special privileges to a few individuals which enabled them to monopolize property and capital. Where there is one instance where the rights of property have been violated by the people, or popular institutions, there are 5,000 instances where the people have been plundered by the heartless cupidity of the privileged few. Sir, there is much greater danger that capital will unjustly appropriate to itself the avails of labor, than that labor will unlawfully seize on capital. Moore turned next to the defense of trade unionism. The organizations of workingmen were intended as a counterpoise against capital, whenever it shall attempt to exert an unlawful or undue influence. As agencies of self-defense and of self-preservation, they could not be conspiracies, and hence were legal. Both the laws of God and man justify resistance to the robber, and the homicide, even unto death. They are considered necessary guards against the encroachments of mercenary ambition and tyranny, and the friends of exclusive privileges, therefore, may with propriety dread their power and their influence. The union of the working men is not only a shield of defense against hostile combinations, but also a weapon of attack that will be successfully wielded against the oppressive measures of a corrupt and despotic aristocracy. 29. Moore's speech was published by the National Laborer of Philadelphia and distributed all over the nation. In several cities, moreover, workers held banquets in honor of Ely Moore and resolved to renew political labor and Jacksonian democracy activities in their communities so that soon there would be other labor representatives in Congress and the state legislatures. Rise of the Locofocos. Meanwhile, a split was rapidly developing in New York between the state bank Democrats and the anti-monopoly workingmen. To the workers, the accelerated growth of the state banks was but exchanging a king bank for a lawless aristocracy of banks. The inflationary effects of the state banknotes were drastically reducing real wages. Not a few workers were determined to put an end to the whole system of banking, to disband entirely this standing army of non-producers called bankers. Another factor for the cleavage in Tammany was the autocratic manner in which the organization was run. To the workers who advocated greater participation by the people in nominations and elections, this situation became intolerable. Accordingly, in the summer 1835, they secretly formed the Equal Rights Democracy within Tammany for the purpose of restoring the Democratic Party to its original purity. This group came out openly in the fall and was endorsed by William Leggett of the New York Evening Post. 81 In the fall of 1835, Tammany split the Democratic Party by nominating candidates sympathetic to the banks. Included among them was Charles Henry Hall, who had repudiated his pre-election pledge by voting in the Assembly to extend bank charters. Working-class candidates / are eliminated from the ticket. Although ratification of candidates by a mass meeting at Tammany Hall was usually a formality, the Equal Rights Group was determined to secure the rejection of the pro-bank nominees. They organized for the ratification meeting of October 29. As the meeting opened, a bank president nominated a prominent bank director as chairman. The working men refused to accept the nomination, took the chair from the bank director and seated instead a trade union leader. Outnumbered and defeated, the Tammany supporters left the room. Hoping to stop the meeting, they turned off the gas, but the workers. Although he was hailed for this speech, Moore was sharply criticized by the labor movement for his stand on prison labor. He had been appointed to a commission to investigate this serious threat to the living standards of workingmen, and signed the report practically upholding the system of convict labor. This action was denounced by workers as a barefaced piece of treachery, and the Democratic Working Men's General Committee on March 5, 1835, officially resolved that the conduct of Ely Moore in signing that report has convinced us that he either wants political honesty or moral courage sufficient to advocate those great principles, the profession of which led to his political advancement. See New York Evening Post, April 25, 1835, The Man, February 21, March 2, 7, 11, 14, 20, 1835. 154. Labor movement in the United States. Produced Locofoco matches to light candles and went on to nominate a list of anti-monopoly candidates. Because of the way in which the meeting had been illuminated, Whig and Tammany papers dubbed the ticket the Locofoco ticket. The workers assumed the name themselves, taking great pride in it as the symbol of the people's revolt against monopoly. In the elections, Tammany defeated the Whigs by a narrow majority, whittled down by the more than 3,500 votes cast for the Locofoco candidates. Tammany control in the spring of 1836 was prevented by the Locofoco votes. Discussing the election results, a general meeting of the Equal Rights Workingmen resolved that although it is the same to a monopoly oppressed people, whether the bank Whigs or bank Democrats are in power, yet we rejoice over the defeat of the Tammany party because it will have a tendency to break up the evil combination existing between the office holders and the aristocracy of the democracy. 82. Events were calling more and more for independent political action, but for several months the anti-monopolists tried to regain possession of Tammany Hall, instead of forming a new party. Then Mayor Lawrence, who owed his office to working-class support, called out the militia during a stevedores' strike. Right after this setback came one of the shocking and alarming court decisions in American labor history. Although the employers depended upon scabs, blacklists, lockouts, local police and state militia to fight the unions, their chief reliance was still the judiciary. Thus the Cordwainers had been tried on conspiracy charges in Pennsylvania in 1821 and 1829, and in New York in 1835, the Taylors of Buffalo in 1824, in Philadelphia in 1827, and in New York in 1836, the Hatters in New York in 1823, the Spinners of Philadelphia in 1829, and the Carpet Weavers of Connecticut in 1834. J. The trial of the 24 militant journeyman tailors in Philadelphia in 1827 is important because the verdict stressed the injury to trade aspect of conspiracy rather than the so-called criminal phase. Labor convictions were to bear this character more and more. In the 1835 trial of the Geneva shoemakers, for instance, unionism was defended on the ground that without it workers were powerless. You forbid these men that union which alone can enable them to resist the oppressions of avarice. You deprive them of the means and opportunity of learning the rights and duties which they are to exercise as citizens. 33. The jury was not impressed. Within 20 minutes after the hearings were concluded, it found the men guilty, and the verdict was upheld when an appeal was carried to the New York State Supreme Court. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy. 155. Chief Justice Savage, who delivered the decision, maintained that organized workers forced wages up too high. Employers, therefore, could not afford to continue competition. Thus the shoe workers had obstructed the business of boot and shoemaking and were guilty of a statutory offense because such practice was injurious to trade and commerce. 34. 25 members of the Union's Society of Journeymen Tailors were brought to trial in New York in 1836 on charges of conspiracy to injure trade, riot, assault, battery. They were found guilty and fined a total of $1,150. Henry Faulkner, president of the society, was fined $150, and the others so or $100 each. While the defendants were paying their fines, a worker in the courtroom stepped up and handed over his wages to the fund. Later, unions in other cities sent contributions to the tailors. Judge Edwards, in passing sentence on the workers, ruled that the trades of this country are rapidly passing from the supreme power of the state into the hands of private societies. He continued, in this favored land of law and liberty, the road to advancement is open to all. Every American knows that, or ought to know, that he has no better friend than the laws and that he needs no artificial combination for his protection. They are of foreign origin, and I am led to believe mainly upheld by foreigners. 311. A storm of protest greeted this verdict and dictum of Judge Edwards. Answering his charges, the New York Evening Post proved that 11 of the indicted members were native-born citizens, and of the other 9, 5 were naturalized citizens. At any rate, even if the Union is so popular among our workingmen from other climes, we have reason to believe it is countenanced and supported by the great majority of our native-born. It estimated that 2/3 of the workingmen of New York belonged to labor organizations, refuting the charge that it is a few foreigners or only foreigners that comprise our trades unions. 36. A complete answer was offered by the Philadelphia National Laborer. It is of little consequence in what country, or by what men trades unions originated, as it is sufficient to know that oppression has forced them into existence. 37 Progressive America lashed out at the doctrine that trade unions were conspiracies and that to organize for a living wage was injurious to trade and commerce. If this is not slavery, wrote William Cullen Bryant, editor of the New York Evening Post and a leading American poet, we have forgotten its definition. Strike the right of associating for the sale of labor from the privileges of a freeman, and you may as well bind him to a master or ascribe him to the soil. 38 Even more vigorous in his denunciation was John Greenleaf Whittier, the militant liberal poet. 156. Labor movement in the United States. So then it has come to this, that in a land of equal rights a laborer cannot fix the amount of his wages in connection with his fellow laborer, without being charged as a criminal before our courts of law. The merchants may agree upon their prices, the lawyers upon their fees, the physicians upon their charges, the manufacturers upon the wages given to their operatives, but the laborer shall not consult his interest and fix the prices of his toil and skill. If this be the law, it is unjust, oppressive, and wicked. It ought not to disgrace the statute book of a republican state. The whole doctrine is borrowed from the feudal aristocracy of Europe. If carried into practice generally, as it has been in New York, the condition of the free and happy laborers of our country will be little better than that of the Hungarian miner, or the Polish serf. 39. The verdict roused workers all over the country, for labor papers were founded within 2 weeks to fight the decision, for degree and proposals streamed into the Union, organ of the New York General Trades Union, proposing that a state convention of working men be held to elect a legislature pledged to remove Savage and Edwards from office. The Union not only endorsed these proposals but suggested cutting loose from both political parties and running a truly working man's ticket. 41 anonymous handbills portraying coffins were spread throughout the city, calling for a mass demonstration at the time when Judge Edwards was to pronounce sentence. They read in part: The rich against the poor. Judge Edwards, the tool of the aristocracy, against the peaplef mechanics and working men. A deadly blow has been struck at your liberty. The prize for which your fathers fought has been robbed from you. The freemen of the North are now on a level with the slave of the South. With no other privilege than laboring, that drones may fatten on your lifeblood. 20 of your brethren have been found guilty for presuming to resist a reduction of their wages. And Judge Edwards has charged an American jury, and agreeably to that charge, they have established the precedent that working men have no right to regulate the price of labor, or, in other words, the rich are the only judges of the wants of the poor man. On Monday, June 6, 1836, at 10 o'clock, these freemen are to receive their sentence, to gratify the hellish appetites of the aristocrats. 42. Summoned by the coffin handbill, crowds assembled in the City Hall Park on the stated day, but dispersed without taking any action. However, a week later, over 27,000 people gathered at a great mass meeting in the park. The Union called it the greatest meeting of labor and Jacksonian democracy 157 working men ever held in the United States. 43. The meeting adopted a fighting program, denounced the decision as a concerted plan of the aristocracy to take from them that liberty which was bequeathed to them as a sacred inheritance by their revolutionary sires. These courts and the aristocracy were trying to degrade workers into mere tools to build up princely fortunes for men who grasp at all and produce nothing. We have before us an example worthy of imitation, that holy combination of that immortal band of mechanics, who despite the injury inflicted upon trade and commerce, conspired, confederated and agreed, and by overt acts did throw into Boston Harbor the tea that had branded upon it taxation without representation. Taxation without representation, said a resolution, was once again the issue. The common people were taxed, but had no representation as long as judicial and legislative posts were held by men who had no sympathy for the working class. It was time then for cutting loose from both political parties and running a truly workingman's ticket. Not content with expressing the need for political action, the meeting issued a call for a state convention to be held at Utica, September 15, 1836, and elected a committee of correspondence to prepare for the convention. Many of the committee members were leaders of the New York General Trades Union and the Locofoco movement. 44. Even before the meeting convened, news arrived that 8 journeyman shoemakers at Hudson, New York, had been acquitted in a conspiracy trial. A few days later came the news that a jury in Philadelphia had voted not guilty in a conspiracy trial. These swift results of the labor protests only served to strengthen labor's determination to wipe out the conspiracy doctrines once and for all. 45. Within a few weeks, meetings of farmers and working men were held in Poughkeepsie, Troy, Albany, and Hudson, to protest the decision of Judge Edwards and to elect delegates to the convention. On September 15, 1836, this historic convention of mechanics, farmers, and working men opened in Utica. 93 delegates were seated. One of the most important actions of the convention was its Declaration of Independence, which declared the independence of the workers and farmers from the old parties. It expressed opposition to banknotes and paper money, to the arbitrary power of the courts. It demanded legislation to guarantee labor the right to organize to increase wages, to make certain that the courts would no longer be as aristocratic, arbitrary, and oppressive as they were in the dark ages of feudalism. The convention called for the election of judges for a term of 3 years only. In keeping with its declaration, the convention voted to form a political party, separate and distinct from all existing parties or factions in the state. It chose the name Equal Rights Party and nominated for governor. Labor movement in the United States. 158. And for lieutenant governor, Isaac S. Smith of Buffalo, who had been a candidate for office on the workingmen's ticket of the Owen faction in 1830 and 1832, and Moses Jacques, a New York trade union leader, respectively. It pledged to support for other offices only those candidates who would sign a pledge to oppose all monopolies. 6. The Union hailed the Utica Convention, calling the declaration the Second Declaration of Our Independence, and described the coming election as the first conflict of our Second Revolution. The Revolution of 1776, it said, was against the monarch and aristocracy of England. This of 1836 is against charters and monopolies. 41. Soon news arrived that equal rights tickets had been nominated in 20 counties and that 6 or 7 newspapers were supporting the movement. One of these papers, the Albany Microscope, warned against the tricks of politicians, using the history of the first labor parties as a lesson. Remember the regretted fate of the workingmen. They were soon destroyed by hitching teams and rolling with parties. They admitted into their ranks broken down lawyers and politicians, who had long since ceased to possess the confidence of anybody. They place upon their tickets men whose very names brought the case of political perdition and death upon them, prematurely. Their principles were originally of a similar nature with those which constitute the present equality, but they became perverted, and were unconsciously drawn into a vortex, from which they never escaped. 48. In the election of 1836, the regular Democrats nominated Martin Van Buren and Colonel Richard M. Johnson for president and vice president, placing no faith in the consistency or the ability or the democratic faith of the other candidates. 49. The Equal Rights Party sought to obtain from the Democratic candidates an endorsement of their principles and a pledge to maintain a consistent stand against paper money and monopolies. From Johnson they received a thoroughgoing acceptance and a pledge to carry out their principles, but Van Buren refused to take a stand on the anti-monopoly issue. The Equal Rights Movement therefore refused to endorse Van Buren, even though it knew he was Jackson's choice. It dismissed all presidential candidates as for second-rate men, whose election could not aid the working men. 60. In the congressional and state legislative elections, held that same year, the Equal Rights Party held the balance of power between the Whigs and the Democrats. 3 of the 4 candidates for Congress endorsed by the Equal Rights Party were elected. They admitted after the election that the party of the workingmen had been responsible for their victory. The Equal Rights Party helped also to elect a state senator and 2 labor and Jacksonian democracy. 159 assemblymen. But the outstanding result of the election was that the equal rights votes had prevented Tammany control of the congressional and legislative delegations. Tammany received a drubbing in the mayoralty and aldermanic contests the following spring when their candidates received about 12% of the total vote. Rebuked by the Democrats for causing the Whig victory, the working men replied that they had nominated separate candidates because they could see no great difference in principles between National Bank Whigs and State Bank Democrats. 51. By withdrawing support from the regular Democratic ticket, the New York workingmen had done more than ensure the election of the Whigs. They had taught both political parties that labor could not be dismissed in political affairs. The conservatives and the machine politicians could nominate their candidates, but without the votes of the working men they could not elect them. Locofoquism spreads. The lesson was learned in other states too. In 1834 to 1835 a split occurred in the Pennsylvania Democratic Party similar to the one that had taken place in New York. The progressive wing of the party, led by the Philadelphia labor movement, supported a separate ticket in the state election of 1835. Henry A. Muhlenberg, staunch opponent of the banking monopolists, was nominated for governor, and William English and Thomas Hogan, Philadelphia trade union leaders, were nominated for the state Senate and Assembly. The Whig ticket won the election, but the workingmen succeeded in teaching the Democratic politicians that their views could not be ignored. 52. In Massachusetts, the left wing of the Democratic Party was led by workingmen's leaders such as Seth Luther, Dr. Charles Douglas, Theophilus Fiske, and Orestes Brownson, and liberal politicians and intellectuals like Frederick Robinson, George Bancroft, and Robert Rantoul, Jr. By 1836 the radical wing, with the support of the national administration, had taken over the control of the Democratic Party in the Bay State. 53. The equal rights political movement, or locofocoism, as it was commonly called, attained its greatest influence in New York. One reason was that in several cities outside of New York the trade unions were prohibited by the constitutions from engaging in party politics. Yet even in most of these communities, events forced the workingmen to take a firm and independent political stand, as decisions such as the one in the New York journeyman tailor's case prompted these central labor bodies to petition their state legislatures asking for redress. It soon became clear, however, that as long as labor had no independent voice in political contests, such petitions would be ignored. In an appeal. 100. Labor movement in the United States. To workers in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Ohio, the national laborer urged, "Up then, workingmen, away with party attachments, and prove by your suffrages that your rights shall not be invaded with him." Panidi. 54. The workingmen of Philadelphia were not slow in responding. An important city and state election was coming up in the fall of 1836. In July of that year, Mayor Swift of Philadelphia had infuriated the working class by his action in forcing the arrest and illegal imprisonment of several laborers who were on strike for higher wages. The workingmen of Philadelphia were determined to prevent the re-election of the anti-union mayor. A mass rally, called by the Philadelphia Trades Union in Independence Square late in August, voiced fiery opposition to the re-election of Mayor Swift. A committee headed by William English and John Farrar was empowered to confer with the Democratic Whig and Democratic Van Buren parties to insist upon the nomination of progressive candidates for mayor and for the city council. The committee was also instructed to petition President Jackson to establish e.i.e. 10-hour day in the Philadelphia Navy Yard. 55. A month later, an overflowing audience listened to the committee's report. They had been ignored by the Democratic Whigs, but the Van Buren Democrats had responded favorably and had pledged that they would not place in nomination for council any persons who would, in any event, vote for F. Swift for mayor, that they deprecate the unconstitutional and oppressive conduct of Mayor Swift in exacting excessive bail and his illegal imprisonment of the poor laborers who were merely claiming their undoubted rights. In addition, they agreed to nominate William Edwards, a member of the Philadelphia Trades Union, as a candidate for the state assembly. The committee reported that the president had ordered the 10-hour day in the Navy Yard. The meeting wrote its approval of the committee's report, and in a special resolution praised the president for the prompt manner in which he has granted the demand of the workingmen of Philadelphia in establishment of the 10-hour system in our Navy Yard. Resolved, that the enemies of the 10-hour system, trades unions, etc., be confounded with their audacity, when even the government has knocked under. 56. In the following election, a council friendly to labor and hostile to Mayor Swift was swept into office, and William Edwards was sent to the state legislature to represent the working class of Philadelphia. 57. The equal rights movement also played an important part in Dorr's Rebellion, a movement which arose in the early 184s for a more liberal constitution in Rhode Island, and for the elimination of high property qualifications for suffrage. Seth Luther, prominent New N. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy land labor organizer, was one of the leaders of this popular optimism. Many workingmen marched in the great suffrage parades, carrying banners on which were inscribed the slogans, "No taxation without representation, suffrage, the inalienable right of man, liberty or revolution." At the same time in New York, workingmen resolved that we consider the cause of Dorr and free suffrage to be peculiarly the cause of workingmen without regard to party, and that we recommend our fellow workingmen throughout the country to express their opinions freely on this subject. 58. Although Dorr's rebellion was put down, it had done its work. Because of it, the Constitution, which went into effect in May 1843, was liberal. 59. When T.C. J. L. Tiv B. _IL___ in Land, Canals, Turnpikes, and Railroads, Inc., ILOth Panic of 1837, the Locofoco movement developed rapidly, assuming T significance in all commercial and industrial communities. Unemployed mechanics and laborers marched in parades sponsored by local workingmen's political committees demanding bread, meat, rent, fuel. Their prices must come down. The voice of the people shall be heard and will prevail. When a mass meeting of New York workers, called by the Equal Rights Party, was broken up by the police, it was resolved that we, the Equal Rights Party, free citizens of the Republic, will hold another public meeting of the people in the park on the 1st of April in order to ascertain whether or not this community is under civil or martial law. 60. The suffering and distress of the working classes increased in May 1837, when the banks in the country suspended specie payment, refusing any longer to redeem their paper banknotes and hard money. Everywhere the workers rallied in mass meetings, demanding that the banks resume specie payments and calling upon the national government to end the power of financial institutions over the nation's economy. 20,000 persons attended a meeting in Philadelphia, called together by John Farrar, Thomas Hogan, and other trade union leaders. Henry D. Gilpin, a Philadelphia lawyer active in the Jacksonian movement, attended the meeting and observed that he had never seen the working classes more deeply agitated and roused. This afternoon, he wrote to President Van Buren on May 15, 1837, "The largest public meeting I ever saw assembled in Independence Square." Prices shot up enormously during the crash. Flour had sold at $5.62 a barrel in March 1835. It was selling at $7.75 in March 1836, and $12 in March 1837. Pork, which had sold at $10 in March 1835, rose to $16.25 in March 1836 and $18.25 in March 1837. The wholesale price of coal climbed from $6 a ton on Janu. 1835 to $1.50 in January 1837. See Congressional Globe, 26th Congress, 1st Session, Appendix, page 528, A. H. Coal, Wholesale Commodity Prices in Tile United States, 1780 to 1861, Cambridge, 1938, pages 246 to 49, Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Age of Faxon, New York, 1945, page 218. 162. Labor Movement in the United States. It was called by placards posted through the city yesterday and last night. It was projected and carried on entirely by the working classes, without consultation or cooperation with any of those who usually take the lead in such matters. The officers and speakers were of those classes. It was directed against the banks and especially against the issue of small tickets by the corporation. I could not hear the resolutions distinctly, but they were to the effect that the banks must resume specie payments, that they must forthwith redeem their $5 notes, and that measures must be taken to prevent the export of gold and silver. 61 workingmen's political movements were most active during this turbulent period. They called upon the national government to institute a 10-hour day for government employees, to relieve distress among the unemployed by a public works program. They called for a government banking system to check the tide of speculation fostered by private and state banks. These demands were justified. Inasmuch as the burden of military duty in peace and war is always borne by the laboring classes, the laborer has an additional claim to the protection of the government of the United States. 63. Achievements of the Locofocos. President Martin Van Buren responded magnificently to the demands of the workingmen. In a message to Congress on September 4, 1837, Van Buren _drew opposed _AT_I_usury system independent of the banking interests. A federal deposit were to be placed in the Treasury in Washington or in sub-treasuries in designated cities. The independent Treasury system aimed to remove the public funds from the banks, reduce the amount of specie on which paper could be issued, and the use of banknotes in the payment of the revenue and require payment in legal tender. Although this plan did not meet all the demands of the workingmen, it was the triumph of a principle which the workers had been fighting for since 1829: the separation of government and banking institutions, the limitation of the power and control of the banks, and the adoption of a hard money policy. A meeting of conservative Democrats and Whigs in New York denounced Van Buren for having surrendered to the hideous monster of Locofocoism. The administration, they said, was applying the doctrines promulgated in 1829 by a faction of which Robert Dale Owen, a disciple of Fanny Wright, was leader. But on the other hand, Orestes Brownson, a former leader of the New York Workingmen's Party, wrote to Van Buren, "I wish to thank you in the name of liberty and humanity for the firm stand you have taken during the struggle which has been going on for some time between the democracy, labor and Jacksonian democracy, and the moneyed power of this country. You are now indeed with the people, and sir, the people will sustain you." 63. On March 31, 1840, President Van Buren again endeared himself to the WMC asses and again aroused the fury of conservatives by issuing N.C. Security v. Order establishing the 10-hour day for federal employees on Pub JIC/VRKS without a reduction in pay. Van Buren publicly announced that the 10-hour system was originally devised by the mechanics and laborers themselves, and declared in reply to the Whig charge that he was establishing a dangerous precedent by refusing to reduce wages as working hours were reduced. The labor of an industrious man is in my judgment only adequately rewarded when his wages, together with the assistance of those members of his family, from whom assistance may reasonably be required, will enable him to provide comfortably for himself and them, to educate his children and lay up sufficient for the casualties of life and the wants of advanced age. To accomplish these objects it is necessary that the pay of the laborer should bear a just proportion to the prices and necessaries and comforts of life, and all attempts to depress them below this equitable standard are in my opinion at war as well with the dictates of humanity as with the sound and rational policy. 114 such statements caused reactionaries to froth at the mouth, but in labor circles they aroused rejoicing. Years later, Michael Shiner, a self-educated free Negro who worked in the Washington Navy Yard, wrote, "The working classes of people of the United States, mechanic and laborers, ought to never forget the Hun ex-President Van Buren for the 10-hour system. May the Lord bless Mr. Van Buren for the 10-hour system. His name ought to be recorded in every working man heart." 65. One thing of great significance in American political history emerged during the Jacksonian era. The fact that workingmen refused blindly to follow a political party and used their right to vote to remedy their special grievances forced the politicians to make special efforts and concessions to secure the growing labor vote. In the election of 1840, the Whigs abandoned at least outwardly their appearance of conservatism and presented William Henry Harrison as the poor man's friend, and featured as a campaign slogan, "Tippecanoe and no reduction of wages." 66. And in 1842, Chief Justice Shaw of Massachusetts, a Whig, delivered an opinion in the case of Commonwealth versus Hunt, in which for the first time the right of workingmen to organize and bargain collectively was judicially recognized. This case had grown out of a Boston-wide strike, called in November. 164. Labor movement in the United States. 1839, by the Boston Journeymen's Bootmakers Society to prevent the employment of bootmakers who would not join the society. 7 of the Union leaders had been indicted at that time for unlawfully, perniciously, and deceitfully designing and intending to continue, keep, form, and unite themselves into an unlawful club, society, and combination, and make unlawful bylaws, rules, and orders among themselves and other workmen in the occupation of bootmakers. No charge of violence had been made, nor had the indictment stated that the strike had been called with the malicious intent of destroying the plaintiff's business. But the Constitution of the Boston Journeyman Bootmakers Society had been introduced in court as evidence that the regulations provided therein were agreements which constituted a conspiracy, even though these regulations had never really been fully enforced. Although the Union leaders had been ably defended by Robert Rantoul, Jr., an outstanding New England reformer, the bootmakers had been found guilty by the Municipal Court in October, 1840. 2 years later, the case came on appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court of the state of Massachusetts, where the decision of the lower court was reversed with the ruling by Chief Justice Shaw that associations could be entered into, the object of which is to adopt measures that may have a tendency to impoverish another, that is, to diminish his gains and profits, and yet so far from being criminal and unlawful, the object may be highly meritorious and public-spirited. The legality of such an association will therefore depend upon the means to be used for its accomplishment. If it is carried into effect by fair or honorable and lawful means, it is to say the least innocent; if by falsehood or by force, it may be stamped with the character of conspiracy. 67. In other words, the action of workingmen in seeking to induce all those engaged in the same occupation to become members of a trade union did not in itself constitute a conspiracy, and hence was not illegal. The legality of such action depended on the means used to accomplish this end. The last provision, of course, left enough leeway for reactionary judges, and later decisions cut out some of the heart of Shaw's reasoning. Nevertheless, the highest court in a state had finally recognized the right of workers to organize. Was it an accident that this decision came at this particular period in American history? Professor Walter Nels thinks not. He believes that Chief Justice Shaw was quite aware of labor's strength at the ballot box and was seeking workers' votes for the Whig Party. "I am convinced," he writes, "that Shaw was subconsciously if not consciously influenced by such a thought when he decided Commonwealth versus Hunt." 68. Labor and Jacksonian Democracy. "It seems clear now," writes Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. in his study, The Age of Axon, "that more can be understood about Jacksonian democracy if it is regarded as a problem not of sections but of classes." 69. The account of labor's part in progressive movements that characterized Jacksonian democracy definitely substantiates this conclusion. It is clear that the early workingmen's parties had already laid the groundwork. The militant trade union movement of the 183Os had also made a valuable contribution, and its expansion had added considerably to labor's influence in politics. Some labor historians mechanically separate trade unionism and independent political action, and try to prove, on the one hand, that labor showed little interest in politics during the years they had strong unions, and on the other hand, that the turn to trade unionism was induced by labor's failures in political action. This is not so. At no time during this period were the economic and political activities of the workers separate or in opposition. Rather, they tended throughout to supplement and to complement each other, depending upon the historical needs of the moment. It is true that some of the leaders of the workingmen's movement were not much interested in trade unionism, believed that the evils complained of by the laboring classes, having been produced by legislation, will also have to be cured by legislation, and regarded the ballot box, the modern panacea for all grievances. 70, but events themselves showed the mass of the workers that political and trade union struggles had to be united. In Philadelphia, the Labor Party grew out of the Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations. Political and economic action were combined in the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and Other Workingmen. The original Workingmen's Party in New York grew out of the successful struggle to prevent the lengthening of the working day. The shorter workday made their political activity possible and necessary because workers saw themselves as an indispensable part of the national life in which they had a special interest and a special voice. The rise of the General Trades Union in New York increased the workers' influence in Tammany, as evidenced by the election of the president of the Union to Congress. Tegel piracy convictions of 1835 and 1836 challenging Jab, R's right to organize brought home again the need for kilt, cal G tie as the complement to trade unionism. Throughout this period, a close relationship was established in New York and other cities between the trade union and political movements of labor. That is not to say that political and economic organizations were identical. The more general demands advanced by the early labor parties attracted small shopkeepers, farmers, and intellectuals as well. But the broad base of these parties consisted of organized workers. It was on the initiative of the New York trade unions that the Equal Rights Party was. R66. Labor movement in the United States. Organized. And most important, the unity of trade unionism and political action during this era resulted in legalizing, if even in a limited sense, labor's rights to organize. The workers of the Jacksonian era were not anti-capitalist minded. T_he_y were in TERS, eliminating the evil influence of the banks over American political life. They wanted an end to the system of privileged monopolies. They demanded a stable currency so that their wages would not be subject to fluctuation. No one expressed these views of labor more cogently than did Andrew Jackson when he said, "My feeble voice has hitherto but raised its sound in favor of a metallic currency to cover the labor of our country, and as long as pulsation beats, it will continue to support this system. Without labor prospers, commerce and manufacturers must languish, and the country he distressed. This is a government of the people, for their happiness and prosperity, and not for that of the few, at the expense of the many." 71. Those workers who wanted to do away with Hanks as an institution were utopian indeed. For they could no more abolish banks than they could prevent the introduction of machinery. The thinking workers were anxious to hasten the expansion of trade and industry. They simply wanted to prevent their growth from being stunted by the blind and short-sighted policy of a few powerful financial groups. Essentially, labor believed that a people's government should act on behalf of the people and not for the advantages of the capitalists. As a mass meeting of laborers and mechanics of Rochester, New York, declared in 1844. Resolved, we the laborers and mechanics of this city, do hereby enter our solemn protest and decided disapprobation against all legislation of every kind and form, which has for its objects, or the tendency of which is, to aid capitalists to enrich themselves by wrongfully oppressing the workingmen. Resolved, that we are opposed to the principle that it is the duty of the government to take care of the rich, and the rich will take care of the poor, for it is a self-evident fact, that in wealth there is power. Therefore, if a preponderance, or a preference is made in favor of either class of the community, it should be in favor of that class which needs the protecting arm of special legislation. 72 Dury L G T he ACI F Jackson, the workers impressed this PRI, Sipel upon. The leader S of THG.Irvmerpoundan established the doctrine that fear. Nomic democracy alone would give political democracy meaning. In later years, these principles were to be forgotten by American political leaders, but they remained embedded in the minds and hearts of the working classes, and they were to raise them again and again in their local and national struggles. The crisis of 7 dealt trade unionism a devastating blow. Production almost came to a standstill, and thousands upon thousands of workers were thrown out of employment. As early as January 1838, 50,000 persons were said to be unemployed in New York City alone, and an additional 200,000 were described as living in utter and hopeless distress with no means of surviving the winter but those provided by charity. When everywhere the same story was told, workers were dying of want. In Philadelphia, Baltimore, Lowell, Boston, and other commercial and industrial cities. Everywhere, too, a cry of despair arose from starving workers, a cry not for the bread and fuel of charity, but for work. Work, said a group of workingmen in New York. We do not want alms. We are not beggars. We hate to sit here idle and useless. Help us to get work. We want no other help. 2. Decline of the trade unions. With 1/3 of the working class unemployed, and most of the others working only part-time, the trade unions of the 183Os found it impossible to keep their heads above water. One after the other, local societies, city trade unions, and the promising National Trades Union passed out of existence, taking with them the first labor newspapers. The process of disintegration was hastened by the offensive of employers, who saw in the Depression their chance to smash the militant labor organizations. One newspaper, the New Yorker, urged businessmen to employ no men who do not forever abjure the unions. It said further, the rules of the unions as to hours, pay, and everything else ought to be thoroughly broken up. A few unions struggled magnificently to keep their organization alive. The Philadelphia cordwainers announced in May 1837 that Depression 167. 168. Labor movement in the UNITF laughing face. States. Or no depression, they intended at all hazards to maintain their wage scale. A month later, the New York printers issued an address to their fellow craftsmen, urging them to remain in the Union and to combat any effort to lower their wages. Let the employers see, said the organized printers, that the insignificant and paltry pittance which you now obtain for your support shall not be reduced at their pleasure, that for them to grow richer you will not consent to become poorer. The address concluded, without union nothing can be effected, with it everything. Come forward then, you who are not members of the association, and join in putting a shoulder to the wheel. Support the association, and the association will support you. 4. The employers' offensive continued. By 1839, wage cuts ranging from 30% to 50% had been forced on the workers. This does not mean that labor activity was entirely absent during the lean years after 1837, or that the working class had ceased all efforts to improve their social and economic conditions. Unemployment demonstrations, support of reading rooms and lecture rooms, rallies of workingmen to demand shorter hours and equal rights before the law are proof that the labor movement was not dead. It had but changed its form. Seeing their organizations smashed one by one, the workers were, as one contemporary graphically stated it, ready to explode. 5 for years they had called on the government to curb the insane financial speculation, the blind and wasteful development of internal improvements, the fevered increase in the number of banks and the amount of banknote circulation which had now plunged the nation from prosperity to misery. And now that their fears had come true, the same groups who were responsible for this suffering told their workers to go home and plant corn, as if the laborer was responsible for the decrease in business, and his wife and children must be punished and starved so that the employer's account of profits and gain may foot up as they did when business was good. 6. How is it that a country as rich as ours is yet pinched for the common necessaries of life? Asked a working man. A vigorous, healthy, and intellectual population, yet bowed down with gloom and despair, with ruin and starvation before their eyes. 1. Spread of machinery. The concentration of industry during the Panic of 1837, and the extensive use of machinery immediately after the crisis, threatened, as one worker put it, to annihilate the last surviving hope of the honest mechanic. 8 were not the factory owners saying publicly that they era of utopianism 169 regarded their workers as mere cogs and wheels. One mill owner remarked of his workers, so long as they can do my work for what I choose to pay them, I keep them, getting out of them all I can. What they do or how they are outside of my walls I don't know, nor do I consider it my business to know. They must look out for themselves as I do for myself. When my machines get old and useless, I reject them and get new ones, and these people are part of my machinery. 9. Part of my machinery. These words sent a chill through thousands of skilled workers as they saw the machine threatening to extend itself into all parts of American production. The machine became an occult power, said Thomas Dever, a working-class leader. Machinery has taken almost entire possession of the manufacture of cloth. It is making steady, we might say rapid advance upon all branches of non-manufacture. The newly invented machine saws, working in curves as well as straight lines, the planing and grooving machines, and the tenon and mortise machine, clearly admonish us that its empire is destined to extend itself over all our manufactures of wood. While some of our handicrafts are already extinct, there is not one of them, but has foretasted the overwhelming competition of this occult power. 10. During the 20s and 30s, American labor leaders welcomed the introduction of machinery but insisted that it be used for the benefit of society, and not for the profits of a few capitalists. As far back as 1829, Thomas Skidmore, in his study, The Right of Man to Property, said, "The steam engine is not injurious to the poor, when they can have the benefit of it, and this, on supposition, always being the case, instead of being looked upon as a curse, it would be hailed as a blessing. If then, it is seen that the steam engine, for example, is likely to greatly impoverish or destroy the poor, what have they to do but lay hold of it, and make it their own? Let them appropriate also, in the same way, the cotton factories, the iron foundries, the rolling mills, houses, churches, ships, goods, steamboats, fields of agriculture, as is their right." 11. John Comerford, a leading figure in the trade union and Locofoco movements, in an address at the second anniversary of the General Trades Union of New York and vicinity in 1835, argued for the social control and operation of machinery for the benefit of all. The time would come, he predicted, when the power of capital over machinery would be ended, and the machine would work for and not against the laborer. Machinery will not then be used, as it now is, for the benefit of the few, but for the mass. Governments will become the legitimate 170. Labor movement in the United States. Guardians of its improvements, ANC. They will be compelled to keep machinery in operation for the comfort and convenience of the people. 12. As the factory system spread and the prospects of using machinery for the benefit of the mass faded, American workers became more and more alarmed at what they called GRLWLN_G_ industrial feudalism. An address in behalf of the workingmen of Charlestown, Massachusetts, early in the 40s read, "Brethren, put these things together and tell us if the natural tendency in this country is not to reduce us, and that at no distant day, to the miserable conditions of the laboring classes in the old world? We stand on the declivity. We have already begun to descend. What is to save us?" 18. Credo of the Utopians. There were some who said that the only solution lay in prayer and spiritual comfort. Others insisted that if the workers would elevate themselves mentally, they need have no fear of what the factory system would do to their body and spirit. There were a few who said that the suffering of the people came from the nature of capitalism. A few capitalists, they explained, had gained control of the means of production and used this control not for the welfare of the people, but for their own profits. Whenever these profits stopped, they shut down production, threw thousands out of work, spreading misery throughout the land. The solution, according to this school of thought, lay in a new social order which would abolish all types of slavery and oppression by restoring to the people control over the productive forces. Only such a society could answer the question asked by the workingmen of Charlestown, for it would usher in an era of universal freedom, peace, and harmony in place of war, discord, and suffering. Finally, this new social order could be built overnight. The plan was already formulated. All that was necessary was that the rich and the powerful endorse the scheme and support it financially. All people could then join in and build the communal cooperative society. The G.Oplivo_ held out these glowing visions were the utopian socialists, American disciples of two great European thinkers, Robert Owen and Charles Fourier. Robert Owen was a Welsh factory owner who, early in his life, observed the ills of the new industrialism. Determined to do something to eradicate these evils, he established model textile mills at New Lanark, Scotland. He paid comparatively good wages, shortened working hours, provided schools and nurseries for the children of his employees, replaced slums with decent housing, and even kept all workers on at full pay when his mills were forced to close during a cotton short. Era of Utopianism. Age. During the 1820s, Owen began to think in terms that went beyond the sentiments of model factory towns established by benevolent factory owners. What was needed, he said, was a new system of society in which the producers of commodities should own the means of production in common. He proposed the establishment of communities which would be operated by cooperative labor, and in which private property would be abolished, as would all distinctions between capitalists and laborers and producers and consumers. 14 Though none of the Owenite community experiments in England succeeded, Owen exerted a powerful influence on the English workingmen's movement. And the famous Rochdale consumer cooperatives, started by British weavers in 1844, were among the products of this influence. And as Engels says in his masterly study, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, almost every progressive activity in England during the 19th century bore the impress of Owen's work. At the same time that Owen was evolving his plans for a new social order, Charles B_L. Rea was engaged in a SI10 IR enterprise J11 Aaron. Like Owen, Fourier believed that the organization or cooperative communities would eliminate the social evils of capitalism, but his communities, known as phalanxes, were to be joint stock enterprises, and unlike Owen's societies would not be based upon community ownership of property. The profits of the enterprise would be divided into three parts: 4/12 to be paid as dividends on capital, 3/12 to individuals of special talent, and 5/12 to labor. The basic difference between Owen and Fourier was that the former abolished individual property rights while the latter preserved them. Another major difference was that Owen believed that the industrial development could contribute to human progress if society were better organized, while Fourier regarded industrialism as a great evil and believed that the salvation of mankind lay in an agrarian, handicraft economy. In Owen's society, mechanism and science will be extensively introduced to execute all the work that is over-laborious, disagreeable, or in any other way injurious to human nature. Fourier, on the other hand, planned to have this work performed by members of the phalanx. By making these tasks honorable, They would become attractive. 16 Despite these fundamental differences, Owen and Fourier had much in common. Both believed in a cooperative society which would remove ownership and control of the means of production from a handful of capitalists. Both believed that partial reforms were worthless and that it was necessary to remodel the world entirely and abolish all dissension and warfare. No friend of progress can help but admire the strivings. 172. Labor movement in the United States. Of these social reformers for a better society, yet their strivings were never thought out scientifically and were therefore doomed to failure. Owen and Fourier relied upon the exploiters to end exploitation voluntarily. If only some generous and far-seeing king, prince, or capitalist would contribute part of his wealth to the cause, a small experimental community could be financed. In a year or two, the mass of the people would see the contrast between life in a cooperative community and life in a capitalist community. Then the biggest problem would be how to manage the influx of thousands of people anxious to set up similar communities. Among these thousands would be the capitalists themselves, for they too would come to endorse the new society in order to escape the danger of revolution created by an aroused working class. Thus Robert Owen appealed to the capitalists in the United States to realize that the new cooperative communities presented their only avenue of escape from eventual destruction. These establishments, he wrote, will enable the capitalists and men of extensive practical experience to solve without difficulty the great problem of the age, that is, how to apply the enormous and ever-growing new scientific powers for producing wealth, beneficially for the entire population, instead of allowing them to continue, as heretofore, most injuriously to create enormous riches for the few and to impoverish the many, driving them toward a desperation that will ultimately, if not timely prevented by this measure, involve the overwealthy in utter destruction. 16. The following story told of Charles Fourier is illustrative of the naivete of the utopians. Once he announced publicly that he would be at home at a certain hour to await any philanthropist who felt disposed to give him £1,000,000 for the development of a colony based on Fourieristic principles. For 12 years thereafter he was at home every day, punctually at noon, awaiting the generous stranger, but alas, no millionaire appeared. 17 For a time the utopians gained numerous converts, many of whom were intellectuals who, sickened by the growing contrast between wealth and poverty, welcomed a program which by appealing to reason and goodwill would bring in an era of equality and happiness. They followed up their mistaken theory that a cooperative society could grow up within capitalist society by insisting that the working class should have no part in its own emancipation. Owen bluntly stated that he did not wish to have the opinions of the ill-trained and uninformed on any of the measures intended for their relief and amelioration. No! On such subjects, until they shall be instructed in better habits and made rationally intelligent, their advice can be of no value. 18. Era of Utopianism. Owenism. 173. Early in 1825 Robert Owen came to America, where in the New World the promised people were not controlled by the dead hand of a feudal past. No venture for the transformation of society H.I.D. ever before received such a wide and influential hearing in the United States. On two separate occasions, February 25 and March 7, 1825, he addressed the House of Representatives in the presence of James Monroe, the President of the United States, John Quincy Adams, the President-elect, heads of departments, and members of both houses of Congress. Owen's frequent lectures to audiences ranging from New York to New Orleans were carefully reported in the American press, and models of his proposed community were printed and widely circulated in the newspapers. The first Owenite community in America was established at New Harmony, Indiana, where Owen had purchased 30,000 acres from the Rappites, a religious sect that had founded a communal group on the Wabash, and had already cultivated the land and built houses, mills, factories. On April 27, 1825, Owen's Kingdom Come in the Wilderness invited the industrious and well-disposed the world over to join the community. Close to 1,000 persons from all parts of America flocked to New Harmony during the summer of 1825. Others arrived later, among them some of the great minds of the day: William McClure, president of the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences; Josiah Warren, economist, naturalist, and the inventor of a rotary press; Thomas Say, entomologist; Gerard Troost, internationally famous Dutch chemist and geologist; Robert Dale Owen and David Dale Owen, sons of Robert Owen. The colony failed. Lack of planning and the absence of clear and forceful leadership made for repeated quarrels and divisions which helped to wreck the community. After having spent more than $200,000 on the purchase of the property and the debts of the community, Owen withdrew all financial support from it. The adventurers, speculators, and idlers who had attached themselves to the community left as soon as Owen announced that they would have to go to work. But many work heirs accepted Owen's offer of leasing farms and homes to them at very reasonable rates. As a cooperative community, however, it was finished. 18 other Oneite communities were formed in New York, Ohio, and Indiana during 1826 to 1827. But they all met the fate of New Harmony. By 1828, Owenism as a movement had practically disappeared. In the 40s it revived somewhat. Owen returned to America in 1845 and issued a call for a World Convention to be held in New York City. For the commencement, in the New World, cf. a new social order for the benefit of all, upon the principles upon which the American labor movement in the United States government was based by its far-seeing founders. 19. The convention met for 8 days, but its resolutions remained only on paper. Once again, Owen had been unsuccessful. Fourierism. Owen's plans attracted considerable discussion in America, and many of his followers carried forth his ideals years after the model communities had failed. It was Owen who prepared the way for Fourier's popularity. Fourier himself never came to the United States, nor did he live to see the brief period during which his ideas swept the country. He died in Paris on October 1837, 3 years before Albert Brisbane, his great American disciple, had published the first of several books and many articles in which he introduced Fourier's philosophy to Americans. Albert Brisbane, father of Arthur Brisbane, Hearst's famous mouthpiece, was the only son of a well-to-do landowner. During a visit to France, Brisbane came upon Fourier's writings. He returned to America in 1834 to devote himself to furthering the cause of the French utopian. His first book, The Social Destiny of Man, or Association and Reorganization of Industry, was published in 1840. Half of the volume was devoted to Fourier's writings, and the rest contained the author's commentaries and illustrations showing how the system could be adapted to American conditions. The most influential convert to Fourierism in America was Horace G. R. Ely, the C.I. Tinguishia liberal journalist. Greeley had been a working printer and had participated in the workingmen's movement in New York City. The suffering during the crisis of 1837 and the increased introduction of machinery during the 40s convinced him that the vaunted advantages enjoyed by the American workers over their European brothers did not really exist. There are two opinions of Horace Greeley among present-day historians. 1. School regards him as a sincere radical reformer who was to the social revolution of the 40s what Thomas Jefferson was to the political revolution of 1800. C. John R. Commons, Horace Greeley and the Working Class Origins of the Republican Party. Political Science Quarterly, Volume 24, pages 468 to 88. Others grant that Greeley was sincere but point out that he championed those programs that diverted the attention of the working class from the basic struggles to improve their immediate conditions, opposed strikes and was lukewarm to trade unionism. See Norman J. Ware, The Industrial Worker, 1840 to 1860, pages 21 to 22, 167, and Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Age of Axon, New York, 1945, pages 294 to 96, 364, 367. There is much to be said for the latter viewpoint, but it overlooks the fact that the New York Tribune did open its columns, at times for a price, to issues of great significance to labor, did report events in the labor movement much more sympathetically than most newspapers of the period, and did give support, frequently in a vacillating manner, to many campaigns waged by the labor movement. Era of Utopianism. To talk of freedom of labor, when the fact is that a man who has a family to support and a house hired for the year is told, if you will work 13 hours per day, or as many as we think fit, you can stay, if not, you can have your working papers, and well you know that no one else hereabout will hire you, is it not the most egregious fiumery? 20. Greeley thought that the factory system should be counteracted by some radical change in our social economy. 21. One day on a trip to Boston he read Brisbane's book on Fourierism. He returned to New York City an enthusiastic believer in industrial association, as it was called. When he founded the New York Tribune, Greeley opened the columns of his newspaper to Brisbane. On March 1, 1842, the paper carried the following headline: Association or Principles of a True Organization of Society. Then followed the first of many articles which appeared regularly in the columns of the Tribune until September 9, 1843. Later the movement established its own newspapers, the New York Phalanx, the Harbinger, the Social Reformer, etc., but these little magazines with their limited circulations could not be as influential as Brisbane's columns in the widely read Tribune. Brisbane analyzed the evils of contemporary society, and showed how Fourierism remedied each evil. The following is a typical excerpt. A general view of the contrast between the present false social order and association, that one is hell and the other heaven upon earth. Result of our present societies. 1. Waste. 2. Indigence. 3. Fraud. 4. 5. 6. 7. Oppression. War. Disease uselessly and artificially produced. Predominance of all prejudices, and obstacles offered to improvements. Results of association. 1. Vast economies. 2. General riches. 3. Practical truth. 4. Real liberty. 5. Constant peace. 6. Preventive system of medicine. 7. Progress in all branches and opening offered to improvements. To end this hell and to bring in this heaven, all that was needed was to find enough capital to buy 6,000 acres of land. The property would be held in the form of a joint stock association, each member of which was to be both partner and stockholder. Each worker in the cooperative would receive the necessities of life at cost and receive high wages as well as dividends on the stock. Peace and happiness. Just one association. 176. Labor movement in the United States would be a model for others. It would soon convince all the people in America that the new society was superior to the old, just as it had taken the single steamboat of Robert Fulton to convince the world that it was superior to any ship in creation. 22. Even more attractive to workingmen was a pamphlet distributed by the Rochester Fourier Society in December 1843, entitled Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy. The pamphlet vigorously attacked the status of the working class in capitalist society. What are the working classes? Of every nation considered by the non-producers, the idlers, it declared, but beasts of burden, without heart and without souls, whose doom it is to labor and to die. What was the cause of labor's poverty and suffering, it asked? Your labor has too many idlers to support. It answered, who think it dishonorable to work. Asterisk. The solution was obvious. Workers should become members of a Fourierist phalanx where almost immediately they would receive for their labor at least 1/4 more than in the best circumstances labor receives at the present time. 23. These appeals must have been alluring to mechanics who, frightened by the sudden appearance of the factory system, were casting about for some means of returning to the good old days of Jeffersonian democracy, which, in retrospect, seemed days of security and independence. For a time, quite a few of these workers believed that they had found the avenue of escape in the association movement, just as the middle-class social reformers of the day thought that the same movement was the answer to their prayer for a principle by which the forces making for class divisions might be arrested or counterbalanced, and by which the proletarian misery and revolutions in Europe could be kept away from America. So easy did the road to utopia appear that Fourierism soon numbered its adherents in America in thousands. After a tour of New York State early in 1843, Albert Brisbane reported jubilantly to the Tribune, in all the principal towns and many of the smaller ones, the people are taking up the subject with the greatest enthusiasm and energy, forming societies for the dissemination of the doctrines and organizing small associations. 24. During the next 10 years, more than 40 Fourierist communities were established in localities as widely separated as Illinois and Massachusetts. They attracted individuals from all classes in society and, in advancing this concept, the pamphlet deviated from Fourier and Brisbane, either of whom considered fraud or the unequal distribution of wealth as the cause of labor's misery. It was the discordant organization of the social system that caused poverty, they argued, not the greed of the capitalists. Era of utopianism especially gained many recruits from the working classes. Shoemakers, bootmakers, tailors, carpenters, joiners, cabinet makers, painters, carpet weavers, blacksmiths, iron molders, machinists, masons, laborers, team stirrers, watchmakers, and clerks were among the different categories of workingmen listed as members of various phalanxes in America. 25. The phalanx founded in the United States was Sylvania, established in western Pennsylvania in 1843 by a group of mechanics who had formerly lived and worked in Albany and New York City. On January 17, 1843, the Tribune announced, the Sylvania Association is undertaken by intelligent and energetic workingmen, who, despairing of obtaining the aid of men who have capital, have determined upon building up an association by their own labor. The capital for Sylvania came from the workingmen themselves and from a few friends who became stockholders by subscribing to not less than one share at $25. Throughout its brief existence, the colony was faced with the difficulty of obtaining capital. It asks of the opulent and L.H.E. generous. The executives of the association appealed publicly subscriptions to its stocks in order that its lands might be promptly cleared and improved, and its buildings erected. 26. Unfortunately, the opulent were not generous, and the generous were not opulent. There were other difficulties too. The workers had had no previous training as farmers, and the work was exceedingly difficult. The climate was severe, the buildings were barely more than shanties, and the life in the wilderness of western Pennsylvania was anything but comfortable. Several branches of industry, including shoemaking, were established, but difficulties in obtaining markets prevented their growth. On August 10, 1844, Brisbane announced the failure of the colony. We are requested to state that the Sylvania Association, having become satisfied of its inability to contend successfully against an ungrateful soil and an ungenial climate, which unfortunately characterized the domain on which it settled, has determined on a dissolution. 27. Most American phalanxes, like Sylvania, failed within a few years after they were founded. The North American phalanx, on which Fourierism practically staked its all in this country, remained in existence for 13 years, and Brook Farm in Massachusetts lasted 6 years. Although it did not begin as a Fourieristic community, Brook Farm was the most famous of all the phalanxes founded in America. Associated with it, directly or indirectly, were the intellectual giants of the day: William E. Channing, George Ripley, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Theodore Parker, Nathaniel Hawthorne, John Greenleaf Whittier, Margaret Fuller, and Elizabeth P. Peabody, to mention but a few. 178. Labor movement in the United States. The great majority, however, went under before their first year was over. The reasons for the failure can be swiftly recounted. In some communities, bitter conflicts over such issues as observance of the Sabbath and the character of the educational program hastened the decline. In others, frequent complaints that the stockholders received a greater reward and had a more important voice in managing affairs than working members speeded up the process of disintegration. Several phalanxes, moreover, found it impossible to continue and do business because of the inability to secure a firm legal title by means of an act of incorporation. But in almost all cases, the chief difficulty arose from the failure to secure sufficient capital. Some capitalists joined the Fourierist movement and even loaned land to a phalanx. But frequently this gesture was simply a shrewd device to get their property improved by the community, for when the phalanx failed, they received arable land in place of wilder. Point 28. Most capitalists, however, ignored the appeals of the utopians, who urged them to support a movement which would eliminate struggles of class against class, or labor against capital. Writing to a friend from Brook Farm, Nathaniel Hawthorne, the novelist, predicted that the venture would not succeed. "I form my judgment," he added, "not from anything that has passed within the precincts of Brook Farm but from external circumstances, from the impracticability that adequate funds will be raised or that any feasible plan can be suggested for proceeding without a considerable capital." 29. In 1845, George Ripley, one of the founders, wrote to Brisbane, urging him to help raise $15,000 for Brook Farm. Brisbane's reply revealed the bankruptcy of his principle that support for the association would come from wealthy capitalists. "You want capital," he wrote, "and immediately for Brook Farm. Now it seems to me as a problem as perplexing to get $15,000 for B. Rook F. Arm as it does to raise $100,000. Where can it be had? 80. Producers' cooperatives. The failure of the phalanxes did not signify the end of the influence of utopian socialism in America. It did, however, convince many workingmen that it was impossible to introduce any system of complete cooperation at once. 31. But these workers still believed that a new organization of production and distribution was absolutely essential if labor was to maintain and improve its living standards. The result was a significant trend during the 40s and 50s toward producers and consumers' cooperatives. Producers' cooperatives, it will be recalled, had been started in several cities during the 183's. In 1836, in Philadelphia alone, factories and era of utopianism. 179. Stores had been opened by cabinet makers, cordwainers, and hand-loom weavers. Other trades were about to follow suit when the Panic of 1837 wiped out all of these early efforts. In the 40s, the producers' cooperative movement revived and attracted considerable attention. Much of this, of course, was due to the influence of Fourierism in working-class circles. But to a considerable extent, it was also the result of the stimulus supplied by the French Revolution of 1848. During this revolution, Louis Blanc's remedies for the evils of capitalist society excited a great deal of attention among the working class of Paris. Blanc proposed that the state should set up social workshops and factories which would then become independent bodies competing against private capitalism. Like Owen and Fourier, Blanc was confident that the result of this competition would be the gradual elimination of capitalist production and the establishment of a new social order. Yielding to the demand of an aroused working class, the provisional government of France set up a few national workshops, but confined their functions to the building of roads and digging of ditches. Workingmen in America, however, did not stop to examine the makeshift character of these so-called workshops or pay too much attention to the fact that Blanc himself had denied that the enterprises were based upon his principles. They were interested only in the fact that their brothers in France were making great efforts to change the existing system. Labor papers like The Voice of Industry, published in Lowell, Massachusetts, devoted a great deal of space to the course of the workshops set up in France, and called upon American workers to emulate their working-class brothers across the ocean. All in all, the advocates of producers and consumers cooperatives were greatly spurred by the activities of the French socialists. 32 The first important producers' cooperative, in America, however, dated the French Revolution of 1848 by several months. It began in the winter of 1847-48, during a strike of iron molders near Cincinnati. To support themselves during the strike, 20 of these molders established a cooperative stove and hollow foundry. Their total investment was $2,100, but they obtained enough credit from two wealthy philanthropists to continue their venture even after the strike was lost, and secured a. According to Blanc, the workmen's associations would be collectively owned, the compensation for labor would be based on the amount of time devoted to work, and the exchange of goods would be facilitated by the use of paper money representing accumulated labor. The government, through its Minister of Progress, would finance the early associations and later would supervise the functioning of the entire system. In the transition stage, the government would nationalize the railroads, mines, the Bank of France, and the storage and marketing facilities of wholesale and retail trade. 180. Labor movement in the United States. Charter of incorporation from the state of Ohio under the title of Journeyman Molders Union Foundry. Early in 1850, the venture was still going strong. The capital had increased to $7,792 and 47 workers were employed at the union scale of wages. By this time, a store had been established in Cincinnati for the sale of stoves and castings produced at the cooperative foundry. Horace Greeley, who visited the foundry in 1850, described it as the most commodious on the river. An enthusiastic champion of cooperation as a solution for the problems of the working class, Greeley informed labor of the virtues of the union foundry. While other molders have had to work off and on, according to the state of the trade, no member of the Journeyman's Union has stood idle for a day for want of work since the foundry was first started. 33. However, shortly after Greeley's visit, the cooperative failed, for it was impossible to compete successfully with private enterprises which possessed much more capital and were ready to sell below cost to force the workingmen's venture out of business. But the initial success of the Cincinnati foundry, and the news of the workshops established in France, stimulated other workingmen to organize similar ventures. When the Boston journeyman tailors failed to win a strike to secure the acceptance of their price scale in the summer of 1849, they, too, decided to set up a cooperative shop. Several mass meetings were held in Boston to raise funds to launch the enterprise, and about $500 was collected. Late in September 1849, the Boston Tailors Associative Union began to engage in production. This contagion spread to a group of striking printers in Boston who set up a cooperative printing shop called the Boston Printers' Protective Union. In addition to commercial printing, the association published the Protective Union, a weekly paper which urged workingmen to abandon the use of strikes to improve their conditions and to concentrate upon the organization of cooperative shops. These enterprises, the workingmen were assured, would make them their own masters and not only put the tools into the hands of the workers but ensure them the enjoyment of the full product of their industry instead of diverting the larger part into the pocket of the employer. 34. To workingmen who were seeking an escape from a rising industrial system and who were trying desperately to preserve their rapidly disappearing status as skilled and independent craftsmen, such appeals hit home. The spring of 1850 saw the establishment of a host of producers' cooperatives all over the country. In Pittsburgh, an iron foundry, 2 or 3 glassworks, and a silver plater's shop were set up. Wheeling, Virginia, boasted a cooperative foundry with a capital of $25,000 and a nail cutters association. Cooperative stores of seamstresses were established. Era of utopianism. Lichton, Boston, Philadelphia, Providence, and other cities. In New York, the coopers, hat finishers, shade painters, German cabinet makers, and tailors organized cooperative shops, and it was even reported that the dry goods clerks were making plans to form a joint stock store for the purpose of freeing themselves from the control of any individual employer. When the tailors established their cooperative clothing store, a mass meeting of New York trade unionists was held to bestow the blessings of the city's entire working class upon the venture. The meeting unanimously resolved to advance the principle of cooperation as one of the chief means whereby the masses may redeem themselves from a state of degradation. 35. Invariably, these producers' cooperatives met the same fate as the phalanxes, but their existence is a striking illustration of the influence of the utopians as well as of the determination of American workers to maintain their independent status in the face of major economic changes. Consumers' cooperatives. The consumer cooperative movement sought to eliminate the profits of the middleman, and thereby to reduce the cost of living to workers and farmers. From 1839 to 1843, several farmers and mechanic stores were set up in Vermont and New Hampshire by joint stock. associations organized by farmers and mechanics. A member of one such store in New Hampshire described the venture as a scheme by which the farmer and mechanic may exchange the products of their labor without, first, the risk of unjust price, second, of extortion and imposition. 36. I3S not, however, until 1845 that the consumer cooperative movement really got underway. In October 6, 1845, a group of Boston mechanics set up the first W9R, Tlfig M_N's Pro-Tive Union. This associa tie-in, soon to become the model for hundreds of similar organizations, had as its main purpose the purchase, at reduced prices, of necessities for its members. It also included mutual benefit features such as provisions for sickness and old age insurance. For the payment of an initiation fee of $3 and a small monthly assessment, a member of the Protective Union could purchase groceries, fuel, and other goods at the association store. The prices charged at the store, it was estimated, would save him $66.66 a year, or in 10 years, with interest, $879.62. In addition, a member would receive $3 a week when sick, provided the condition was not due to debauchery or licentiousness. And when he reached the age of 65 and had been on the roll for at least 10 years, would receive a weekly pension of $7.50. The Protective Union movement was enthusiastically endorsed by Work. 182. Labor movement in the United States. Men who lived constantly on the edge of poverty and insecurity. By December 1847, 40 divisions had been set up with a membership of over 3,000, most of them located in eastern Massachusetts. During 1850 alone, the New England Protective Union chartered 101 new divisions and enrolled 5,564 new members. Throughout the decade and a half, int 5 to 1860, over 800 protective unions were organized in the United States and Canada. The majority were set up in the New England states and New York, but some even appeared in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois. 37. The spread of the Protective Union movement was the result of a well-organized campaign conducted by labor papers and traveling lecturers. The Voice of Industry ran a series of weekly educational articles on the subject of protective unions, and played a big part in the spread of the movement. John Orvis, one of the lecturers sent out by the Boston Working Men's Protective Union, traveled throughout New England and western New York explaining the principles of the movement to audiences composed of workers and farmers. Moreover, even Brisbane and his disciples took to the lecture platform to urge workingmen to join a protective union and set up cooperative stores. The leaders of the association movement viewed protective unionism as an entering wedge for Fourierism, and were convinced that through their experience with consumer cooperatives, workers would see the need for a complete reorganization of society. To a certain extent, this feeling was justified. Although the leaders of the protective union movement mainly emphasized the money-saving features of the scheme, they rarely left it at that. They were careful to indicate that the ultimate objective of the movement was a completely reorganized society. Nor were they hesitant in revealing how this new society would come into being. It would start with the combining of stores so that instead of 60 grocery stores in a city there would be about 6 protective union stores. The elimination of middlemen and the reduction of lighting, heat, and transportation costs would reduce the price of commodities for workers, just as the presence of so many empty stores which could be converted into dwellings would reduce their rent. In like manner, factories and transportation facilities would be taken over by the protective unions and combined. The middlemen, traders, and employers would be eliminated and forced to join the ranks of the laboring classes. Yet even this was only the beginning. As protective unions spread throughout the country, the new society would gradually take form. Divisions in Lowell and Lynn would specialize in manufacturing cloth and boots and shoes, those in the West would raise flour, Vermont would produce butter and cheese, and the South would grow cotton. Era of utopianism. Rice and sugar. Each division would exchange goods which would be carried from one section to another on protective union ships and railroads. The capitalist wage system would soon be but a sad memory, and no real problem would exist for workingmen and women. It is doubtful, however, whether this dream was shared by the rank and file of the protective union movement. The Voice of Industry admitted that many who joined the movement know but little about it further than there is a saving of dollars and cents. Again, a committee of the New England Protective Union appealed to all members to think beyond the immediate function of the movement. Brothers, shall we content ourselves with the miserable idea of merely saving a few dollars, and say we have found enough? Future generations, the uprising generation, is looking to us for nobler deeds. We must proceed from combined shops to combined houses, to joint ownership in God's earth, the foundation that our edifice must stand upon. 38. In the end, the protective union movement was no more successful than were the phalanxes or the producers' cooperatives. By 1855, its influence had waned, and, though the Panic of 1857 gave it a temporary lift, the movement was a thing of the past when the Civil War started. The reasons for this rapid decline are not difficult to discover. Mayor Chance lowered prices to undersell the protective union stores and sold their goods on longer credit terms than ever before. The protective unions never had enough capital to engage in price wars with private businessmen, or to sell on a credit basis. And very few workers had sufficient means to pay cash. Conflict within the movement over control and resentment at the abandonment of the sick benefit fund contributed to the difficulties. Finally, at the very time that businessmen were denouncing the protective union movement as socialism, and calling its adherents enemies of private property, the social reformers were criticizing it for not going far enough. The associationists soon lost all hope of converting the members of the protective unions to socialism. Thus Brisbane said in disgust in 1851, "Do they care about socialism? No, they don't, but they found out that they get their goods at 20% less than they used to at the grocers, and they care about that." 39. Land reform. About the same time that Robert Owen and Albert Brisbane were appealing to American workingmen in behalf of their reform programs, another group known as agrarians or national reformers were eliciting strong support from the working class. The land reform movement was led by English-born George Henry Evans, formerly the editor of the labor movement in the United States. 184. Working man's advocate and the man, and a leader of the working men's movement during the Jacksonian era. In 1836, Evans, forced by poor health to abandon his activity as a labor journalist and to sever his connections with the labor movement, had retired to a farm in upstate New York to recuperate. In the early 40s he returned to activity to lead the crusade for free public land. His interest in agrarian reform had been evident during the 30s, but not until 1841 did he present a specific plan for land reform. Evans advanced the thesis that land monopoly was the king monopoly, the cause of the greatest evils, and that the only way to solve the problems facing American workers was to restore their rights to ownership of the land. If a man has a right on the earth, he has a right to land enough to raise a habitation. If he has a right to live, he has a right to land enough to till for his subsistence. 40 Control of large tracts of land by a few individuals, Evans believed, placed the landless workers completely at the mercy of the employers. The poor, he argued, must work or starve in the manufactories as in England, unless they can cultivate the land. In America, the debasement of the working class, which had already taken place in Europe, could still be prevented if a law were passed granting every citizen his rightful heritage a portion of the public lands. Enough workers, Evans contended, would avail themselves of such a law to prevent such a surplus of work in the factories as would place the whole body, as now, at the mercy of the factory owners. Not only would land reform free workers from dependence on capital, but as workers moved west to establish their homes on the public land, the employers would be forced to advance the wages of those who still remained in the east, and landlords would be compelled to reduce their rents. Labor scarcity alone, Evans contended, would bring about better conditions for the workers in the factories and shops. Hence, through this program, those who remain, as well as those who emigrate, will have the opportunity of realizing a comfortable living. 41. But land reform would also undo the work of the Industrial Revolution and restore economic independence to workers who were being crushed by technological improvements. The triumph of machine labor and ultimate prostration of human labor could not be averted under existing conditions. It was useless to fight it, one had to escape from an evil which it is impossible to avert. In Europe, there was little hope of getting the laboring population out of the difficulties and distress caused by the Industrial Revolution, for there, every parcel of land, God's inheritance to man, was fenced in and appropriated by the aristocracy. Hence, the European working class had no other alternative, as long as it remained in the Old World, except to sell the labor of their bodies, for whatever price it will bring, live upon that pittance as long as it. Era of Utopianism. 185. Will sustain them alive, and when it fails sink into their last earthly refuge, the grave. In America, however, the land and its resources belonged to the people or were held by the government in trust for them. Let the workers, then, redeem their right, go to the land in the West and live in rural public and townships created out of the public domain. There, any landless man would have the right to settle on a quarter-section farm or village lot. He could have no more than that, and his farm or lot was to be inalienable, and everyone coming of age was to have the same right. Here in the rural Republican townships, the mechanic would be a farmer artisan, working part of the time on the land and part of the time making commodities with his own tools. The shoemaker artisan farmer would exchange the shoes he made with his tools for a suit of clothing fashioned by the tailor artisan farmer. They could also sell their products directly to local traders in the village square. 42. Thus, according to the land reformers, the time would soon come once the public land was made available to all when the industrial cities would fall to pieces. All the inhabitants would leave for the happy life in the townships, leaving behind nothing but warehouses, shipyards, and foundries to accommodate international commerce at the great sea and the river ports of the earth. Gone would be the old social order in which workers labored in poverty and misery at soulless machines. In its place would be a new society of prosperity, peace, dignity, and security. Evans went so far as to provide a specific timetable, indicating the exact course that the peaceful revolution would pursue, once the free land program was enacted. The imaginary schedule appeared in Evans' paper, Young America, on February 8, 1851, and predicted that if Congress passed a land reform law in 1851, the following events would soon occur. 1855 General prosperity such as was never known before civilization. Tie-in. Free trade is established. Emigration is all the rage in Europe. British statesmen become alarmed and concede the charter. 1860 labor for wages now being voluntary is about the same price as it was in Oregon and California in 1850, ranging from $3 to $8 a day. Rents in the cities now are merely nominal. 1870 no man or woman in the United States begs leave to toil. 1880 free soil republics are now springing up all over South America and Europe. 1890 almost every family in the Union is now in possession of a home, and there is no want of employment. Machinery now works for the laborers, not against them. 1900 the United States is now a nation of freeholders. The doctrine. Labor movement in the United States. 186. Of the Declaration of 1776 is fully recognized and practiced. Men wonder why their fathers tolerated land monopoly, and debating whether the millennium has arrived. And all this, concluded Evans, can be obtained by a simple vote, if the workingmen throughout the country will unite. 43 Evans' program, it is obvious, contained aspects of utopianism. But land reform, unlike the program of the Associationists, was an integral part of the labor movement, even if the workers did not fully accept Evans' theory that it would solve all of their problems. In several other respects the land reformers differed from the utopians. For one thing, they did not appeal to the capitalists for support, nor even include them in their plans. In fact, they boasted that they did not enroll in their ranks a single man of wealth. 44 For another, they differed with the Fourierites over the issue of political action. Brisbane and his leading disciples were unalterably opposed to political and administrative reforms, regarding them as useless and a waste of time and energy. Evans disagreed, for his experience in the early workingmen's parties had convinced him that political action by labor was of great value and could accomplish miracles. He made political action the cornerstone of his entire program. To render the public lands available to all citizens, a congressional law would have to be passed. This could only be accomplished by mass pressure and political action. To bring his program to the people, Evans formed the National Reform Association, called public meetings, organized ladies' auxiliaries, and distributed throwaways and memorials. In addition, he revived the Working Man's Advocate, which was changed later to Young America, and he also utilized the columns of Greeley's Tribune to urge the workers to organize politically for land reform. Working closely with him were men who had had years of experience in the labor movement: Seth Luther, John Farrar, John Comerford, and others. 45 In 1845, the walls of New York were plastered with circulars bearing the title, "Vote Yourself a Farm." Thousands of copies of this handbill were distributed throughout the country by Evans and his followers. It asked, "Are you tired of slavery, of drudging for others, of poverty and its attendant miseries? Then, vote yourself a farm." 46. Evans adopted this title from the movement in the Old World known as Young Europe, and said that it meant the Great Army of Progress. See Young America, March 25, April 15, 1845. Also Saul F. Riepma, Young America, A Study in American Nationalism Before the Civil War, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, Western Reserve University, 1940. For an interesting account of the activities of the national reformers in the anti-rent movements of upstate farmers in New York, see Henry Christman, Tin Horns and Calico, New York, 1945, pages 71-2, 121-23, 219, 233. Era of Utopianism. The response to this appeal startled conservatives. Workingmen throughout the North and West and even in a few areas of the South joined the National Reform Association, organized ward clubs, and signed a pledge to vote for no man for any legislative office who would not agree in writing to use all the influence of his station, if elected, to prevent all further traffic in the public lands of the states of the United States, and to cause them to be laid out in farms and lots for the full and exclusive use of actual settlers. Some communities even witnessed the launching of independent workingmen's tickets to advance the principles of land reform along with other progressive reforms such as full right of suffrage, election of all officers by the people, direct taxation of property, and reform of the legal system. In Pittsburgh, where John Farrell was championing the cause of land reform, the movement held the balance of power for a time. 47 All in all, it seemed as if the millennium sought by the national reformers was close at hand. As one of Evan's disciples put it, "See the agrarian ball a-rolling, hark, the knell of avarice tolling, roll the ball to every station, in our own great Yankee nation, push along and keep it moving, the people's cause is still improving." 48. It is doubtful, however, whether any considerable number of workingmen regarded land reform as the program which would elevate the working class. Very few workers could move to the West even if they wanted to. The costs of migrating and of outfitting a farm were far greater than the average worker could afford, even if he possessed knowledge of farming methods and was willing to leave familiar surroundings. In eastern cities, to most urban factory workers, farm life on the frontier was both unfamiliar and unattractive. When asked by an English traveler in 1843 why they submitted to exploitation at the hands of capitalists, and why they did not leave and go to the land, a group of factory workers replied, "We could not travel to the West without money, and we cannot save money. It is as much as we can do to provide our families with necessaries. We should want money to travel, then money would be wanted to buy the land, to buy agricultural implements, to buy seed, and then we should want more to support us till we could dispose of part of our crops, and then we have no money at all. But suppose we had all these means, we know nothing about the cultivation of land, we have all our lives worked in a factory, and know no other employment, and how is it likely that we should succeed? Besides which, we have always been used to live in." 188. Labor movement in the United States. A town where we can get what little things we want if we have money, and it is only those who have lived in the wilderness who know what the horrors of a wilderness life are. 49. Nevertheless, the fact that few laborers actually did leave the industrial and commercial centers of the East and turn westward did not completely stifle the influence of the land reform movement in working class circles. The speeches of labor leaders and editorials in the labor press continually emphasized the fact that the struggle for free land was necessary, even if no workers went west, for the very presence of free land and the existence of the possibility of moving westward would stay the hands of capitalist oppressors in the East. 50. Another belief widely held by workingmen was that free land would prevent the piling up of great numbers of immigrants in the industrial cities, thereby preventing the decline in wages which inevitably follows such a concentration of workers. In addition, during periods of depression, the presence of free land would drain off unemployed workers from .ne. crowded cities to the Great West. Labor scarcity would give those workers who remained a better chance to obtain employment, and would soon result in higher wages and shorter hours. Not all workingmen agreed on this point. During a mass meeting of unemployed workers in 1857, workingmen hissed the proposal that they should concentrate upon moving to the West. "One man has told us to go west," said a worker. "Why, if we should, our places would have been filled with other laborers from abroad." 51. While the evidence offered by recent researchers into the question indicates that there were few movements of workingmen to the West, it does not in any sense negate the fact that the existence of the frontier exercised a real and important influence on the development of the labor movement, and influenced to a marked degree the conditions and the ideology of the working class. Furthermore, the struggle against land speculators and slave owners for free land attracted the support of many workingmen who correctly regarded it as one of the most important aspects of the movement for greater democracy in America. Utopian reformers and trade unionism. If Owenites, associationists, and land reformers differed in many ways, they did agree on one point: unless their specific program was adopted, the workers could not really solve their problems. The Owenites and associationists even publicly condemned the efforts of workers to secure shorter hours, arguing that a mere shortening of hours of labor would only convert them from 12 and 14 to 10-hour. Era of utopianism. Slaves. 52 nor for that matter would increased wages help the working class. An associationist told a convention of New England workingmen in 1847, "No. None of these expedients will avail you. The whole system of labor for wages is wrong, an accursed system. The blackness of death is in its train. It has no sympathy with light. It is not laden and prodic. Tithe of life. Like the poisonous fire lamp, it destroys all that comes within its fatal embrace. As the fearful maelstrom swallows up whatever ill-fated object comes within its reach, so are you under the present system absorbed by the unsatiated maw of capital." 53. The language is striking, but its aim was to convince workingmen that anything short of the abolition of capitalism was useless. Evans shared this view in a somewhat different form. He supported the 10-hour movement and the demands for higher wages and even called upon New England workingmen to agitate for a shorter working day. At the same time, he tried to convince the workers that such agitation for shorter hours and higher wages was bound to fail unless land reform was first achieved. This, he declared, is the first measure to be accomplished, and it is as idle to attempt any great reform without that as it is to go to work without tools. The struggle for immediate demands was useless, since it could not elevate them to the true dignity of independence. 54. Evans and the Associationists, in various degrees, shared the same outlook on trade unionism. To the Associationists, trade unions were bad not only because they concerned themselves primarily with the immediate to 111 ends of the workers, but because they conducted strikes which stirred class antagonisms at a time when it was necessary for all classes to unite in building a new social order. Evans, although never a class harmonizer, believed during the land reform period of his life that trade unions were of little value to landless workers. Not only do I think that trade associations are not the only remedy for the oppressions of the working men, he wrote in The Working Man's Advocate, but I doubt whether they would be a remedy at all. They have been tried repeatedly and almost universally failed, except when they have degenerated into mere partnership. And why? Simply because associations of landless men can no more keep up the price of their labor than can individuals. Nor could strikes accomplish anything for labor, since they could not get at the root of the evil, surplus labor, which frequently compels the employer to reduce wages. 55. The utopian reformers not only pronounced these views, they entered labor organizations and attended working class meetings for. This attitude was not confined to Evans. At a meeting of reformers in 1847, several people spoke of the inutility of the trades unions that had existed in the United States. See Proceedings of the Lundust 1 EO Congress of 1847, Lowell. June 18, 1847. LG. Labor movement in the United States. The sole purpose of convincing the working class that they were wasting their time and energy fighting for better conditions within their present society. If they would but devote themselves to cooperatives or to voting themselves farms, all their grievances would be remedied. Being persuasive speakers and excellent parliamentarians, the social reformers were often able to convince workers' organizations to abandon trade union struggles for immediate demands and to convert their movement into a cooperative or a land reform institution. In fact, even when workers were indifferent or hostile, the utopians were able to capture the loosely organized working class meetings and to push through resolutions endorsing associations or land reform as the only means by which the industrious millions can be rendered permanently prosperous. As a result, a movement initiated by working men to secure shorter hours and higher wages would often be transformed into one which devoted itself to the establishment of a phalanx in a wilderness in Pennsylvania, Indiana, or Illinois, or a rural Republican township in the West. The era of utopianism did not end the evils of capitalism in America any more than it did in the European countries, but it did call attention to the need to remedy a situation in which millions starved in the midst of plenty, and hundreds lived in luxury on the wealth produced by tens of thousands of workers. For everyone that benefited by technological advancements, why did tens of thousands have to be destroyed? Must labor, the utopians asked, the creator of wealth, lose from age to age, and from century to century, one portion after another of its just and fitting reward? 58. Utopians found no remedy for the ills of industrial society. Their theosophy could not discover the relation between the immediate needs. Honor the ultimate emancipation of the working class. By ignoring political action, they took from the worker his key to freedom. By ignoring the immediate needs of the working class, the utopians weakened the trade union and political movements of the working class, the only movements which educate and train the workers for the socialist transformation of society. Finally, they did not understand that the development of capitalism was a precondition for socialism. As Karl Marx said in criticizing the land reform movement, the capitalist evil they were vainly trying to avert was historically good, for it will frightfully accelerate social development and bring ever so much nearer new and higher forms of the communist movement. 57. And as Joseph Wedemeyer, an early American Marxist, emphasized in the New York Zeitung of August 1, 1852, the accumulation of capital is not harmful to society. The harm lies rather in the fact that capital serves the interests of a few. If the bourgeoisie has fulfilled the first task, it is the task of the proletariat to put an end to this state of affairs which has ended in chaos. Chapter 11. While utopian reformers were whipping up feeling about the evils of industrial development, the industrialization of the nation's economy was drawing sharper lines of demarcation between workers and employers. Between 1840 and 1860, the number of men engaged in manufacturing establishments having an output of $2 a year or more increased from 791,000 to L3U oil. According to the census of 1840, the total value of manufactured products was $483,278,000. In 1850 it was $1,019,106,000, and in L86O, L885, 861,000. The railroad underscored DIJ? HAL, G of the country increased from 2,800 in 1840 to 30,600 LLG 860. Along with the industrialization of the CMTRY went ever-increasing urbanization, the percentage of the total population living in communities of 8 or more inhabitants increased from 8.5 in 18. OFO 12.5 in 18 feet 50 inches and 16.1 in 1860. American workers learned soon enough that it was useless to strive to stop capitalist development, and that economic security could not be achieved through the simple solutions offered by the Owenites, the Fourierites, or the land reformers. It would take continuous day-to-day economic and political struggles and united action of the workers to bring the benefits of industrial advances to the mass of the American people. This realization was best expressed in the poem which heads the Constitution of the American Miners Association, formed in 1861. Step by step, the longest march can be won, single stones will form an arch, one by one. And by union, what we will can be all accomplished still, drops of water turn a mill, singly none. 191. I-92. Labor movement in the United States. Revival of trade unionism. The trade union movement revived slowly from the ravages of the crisis of 1837. It was only a matter of time before most workers would reject the utopian belief that the capitalists would help them solve their problems. Early in the 40s, a group of workers in New England appealed to their fellow laborers throughout the country to abandon any such illusions. Brethren, we conjure you not to believe a word of what is said about your interests, and those of your employers being the same. Your interests and theirs are in the nature of things, hostile and irreconcilable. Then do not look to them for relief. Our salvation must, through the blessing of God, come from ourselves. It is useless to expect it from those whom our labors enrich. 1. These words stirred the workers of America. After years of depression, they leaped at the opportunity to secure a better way of life through organization. Nowhere was this more evident than in New England, where, in the early 40s, mechanics and laborers' associations sprang up like mushrooms. Organize, union is strength, became the watchwords of the hour. Veteran trade unionists, forced by blacklists to abandon their organizations during the worst years of the Depression, took on new life and called upon their fellow workers to form unions and prove to the capitalists that they were true representatives of those noble spirits that so fearlessly denounced the usurpations and tyranny of a British king. 2 vigorous and militant labor newspapers carried this message into New England cities and towns. The Boston Laborer, the Lynn All and True Working Man, the Lowell Working Man's Advocate and Voice of Industry, the Fall River Mechanic were but a few of the new labor papers which contributed to the revival of trade unionism in New England. For the first time, New England factory workers set up a militant labor press. Factory workers and the labor movement. Prior to the 184Os, it will be recalled, factory workers had not played an important part in the labor movement. True, the Dover and Lowell girls had conducted militant strikes during the 20s and 30s, but rarely had they combined to continue the struggle for better conditions, nor had they joined the skilled workingmen in their organized movements. Instead, most of them had returned to their farm homes, cursing the factory owners who were trying to reduce them to the status of slaves, and warning others to stay away from the factory prisons. 10-Hour Movement, 1840 to 1860. 193. As long as the majority of the factory girls came from nearby farms and their earnings in the factories were not their sole means of support, the appeals of trade unionists urging them to organize had little effect. But in the 184Os, the situation was drastically altered. Gradually a permanent working class began to emerge in the factories. During the crisis of 1837, a good many farmers in New England had LCT their farms. As the New England farms disappeared, writes Norman J. Ware, the outstanding authority on labor conditions between 1840 and the Civil War, the freedom of the mill operatives contracted. They could no longer escape. A permanent factory population became a reality. 3. As one factory girl explained in 1845, the workers in the mills were composed of a large share of poverty's daughters whose fathers do not possess 1 foot of land, but work day by day for the bread that feeds their families. Many are foreigners free to work, according to the mandates of heartless power, or go to the poorhouse, beg or do worse. These factory girls were actually responsible for the beginnings of a labor press representing the factory workers. It came into being as a result of an earnest effort made by the girls themselves to demolish a gigantic conspiracy organized by the mill owners. 5 European travelers to this country were wined and dined by New England manufacturers, were persuaded to record in the journals of their travels that Lowell, Waltham, Lawrence, and Chicopee were truly industrial utopias, and that the girls were cared for more as pupils at a great seminary than as hands by whose industry profit is to be made out of capital. Even poets were paid to write verses in praise of the factory system. A typical poem was entitled Song of the Factory Girls, and went in part: Oh, sing me the song of the factory girl, so merry and glad and free, the bloom in her cheeks, of health how it speaks. Oh, happy a creature is she! She tends the loom, she watches the spindle, and cheerfully toileth away, amid the din of wheels, how her bright eyes kindle, and her bosom is ever gay. 6. In 1841, a widely publicized magazine, The Lowell Offering, came into existence. It helped continue the myth of New England's factory paradise, and became a powerful weapon for the mill owners. On its title page, it carried the words, "A repository of original articles written by females employed in the mills." As a result, for several years it was accepted as the voice of the mill workers. Since it studiously avoided publishing any complaints against conditions in the factories, it helped to establish the tradition of a benevolent mill system. 194. Labor movement in the United States. The Lowell Offering achieved international fame. Charles Dickens, in his American Notes, referred to it as the first clear notes of real life in America. An American returning from England reported, "The Lowell Offering is probably exciting more attention in England than any other American publication. It is talked of in the political as well as literary world. And in France, Tier Asterisk arose in the Chamber of Deputies, waved a copy of the Lowell Offering in the air, and solemnly proclaimed that the magazine proved that in a democracy, labor could possess a mind and soul as well as a body. 7. It is hardly surprising that the Lowell Offering was welcomed by factory owners, and that they sent a written tribute to the editors, praising the worthy enterprise in which they are engaged. F8. For the editors of the Lowell Offering were not in the least concerned with wages and hours. "We could do nothing to regulate the price of wages of the world," wrote one of the editors. "We would not if we could, at least we would not make that a prominent subject in our pages, for we believe there are things of even greater importance. As for hours and working conditions, these were matters over which workers have no control. They would come as a result of the kind-heartedness of the factory owners. The corporations would, in their own good time, introduce the 10-hour system, and will not this be a noble deed? 9. What, then, were the things of even greater importance? The only thing that really mattered, said the magazine's editor, was to elevate, instruct and purify the mind and soul of the workers, to give them an outlet for the spiritual and emotional needs of the soul, to provide them with sweetness and light. Let the factory girls, therefore, meet in improvement circles where they would read and study. Armed with learning and culture, they could protect themselves from the crushing power of the machine which dehumanized the worker and robbed him of dignity and self-assurance. At the same time, they would prove to the world that there was mind among the spindles. As long as the mind and the soul were free, what did it matter what happened to the body? The philosophy of the factory girls should be that of the apostles. Having food and raiment, let us be there with content. 10. The Lowell Offering was popular everywhere but among the factory girls. True, they wrote poems and stories for the magazine, believing. In 1871, Thiers played a conspicuous role in the brutal suppression of the Paris Commune and in the wholesale slaughter of the Paris proletariat during the Bloody Week, when reaction triumphed. In January 1843, the Offering was purchased by William Schuyler from its former proprietors. Schuyler was an agent of the mill owners, a bitter foe of the 10-hour day, and was intensely hated by almost all factory girls. In a signed statement, Schuyler called upon all who feel an interest in the progress and good name of the factory system to support the Offering. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 195. That it was important to prove that a factory worker was an individual with a mind and emotions, and not merely a part of the machinery. But they also submitted articles which showed the true conditions in the factories, and stressed the need for shorter hours, higher wages, and better working conditions. When the editors of the magazine refused to publish these articles, the girls denounced it as a company organ which soothed the consciences of the rich Boston and New York capitalists who were enjoying the luxuries purchased by the large dividends wrung from the sufferings of the factory girls. 11. Disgusted by the treachery of the Lowell Offering, the New England factory girls set up their own magazines and journals. In 1842, a fortnightly periodical, The Factory Girl, saw the light of day in New Hampshire. This magazine was edited by a man, assisted by several operatives of undoubted ability, and announced that it would speak out in defense of a half-helpless army of laborers. 3 years later, the Voice of Industry, a weekly labor paper, made its appearance in Lowell, Massachusetts. It devoted considerable space to the plight of the factory girls, even establishing a regular column edited by one of the leaders of the working women. In May 1846, the paper was taken over entirely by the girls themselves. In the same year, the Factory Girls Album and Operatives Advocate began its career in Exeter, New Hampshire. Although published by a man, it was edited by an association of females who are operatives in the factories, and consequently well qualified to judge the wants of those whose cause they will advocate. It will speak fearlessly, it announced, advocating a 10-hour system and a general reform among the many abuses now practiced upon the factory operatives. 12 These new periodicals at once demolished the myth concerning the so-called beauties of factory life. Letters from the factory girls themselves were featured in each issue. One girl complained in a letter to the Factory Girl of March 1, 1843, that she and her friends were forced to work from 6 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night, for which they received $1.56 per week. What a glorious privilege we enjoy in this boasted Republican land, don't we? Here am I, a healthy New England girl, quite well behaved, bestowing just half of all my hours, including Sundays, upon a company for less than 2 cents an hour. 13. Other letters told of girls who, being scarcely paid sufficient to board themselves, were forced to abandon their virtue to obtain favors. They told of managers who found the girls languorous in the morning and who conceived the brilliant plan of forcing them to work on empty stomachs. They told of wage reductions of 40% in mills that were labor movement in the United States, earning enormous profits, of workers forced to accept their wages store orders, which meant a loss of about 50% in the value of these wages. Many letters complained of the unbearable speed-up, and pointed out that, whereas 10 years ago the girls had tended 2 looms making from 216 to 324 picks a minute, they were now forced to tend 4 looms making 480 picks a minute. The increased work being done by labor, and the profit going to capital. The letters also protested vehemently against the blacklist system employed by all corporations to terrorize the factory workers. Under this system, a worker had to bring an honorable discharge from his former employer before he could obtain a new position. In every issue, the new factory magazines emphasized the fact that it was impossible to take a neutral position, while manufacturers and operatives were diametrically opposed in their pecuniary interests. 15. This note of class struggle was sounded in poems, stories, articles, even in definitions such as the following, which appeared in the Factory Girl of January 15, 1843. Overseer, a servile tool in the hands of an agent, one who will resort to the lowest, meanest, most groveling measures to please his master and to fill the coffers of a soulless corporation. Operative, a person who is employer, in a factory and who generally earns 3 times as much as she receives. Contemptible for an overseer to ask a girl what her religious sentiments are when she applies to him for employment. The importance of the factory magazines cannot be overemphasized. Workers smuggled them into the mills and they were eagerly read and passed along. These magazines stimulated and helped build the female labor reform associations of the 40s. The first and most important female labor reform association, or organized in Lowell, Massachusetts by 12 factory girls, all of them workers in the cotton mills, began its career in January 1845. 6 months later, its membership had grown to 500, and it was growing steadily. Our numbers have been daily increasing, said its president, Sarah G. Bagley, in May 1845. Our meetings generally well attended, and the real zeal of the friends of equal rights and justice has kindled anew. 16. The Constitution of the Lowell Female Labor Reform Association provided that every member should pledge herself to labor actively for reform in the present system of labor. *, the association conducted a Article 9 of the Constitution declared, the members of this association disapprove of all hostile measures, strikes, and turnouts until all pacific measures prove abortive, and then that it is the imperative duty of everyone to assert and IJL. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. Tireless campaign to convince the public of the need for reform in the mills. A committee was appointed to expose and counteract the false impression created by the newspapers and corporation apologists. A regular, female department was conducted in the Voice of Industry, and in 1846, the association was able to buy this labor journal. At the same time, it organized fairs, made parties, and social gatherings at which copies of the Valentine Offering, a collection of articles and poems written by the factory girls, were sold. It established an Industrial Reform Lyceum, at which outstanding lecturers spoke to the factory girls on the need for the 10-hour day. The association also published and distributed famous factory tracts, which contained stirring poetry written by the factory girls. 17 The Lowell Association did not, however, confine itself to Valentine offerings and poetry. When the Massachusetts Corporation in Lowell ordered weavers to tend 4 instead of 3 looms, and at the same time reduced wages 1 cent apiece, The association called a meeting of the factory girls to protest this order. At the meeting, the women workers drew up a pledge and resolved that they would not tend a fourth loom unless they received a wage increase in ratio to the increased work. They further resolved that any worker who signed the pledge and then violated it should have her name published in the Voice of Industry as a traitor to the working class. Every weaver who worked for the corporation signed the pledge, and not a single girl violated the agreement. The company was forced to rescind its order. The association exerted its influence in the political field as well. When a committee of the Massachusetts state legislature reported adversely on the demand for a 10-hour law, it attacked William Schuller, its chairman, as a corporation machine or tool, and announced that it would campaign to defeat him for re-election. The campaign was successful, and after the election, the association published a resolution expressing their grateful acknowledgments to the voters of Lowell for consigning William Schuller to the obscurity he so justly deserves. 18 representatives of the Lowell Association attended mass meetings of factory girls in Manchester and Dover, New Hampshire, and in Fall River, Massachusetts, and in each of these cities, female labor reform associations were organized. *Die means of the factory tracks. The Lowell Union also contacted. Maintain that independence which our brave ancestors bequeathed us and sealed with their blood. Voice of Industry, February 27, 1846. In New York City, a female industrial association was formed in March 1845. Delegates from the following trades were represented in the organization: tailoresses, plain and coarse sewing, shirt makers, book folders and stitchers, cap makers, straw workers, dressmakers, crimpers, fringe and lace makers. Elizabeth Gray was the president. Working Man's Advocate, March 8, 1945. Labor movement in the United States. Factory girls in western Pennsylvania and they, too, soon formed an association in their area. An appeal from the Lowell Association to all working women in America urged them to organize for the struggle for a better life. It was necessary, said the appeal, to have a complete union among the worthy toilers and spinners of our nation, by organizing associations and keeping up a correspondence throughout the country, and arousing the public mind to a just sense of the claims of humanity. We hope to roll on the great tide of reformation until from every fertile vale and towering hill the response shall be echoed and re-echoed, freedom, freedom for all. 19. No study of this interesting labor organization would be complete without some reference to its tireless president, S. Ea G. Bagley, an early pioneer among American working women. At the time the Towel Union was formed, Miss Bagley had been a weaver for more than 8 years. For 4 of these years she had, after working hours, conduct a free evening school for the factory girls who were so eager to acquire an education that they were called the culture-crazy girls. 20. Sarah Bagley had been a member of the famous Lowell Improvement Circles, where the girls had met and discussed the latest writings of leading authors and out of which had emerged the Lowell Offering. But Sarah Bagley soon discovered that it was futile to attempt to improve the mind after 13 hours of speed up in the mills, hence she became the most outspoken opponent of the offering. She denounced it publicly as a corporation tool, and declared that it gave a completely false picture of conditions in the mills and the workers' reaction to these conditions. When the offering finally expired in 1845, due to lack of support from the factory girls, Miss Bagley wrote, "Peace to its slumbers, and if it should ever witness a morn of resurrection, may it be prepared to take a high stand among the redeemed as the bold defender of the rights of the people." 21. Miss Bagley constantly emphasized the need for labor newspapers. "The press," she declared, "takes every effort to slander our efforts and ridicule our operations." It is not surprising, then, that she became one of the first woman labor editors in America. In May 1846, Sarah Bagley took over the editorship of the Voice of Industry. She pledged her readers a heart wrapped up in the cause of the oppressed, and her editorials proved that she kept her pledge. In one editorial, for example, she vigorously denounced corporation agents who threatened to blacklist all girls who joined the Lowell Union. "Deprive us, after working 13 hours, of saying our lot is a hard one. We will make the name of him who dares the axe stink with every wind." 22. Sarah Bagley contributed a large part to the labor movement of the 40s. In March 1845, she represented the female labor reform 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 199 Association of Lowell at the convention of the New England Working Men's Association. She was not a silent delegate, but eloquently appealed to the working men to help their sisters win the 10-hour day. Since working women could not vote, they appealed in V3.in to legislators. So it remained for the men to answer the question of whether or not their sisters and daughters should also enjoy the blessings of shorter hours. The factory girls, said Miss Bagley, claimed no exalted place in the labor movement, but wished, like the heroines of the Revolution, to furnish the soldiers with a blanket or replenish their knapsacks from our pantries. 23 On behalf of the factory girls, she presented the association with the silk banner on which was inscribed the motto, Union for Power, Power to Bless Humanity. The 10-Hour Philosophy. The issue which led to the formation of the New England Workingmen's Association, and which united laboring men and women in the 40s, was the struggle for the 10-hour day. The New England workers had not shared the gains of the 10-hour movement of the 20s and 30s, and the vast majority of workers, mechanics, and operatives alike still worked 12 to 14 hours each day. In other sections, too, factory workers experienced the same oppression, and some mechanics had been forced during the Depression years to return to the sun-up to sundown system familiar to the agricultural areas around the mill towns. The 10-hour movement of the 40s and 50s developed a philosophy of its own to justify its demand and to win public support. In order to benefit both the laborer and the community, the worker needed more time for mental cultivation and bodily rest. The physical and mental effects of sunrise to sunset labor were so demoralizing that the average worker could never hope to devote his energies to anything but unceasing toil. We hold the doctrine that masses were created to toil and the few to think in abhorrence, declared a meeting of workingmen in New Jersey. All have minds to think as well as physical powers to labor. All should have time for the cultivation and enjoyment of the one as well as the exercise of the other. 24 And a group of journeyman house carpenters in Nashville, Tennessee, spoke their mind in 1847. A distinction should be made between the hours spent in the mills and the actual working time. A 14-hour day was in many cases a 12.5-hour working day when mealtime was deducted. Nevertheless, there were operatives who worked 14 or 15 hours a day. See Norman F. Ware, The Industrial Worker, 1840 to 1860, Boston and New York, 1924, pages 129 to 30. 200. Labor movement in the United States. We are flesh and blood, we need hours of recreation. It is estimated by political economists that 5 hours labor per day by each individual would be sufficient for the support of the human race. Surely then we do our share when we labor 10. We have social feelings which must be gratified. We have minds and they must be improved. We are lovers of our country and must have time and opportunity to study its interests. Shall we live and die knowing nothing but the rudiments of our trade? Would the community of which we are members suffer loss because we are enlightened? 25. The community would definitely stand to gain if the working class was enlightened, said the 10-hour advocates. The prosperity and welfare of the nation depended mainly on the intelligence, virtue, and energy of the working classes, for it was in proportion to the degree that their interests were promoted, their energies awakened, and their intellectual and physical faculties developed, that a nation becomes truly great and prosperous. 26. A number of 10-hour advocates regarded the lessening of the hours of labor as the primary social step towards the achievement of a new social order. As the workers became more enlightened, they would grasp more clearly the necessity for putting an end to the present economic system and join eagerly in the crusade for a cooperative society. Let this 10-hour system be generally established, said the Fall River mechanic, and every reform which tends to the elevation of the laboring classes will meet with far better success than it will at the present time. 27. And the possibilities for the enlightenment of the working masses, said the 10-hour proponents, were limitless. After all, one of the outstanding scholars in America, the man who knew all the languages of Europe and several of Asia, including Hebrew, Chaldaic, Sumerian, and Ethiopic, was Elihu Burritt, the learned blacksmith. Given the time for in. Burritt lectured to workers throughout New England on the value of intellectual training and other subjects. Especially was he anxious to eradicate the impression that lingered among some workers that the wealthier classes were superior beings. Don't take off your hat in obsequious reverence to the Gerards Astors, or any speculating capitalists of the country, he said in lecture after lecture. Though were they, or who are the men that have succeeded them in the ranks of wealth? They are the oligarchy, are they, that own all the banks, warehouses, factories, and shipping of the nation? Grant that. But why should this show of wealth impress you with a sense of inferiority as a class? Merle Curdy. The Learned Blacksmith, pages 3, 23, 34 to 35. Burritt's lectures to workers must be distinguished from the efforts of apologists for the capitalists to reach the laboring classes through the medium of lectures and impress upon them the thought that the poor were really the fortunate ones in American society, with great wealth in one-foot possession, said these spokesmen for 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 201 Intellectual and moral culture. Other workers too could become learned, and like Burritt contribute to the advancement of American civilization. Indeed, let the mechanics have all but 10 hours per day for rest and mental culture, and they will soon be the predominant, the most influential class. 28 These arguments the employers combated in their own inimitable way. Yes, I verily believe, said one mill owner, There are a large number of operatives in our cotton mills who have too much spare time now. To reduce the working hours would increase crime, suffering, wickedness, and pauperism. The manager of a mill in Chicopee, Massachusetts, added, "It is not the hours per day that a person works that breaks him down, but the hours spent in dissipation. The effect of the diminution of the hours of labor would be to reduce wages, and in our opinion, increase dissipation." Asterisk 29. The contention that a reduction in working hours would result in a reduction in wages was discussed at considerable length by the 10-hour advocates. One group among them, led in the main by the intellectuals, felt that a shorter working day could be achieved only if the workers were willing to accept a corresponding reduction in daily pay. They argued, however, that such a reduction would only be temporary and that when the 10-hour system became universal, wages would again rise. Another group of 10-hour advocates, and by far the more influential one, held that a reduction in hours would not necessarily bring a reduction in daily wages. On the contrary, a diminution in the number of hours worked would lead to an increase in wages. A shortening of the working week, they argued, was identical with a shortening of the supply of labor, and since wages were governed by the great law of trade, the law of supply and demand, a shortening of the supply of labor would mean an increase in wages. 80. There was also a difference of opinion among the 10-hour advocates as to the methods employed to secure the shorter working day. The employers, one, could still suffer the evils of poverty by indulging wants which even ample means could not gratify. On the other hand, the poor worker could feel comparatively rich by indulging no wants which his means would not permit him to gratify. William Ellery Channing, the Unitarian preacher, was fond of reminding the workers that they had the easiest lot in life compared to the trials and tribulations of the wealthy who were always suffering from eating too much. See Catherine M. Sedgwick, The Poor Rich Man and the Rich Poor Man. New York, 1836, and Elizabeth P. Peabody, Reminiscences of Reverend William Ellery Channing, Boston, 1880, page 415. To meet the charge that shorter hours would only demoralize the workers, the Fall River mechanic urged those who gained the 10-hour day to show its true effects by studying and learning. In addition, it advocated that the workingmen of Fall River open and sustain an economical and useful evening school. Fall River Mechanic, May 18, November 30, 1844. 202. Labor movement in the United States. Advocated legislative enactments only and called for the launching of a huge campaign to convince legislators that incessant toil was inconsistent with the health, happiness, and liberty of the laborer and with the welfare of the community. In accordance with this principle, laws must be passed restraining employers from hiring workers for more than 10 hours a day. Others believed that groups of workers should concentrate upon achieving an agreement with their employer and establishing the 10-hour day in their own shop or factory. Still others favored the adoption of methods used successfully by workers in England in their struggle for shorter hours. This plan of action was popularized in America by John C. Cluer, an English labor organizer who had come to this country early in the 40s. It included 3 points. First, a convention be called of workers and manufacturers to discuss and agree on a program for the reduction of working hours. If the convention failed, a petition campaign to the legislatures should be instituted. And finally, if that method also failed to bring results, a general strike or, as it was popularly called, a second Independence Day be initiated. This general strike would take place on July 4th, on which day all New England workers would declare their independence of the oppressive manufacturing power. 31. The selection of the 4th of July for the beginning of this great upheaval, said the 10-hour advocates, was quite logical, for the movement was in keeping with the basic principle of the Declaration of Independence. The all-day system, declared the Fall River Mechanic of July 13, 1844, does not allow the pursuit of happiness, and hence there is propriety in connecting with the 4th your effort to reduce the hours of labor from an indefinite number to 10. New England Workingmen's Association. Throughout most of the period under discussion, this movement sought to attain the shorter working day by legislative enactment. In L_840_B 10-hour Syst_M had been established for federal government employees of the executive order of President Van Buren to do the same thing for employees of private concerns involved the state legislatures which had chartered them. The problem was to organize enough mass pressure to overcome the control exercised by the corporations over the legislatures. The first important steps for the attainment of the 10-hour day by legislative enactment occurred in 1842 when the 10-hour Republican Association was formed by a group of New England mechanics. The organization immediately started a petition campaign to force the Massachusetts legislature to limit the working hours in the state. Most of the petitions did not refer specifically to the 10-hour day, but the Lowell petition contained almost 600 signatures called definitely for a 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. Which would require that manufacturing corporations Shall not employ persons to work more than 10 hours a day. 32. The 10-Hour Republican Association initiated the campaign for the 10-hour day, but it was too vague and local an organization to carry the movement to a successful conclusion. In the fall of 1844, however, a new labor organization, the New England Association of Workingmen, came into being, which gave vigorous support to the shorter workday crusade. The association was largely the product of the activities of the mechanics of Fall River, Massachusetts. Early in 1844, these men organized a mechanics association to further the 10-hour cause in their community. The association distributed pledge cards binding the signers not to work for more than 10 hours and conducted a number of strikes for the shorter working day. It was assisted in these activities by its auxiliary, the Ladies' Mechanic Association of Fall River, in May 1844. The auxiliary conducted regular fairs, raising large funds to support the 10-hour movement. The work of the ladies, wrote a working man, reminded him of the Daughters of Liberty of Revolutionary days. We think, he went on, that if our employers had seen the ladies, they would have said it is time to yield the question. 33. The Mechanics Association itself paid a great tribute to the Women's Auxiliary. 203. We owe much of our success to their efforts in our behalf. Without their timely encouragement and assistance, many of our members would have given up the contest as hopeless. But when the opposition was arrayed against us, with all their unholy weapons, when defeat seemed to stare us in the face, the wives, and mothers and daughters of the _annex have come forward to our aid, and bid us persevere in our work of reform. Mechanics, may we never forget their works of beneficence. 34. In April 1844, the Fall River Mechanics Association set up a publishing committee to print a weekly paper, The Mechanic, to advocate the cause of the oppressed mechanic and laborer in all its bearings. A few weeks later, these militant mechanics released a circular to mechanics all over New England denouncing the long hours and consequent degradation of New England workingmen, and calling for united action to secure the 10-hour day and equal rights. Specifically, it issued a resounding summons for a general convention of New England workingmen, to be held in the fall of 1844. No place or date for the convention was. The following card appeared in the Fall River Mechanic of July 13, 1844. The Fall River Mechanics Association most gratefully acknowledged the reception of $300 from the Ladies' Mechanic Association, the proceeds of their fair. In behalf of the association, Wilbur Read, President. Labor Movement in the United States. 204. Specified, however. But on July 20th, the shoemakers of Lynn endorsed the call and suggested that the convention be held at Boston, August 21, 1844, and proposed that in addition to the 10-hour day, the convention should take into consideration the inadequate compensation of labor and to devise means whereby it can be improved. Owing to requests for further delay, the date for the convention was finally set for October 16, 1844. The Fall River Mechanics Association was not content merely to issue a call. As many communities in New England had no newspapers friendly to labor, it was necessary to bring the message of trade unionism to the workers of these communities and to make certain that representatives would attend the convention in the fall. Thus, the association sent S.C. Hewitt, a mechanic, into the field as a lecturer. The object of the association in sending out a lecturer at this time, it announced, is to arouse the people in other places to the necessity of organizing and preparing to represent themselves in convention next September. 35. Hewitt began his organizing tour on July 25 in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and concluded it on August 24 in Taunton, Massachusetts. In 1 month he visited cities and towns in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and attended a convention of the Journeyman Cordwainers Association in Lynn, where his lecture resulted in a vote of support for the convention and a promise to send delegates. Usually Hewitt's procedure was to enter a town in the morning, distribute handbills urging workers to attend the evening's mass meeting, and then at night to lecture on the need for the laborer to take the business of reform in his own hands and show himself a man. Only by organizing into associations could they hope to gain the 10-hour day and remedy the general evils of social life as it is. After the lecture, the floor was always thrown open for discussion. On one occasion, in Providence, Rhode Island, Hewitt was surprised to find himself supported by a leading employer of the community, who told the meeting that he had already established the 10-hour system in his shops, and found it to work admirably, since the men did full as much work as before, and operated much more cheerfully. In several towns, moreover, clergymen would take the platform and join Hewitt in urging the workers to organize to battle for shorter hours. Following the lecture, steps would be taken to form an association so. At first Hewitt called upon all workingmen to attend the meeting, expecting that working women would understand that they were included in the term. He discovered, however, that it was necessary to mention women specifically. The call Working women, Hewitt believed, belonged in every labor movement. Being organized. For females, in general, work harder than males, and hence should feel interested in any movement which aims at the amelioration of the working classes. Fall River Mechanic, August 31, 1844. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860, that delegates could be elected to the convention in the fall. In Milford, Connecticut, the audience was totally unreceptive and nothing could move them. Such coldness in every place would have a tendency to discourage me in my labors, wrote Hewitt from Milford. But I am truly thankful that such is not the fact. This is the only instance of the kind. But there was plenty of coldness displayed by the employers and the authorities. Hewitt's handbills were confiscated, and in more than one town he found all halls closed to him. In Worcester, Massachusetts, the chairman of the committee in charge of the town hall took one look at Hewitt's handbill in which the word oppression appeared and said that he could not allow the hall to be used to spread falsehood since he did not see any oppression among the laborers of New England. In Rhode Island, Hewitt was refused halls on the ground that he was starting an insurrection and was guilty of treason. But Hewitt was not intimidated. In Norwich, Connecticut, he spoke in a hall used by a phrenologist, and his audience was larger than usual. In Stonington, Connecticut, however, he could not even find a friendly phrenologist. So I concluded, he writes in his journal, to call a meeting in the street. The following night the meeting was again held in the street. Several houses were applied for today, in which to hold our meeting, and every one refused. So we had to meet again in the street. The audience was much larger tonight than the first. We organized the meeting as well we could in the dark and took the necessary steps to the formation of an association here. 36 Thus in 1844, as at all other times in the history of the American labor movement, the organization of workers was the result of the tireless, unselfish activities of brave men and women who faced ostracism, rebuffs, and other forms of opposition to carry their message to the working class. While Hewitt was holding forth in halls and streets, the labor press in Massachusetts and New Hampshire was spreading the news of the convention to other workers. And in the towns and cities of New England, mechanics' associations were enthusiastically endorsing the proposed convention. At the same time, utopian reformers, chief among whom were the SSOIationists, advocates of Fourierism, and the land reformers, pricked up their ears at the news that the workingmen of New England were to meet in convention, and prepared to conurge on Boston to urge more fundamental reforms than the 10-hour J and higher wages. 207 delegates assembled in Fane 3 Hall, Boston. 206. Labor movement in the United States. On October 16, 1844, for the first New England Convention, mechanics from the New England towns made up the vast majority, but there were delegates present from Brook Farm, George Ripley, Park Godwin and L. W. Rickman, and from the land reform movement, George Henry Evans, Thomas Dever and Alvin E. Bovey. Both groups of reformers addressed the convention and stressed the need for adopting their particular program as a means of escaping the horrors of the onrushing factory system. The convention bestowed its blessings on both programs. Over the opposition of some of the working class delegates, it adopted resolutions calling for the freedom of public lands and endorsing Fourierism. A unanimous vote, however, was given in favor of a resolution urging the establishment of producers' cooperatives as the method to put an end to the present system of labor, in which capital secured the reward which should only belong to the laborer. The convention adopted a resolution calling for a 10-hour law and organized a permanent association of New England workingmen to press for legislation that would prohibit any corporation from employing any person more than 10 hours a day. Unfortunately, the second convention, held in Lowell, on March 18, 1845, elected L. W. Rickman president of the association and George Ripley chairman of the executive committee. This was a sure sign that nothing would be done in the legislative field. For, although both were sincere men, they were interested in a more fundamental reform than a shorter working day. In addition, Rickman, a typical utopian, abhorred the use of any tactics that would antagonize the upper classes. My object is not to array one class against another, he said sweetly, but by a glorious unity of interests, make all harmony and ensure universal intelligence, elevation and happiness. 37. On May 28, 1845, the next convention of the newly organized association met in Boston. The associationists completely dominated the scene and most of the time was spent discussing the virtues of Fourierism. The 10-hour day was occasionally mentioned but solely in passing and nothing of a practical nature to advance the cause closest to the New England workingmen emerged from the convention. By now, however, the workers were about fed up with the domination of their movement by utopian reformers. H_Y_4A4_TH_GRC. The convention adopted a constitution for the New England Association. The membership of the association was to consist of delegates from all local associations who were to pay 25 cents into the general fund. Representation was as follows: 1 delegate for up to 50 members, 1 for every edition, al 50 up to 500, and thereafter, 1 for every 100 member. 3. Article 9 of the Constitution read, Female labor reform associations shall 1 JF. Entitled to all the rights, privileges and obligations secured by this Constitution. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 20 foot for air. Sincerity and devotion, and agreed with their denunciations of the capitalist form of production, but they wanted immediate redress of grievances, not a paradise in the distant future. And they resented the fact that the reformers ignored their demand for shorter hours and were paralyzing the one organization which could achieve a 10-hour day. Sensing this attitude, the Voice of Industry, edited by Lowell labor leaders, called upon the utopians to reevaluate their role in the New England Association. 38B_L_T_B associationists were determined to have their way. They still insisted nothing short of an entire revolution in society could remove the evils which the laboring people suffer. Minor questions like the 10-hour day were unimportant, said President Rickman, and it was time the workers of New England realized that the Workingmen's Association aimed at something more fundamental than a shorter working day. 39 That the workers did not see it this way was of no importance. However, the New England Workingmen's Association was, for a time, rescued from the reformers. By the time the association met in Lowell on October 29, 1845, the Fourierist movement in America was on the decline, President Rickman and the entire Brook Farm contingent not even attending the convention. The land reformers were also absent, having by this time lost interest in the New England labor scene. Working-class control of the New England Association was restored, and beginning with this convention the movement for a 10-hour day was revived. At subsequent conventions it was asserted in no uncertain words that the reduction of the hours of labor was the great, prominent object of the working men of New England. 0. 10-hour strikes. During this critical period in New England, an event of major importance was taking place in western Pennsylvania. In the cotton mills of Pittsburgh and Allegheny City, factory girls were earning the magnificent sum of $2.50 for 72 hours a week. Unable to endure this any longer, on September 15, 1845, 5,000 girls, described as the prettiest girls in bone and sinew of Allegheny City and Pittsburgh. Other issues, however, were not ignored. As we shall see below, the New England Workingmen's Association took a forthright stand in opposition to slavery. Moreover, at the Lynn Convention, January 1846, the delegates pressed their opinion on a rumor of an impending war with England. So far as regarding the laboring man on the other side of the water as our enemy and shooting him as such, they resolved, we regard him as our friend and will do all in our power to better his condition. Norman J. Ware correctly refers to this declaration as an early American advance toward internationalism. Young America. December 13, 1845, Tilsa Industrial Worker, 1840 to 1860, p. 218. 208. Labor movement in the United States went on strike for the 10-hour day. They held out for almost a full month, but desperate, some of the girls decided to go back to work. But they did not remain at work long. Strikers went from factory to factory, broke open the gates, seized the girls at the machines and dragged them outside. At the largest of the mills, Blackstock's factory, they were joined by what was known at that time as the Men's Auxiliary. How it functioned and what happened at Blackstock's is described by an on-the-spot reporter of the Pittsburgh Journal. They were now in full force. A whole legion of men and boys accompanied them, as auxiliaries, to be used in case they were required. Thus prepared, flushed with conquest, they marched to the scene of the great struggle, the Battle of Blackstock's factory. On their arrival, they saluted the enemy with 3 shouts of defiance and an universal flourish of sticks and bonnets. After a minute or two spent in a reconnoiter, they moved forward in a solid column of attack on the pine gate of the yard. In a moment the gate was forced open. But the defenders were determined on a heroic defense, and the assailants were thrown back and the gate again closed. A second time the assault was made with a similar result. Both parties now took time for breath and opened negotiations. The factory girls demanded the instant expulsion of the girls at work. The people inside obstinately refused the terms, and both parties again prepared to decide the matter by the uncertain chances of the field. They say they won't, let's try again, ARD encouraging each oath. With loud cries, the legions marched to the imminent breach. For MO meant, the combat was a doubtful one. The garrison made a stubborn resistance, but what could you expect from pine boards? The gate gave way, hurrah hurrah, and in a moment the yard was filled, the fortress was taken by storm, and the garrison were prisoners of war. We are informed that the manufacturers have expressed a great deal of dissatisfaction with reference to the conduct of the police on Monday during the disturbances. It seems to us that this is unjust. It was utterly impossible for any ordinary police force to have maintained order. There were hundreds of the male friends of the operatives standing round, ready to interfere whenever it should become necessary. Let 'em hit one of them gals if they dare, and we'll fetch them out of their boots, said a grim double-fisted fellow on our right, while they were breaking open Bladstocks. 41. The sight of hundreds of women daring to break open the factory gates and toss out the strikebreakers by main force antagonized the conservative middle-class groups who believed that ladies should always 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860 behave like ladies. And so the factory girls found it impossible to gain public support, without which they were destined to fail, for they did not have the means to hold out for any length of time. The employers were adamant, contending that they would not decrease the working hours as long as New England mills continued to operate on a 13 or 14-hour basis. They promised, however, that the moment the 10-hour day was instituted in the New England mills, they would introduce it in Pennsylvania. The Pittsburgh girls turned to their sisters and brothers in the New England Workingmen's Association and urged them to intensify their fight for the 10-hour day, assuring them that in western Pennsylvania arrangements had been made for continuing the warfare. 42. This appeal did not go unnoticed in New England. The members of the Workingmen's Association had anxiously followed the Pennsylvania strike, for they were discussing at this very time the plan of action outlined by John C. Cluer. This plan, it will be remembered, provided for a conference between employers and workers to establish the 10-hour day by joint agreement, petitions to the legislatures if the conference F1 and finally as a last resort a general strike. An effort had been made to get the manufacturers to meet with the workers in a convention and discuss the reduction of hours. The New England Workingmen's Association had even appointed a committee to arrange a conference for this purpose, but the employers ignored the request, and so point 1 in Cluer's program had failed. The question then arose as to what steps should be taken next. Some groups in the association favored concentration on petitions and legislative action, but an important group advocated resort to strikes, culminating in a general strike, a second Independence Day, on July 4, 1846. Thus the association adopted a resolution urging the local unions and associations to commence raising a fund to be used for the coming strikes for the 10-hour day. This plan was also favorably accepted at the association's conventions. 43. The Western Pennsylvania Factory Girls' strike in September, 184's, was regarded by the New England workers as the opening gun in the movement for a general strike, and they sent assurances of sympathy and support to the strikers. But the failure of the strike was fatal to the movement for a second Independence Day. The fact that 5,000 workers had been unable, despite their militant struggle, to gain a victory discouraged the proponents of a general strike and lent weight to the arguments of those leaders who urged reliance on petitions and mass pressure. The girls in Lowell and Manchester were adamant in their resolve to continue with their plans and even set July 4, 1846, as the day for the general strike. However, the movement received little support. 210. Labor movement in the United States. 10-hour laws. From this time on, the movement for the 10-hour day depended almost entirely on legislative action. Petitions, printed by the Voice of Industry, were forwarded to various towns in New England, where they were distributed by local workingmen's associations or female labor reform associations. After thousands of signatures were secured, the petitions were forwarded to the state legislatures with the added request that action be taken promptly to prevent the workers from hastening on through pain, disease, and privation down to a premature grave. 44. In Massachusetts, this petition I'd resulted in the appointment by the state legislature of specie IL committees to investigate conditions in the factories and to report on the need for legislation for shorter hours. But the legislature had taken care to appoint only corporation men to these committees, and their reports were in keeping with the character of the bodies. One committee reported that its investigation had convinced it that everything in and about the mills and the boarding houses appeared to have for its end health and comfort, and that it was fully satisfied that the order, decorum, and general appearance of things in and about the mills could not be improved by any suggestion of theirs, or by an act of the legislature. 45. Another committee admitted that there were abuses in the factory system and that working hours were too long, but felt that no legislation was necessary. Labor, it declared, is intelligent enough to make its own bargains and look out for its own interests without any interference from us. The evils in the factory system would be eradicated in due time through a progressive improvement in art and science, in a higher appreciation of man's destiny, in a less love for money, and a more ardent love for social happiness and intellectual superiority. 46. The committee was simply asserting in a legislative document what All the spokesmen for the wealthy were trying to impress upon the working classes and their allies among progressive reformers that nothing could be done by the government or by the workers themselves to improve their conditions. Legislation can do nothing, said R. C. Waterston in an address in 1844 on the causes and prevention of poverty. Combinations among the working classes could probably effect no permanent remedy. It must be left to the justice and mercy of the employer. 47 Several states did yield to the workers' insistent demands for legislation to reduce the working hours. The R_ST 10-hour law said by. Nevertheless, evidence of the appalling plight of the workers and the terrible health conditions of the factories was revealed in the testimony of witnesses, and when published, did much to destroy the myth concerning the so-called beauty of factory life. 21I. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. The legislature of New Hampshire in 1847, and a year later Pennsylvania IOMAF also passed 10-hour laws. In urging the enactment of a 10-hour law, the Legislative Committee in New Hampshire argued that a shortening of the working day was advantageous to the employers, for they would realize a greater profit, even in less time, from laborers more vigorous and better able to work, from having had suitable time to rest. 48 Evidently the employers in New Hampshire and Pennsylvania were not entirely convinced by the logic of this argument, for, at their insistence, clauses were inserted into the statutes which permitted employers to draw up special contracts with workers for more than 10 hours. Even before the laws were passed, employers submitted these contracts to their workers and informed them that they had the alternative of either signing and continuing to work, or refusing to sign and going jobless. They also threatened that the names of the workers refusing to sign would be sent to all the corpora tie-ins in the district so that it would be impossible for them to gain employment in other factories. In spite of the terror of the blacklist, the workers fought valiantly to preserve the 10-hour laws by agreeing among themselves not to sign the special contracts. Pledges were signed in many factories in New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, which stated that on and after the 15th day of September next, we will work no more than the legal number of hours each day, that we will sign no contracts to work more than 10 hours per day, that to the support of these resolutions we pledge our lives in sacred honor. 49. Decline in New England. The workers in New Hampshire were not able to maintain these pledges. The power of the corporations was too great. Workers who refused to sign were discharged, and when they went elsewhere to seek employment, they found all doors closed to them. Since the New England Workingmen's Association had ceased to be an effective labor organization, it could not support the workers in their determination not to sign special contracts. By 1847, the New England Workingmen's Association, now called the New England Labor Reform League, passed again into the hands of utopian reformers. The workers lost interest in the movement, and in March 1848, the organization came to an end. The female labor reform associations came to the same end. In January 1847, the name of the Lowell Union was changed to the Lowell Female Industrial Reform and Mutual Aid Society. The aim of the organization was to appeal to the self-love of the factory girls and 212. Labor movement in the United States. 2. Their higher natures. Through enlightenment and education, the factory girls, doomed to eternal slavery under the capitalist system, would be brought together to end a state of society which debases the masses to a level with the serfs of the old countries. The language reveals an understanding on the part of working women of those days that their plight had its roots in the economic system. But like the utopians who influenced their thinking, the girls worked along lines which necessarily prevented them from putting their ideas into effect. They believed, for example, that through enlightenment and education alone, people could be rallied to support the immediate measures in the interest of the working class as well as a new social order. 50 But more than enlightenment was needed to cope with the power of the corporations. Upsurge in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, however, the story was quite different. Here the influence of the utopians was negligible, and here, too, the workers had not allowed their militant spirit to wane. In 1848, corporations in western Pennsylvania tried to force factory workers to sign special contracts permitting employers to extend the working hours beyond 10 hours a day. The workers refusing to comply with this request, employers closed their factories and announced that they would not open them until the workers signed contracts permitting a 12-hour day. They also threatened to move their machinery out of the state. This was early in July 1848. 3 weeks passed and still the workers held out. Finally, toward the end of the month, about 100 despairing workers agreed to sign the contracts and return to work. The factory opened, said a Pittsburgh paper. Steam was got up, and machinery started. The employers rejoiced too soon. They had quite forgotten what had happened in 1845. But the workers had not. Once again they marched to drive out the scabs. The women strikers, armed with axes, began to hack away at the factory gate with true Amazonian vehemence and vigor. Unable to cut their way into the yard because of iron supports on the gate, they decided to take the factory by storm. They rushed to the gate, tore off the boards, fell upon a detachment of Allegheny police, and captured the factory. The strikebreakers were forced to leave their benches and march out with the strikers. 51. The same understanding was revealed in a resolution adopted by the women loom weavers in Philadelphia in May, 1848. The resolution called for a revision of the iniquitous system by which those who toil most receive least and those who toil least receive most, and resolved to see labor organized on that basis preached by St. P.M., so that if anyone will not work, neither should he eat. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 213 Many of the girls were arrested and brought to trial, charged with destroying property. During the trial, the girls made it quite clear that it had not been their intention to seize the factory. All they wanted to do was to get at the scabs. "We went there to get our rights," said Mary Fulton, and Elizabeth Haggerty added, "We went to get the girls out. We went to get them out the best way we could." The girls were found guilty and sentenced to jail. The employers, of course, looked upon this as a victory and felt that the verdict would put an end to a strike which had already caused serious injury to the whole community by deterring new investments and inducing withdrawal of some already made. 52. The employers were mistaken. The strike lasted until August 28, when the 10-hour day became a fact, but the workers were forced to accept a 16% reduction in wages. At first, many of the girls refused to go back under these conditions. But after all the workers involved in the strike had discussed the issue fully, it was decided that the achievement of the 10-hour day was in itself a major victory, and that the battle could now be continued to raise wages to the 12-hour rate. Soon after, this too was accomplished. Activity in the 50s. Agitation for the 10-hour day continued during the 50s, but the movement was different from that of the preceding decade. In the 40s, the agitation for 10-hour laws in Massachusetts had been carried on mainly by the workers themselves, and the leadership had come from factory operatives and mechanics. In the 50s, however, the leadership was entirely in the hands of middle-class reformers and political figures. Although the 10-hour movement of the 50s relied mainly on legislative enactments, collective agreements between employers and workers became more frequent. In 1853, for example, all factory workers in Media, Pennsylvania, won the 10-hour day by joint contract between the employer and employed. At a mass meeting to celebrate this achievement, the workers appointed two of their leaders to make a tour of the New England states to lecture on the need to build strong unions and adopt collective bargaining procedure in the struggle for the 10-hour day. These delegates, said a reporter on the Lowell American, made a good impression and helped the cause. 63 The 10-hour movement of the 50s secured the enactment of a number of laws, but, like those of the 40s, they were meaningless because they either were not enforced or had the _E_EO contract feature. New Jersey in 1851 declared 10 hours of work in certain industries to be a legal day's labor, but made no provision for penalties. 2I4. Labor movement in the United States. He enacted for working in illegal time. That same year, Rhode Island passed a 10-hour law but was careful to specify that the 10-hour day was legal only when it was not otherwise agreed by the parties. 2 years later, Connecticut followed suit and provided that 10 hours should be a legal day's labor in mechanical or manufacturing establishments unless otherwise agreed. 54 After 10 years of struggle, the workers in Massachusetts were not able to secure a 10-hour law. They could have attained the type of law adopted in New Hampshire with this special contract feature attached. Indeed, Linus Child, a leading factory agent and a power in the legislature, declared that he and his colleagues had no objection to a law similar to the New Hampshire statute. It might cause some inconvenience, but it certainly could not be dangerous. "I had no doubt," he declared. "I could easily make such bargains with our help." As to the hours of labor, as would be entirely satisfactory to the proprietors of the mills. 55 But the workers in Massachusetts would have nothing to do with special contract laws. What they wanted was a law stating flatly that 10 hours was the working day. So, to obtain such a law, the movement in Massachusetts turned from reliance on petitions to organized political action. In 1851, the New England Industrial League, a revival of the labor reform associations of the 40s, came into existence and called upon the workingmen of Massachusetts to organize and send delegates to a state convention to prepare for the fall elections. Nothing in the nature of statewide political action stemmed from this convention, but in Lowell, Benjamin F. Butler carried a town election on a 10-hour platform, winning in the face of the corporation's warnings that whoever employed by this corporation votes the Ben Butler 10-hour ticket on Monday next will be discharged. Encouraged by the results in Lowell, the leaders of the New England Industrial League, William S. Robinson, editor of the Lowell American, and William S. Young, former editor of the Voice of Industry, called a 10-hour state convention for Massachusetts. At the convention held on September 30, 1852, a state central committee was formed and authorized to prepare an address to the public, to get candidates running for office to pledge their support of the 10-hour movement, to collect funds for an educational campaign, and to organize local societies. No move was made to form an independent labor party, the convention deciding to confine its organized political action to the securing of written pledges from candidates of all parties to support a truly effective law to shorten the working day. All candidates were to be required to reply to the following question. I. 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. 215 CC. Are you in favor of the legislature prohibiting all corporations in the state from employing any person in laboring more than 10 hours in one day? And will you use your best efforts to secure the passage of such a law? 56. The election of 1852 in Massachusetts, insofar as the mill towns were concerned, revolved almost solely about the 10-hour issue. The candidates for governor and lieutenant governor signed the 10-hour pledge, as did the entire coalition, combined Whigs and Democrats, ticket for the Senate. The Whig party itself bowed before the sweep of the 10-hour movement and announced that it was desirous of the passage of a law establishing 10 hours of labor to be a day's work, not for one class or division of society, but for all the people of the Commonwealth. After the elections, the 10-hour champions declared that they now controlled 1/10 of the lower house of the legislature. This was a significant advance, but not enough to break the control of the corporations. Nor did the huge petition campaign which followed the election of 1852 succeed in curbing the corporations' influence in the legislature. In 1855, a legislative committee did actually report in favor of a compulsory 10-hour law, but as Charles Cowley points out in his History of Lowell, the corporation managers in Boston killed the bill by secretly buying up some of the most influential of its advocates. G.T. If the factory workers in Massachusetts had had greater political influence, the results of the legislative campaigns would probably have been different. Although men were entering the factories in greater numbers during the 50s, the majority of the factory workers were still women who could not vote. In 1853, for example, the Merrimack Manufacturing Company in Lowell hired 1,650 females as compared to 650 males. This was the typical ratio in the textile mills of this period, and throws a good deal of light upon the limitations imposed upon the political movement for the 10-hour day. Also, not all the men could vote, for many were immigrants who had recently come to America. JG_. Addition, the power of the corporations over the ballot box was intensified at a 185-3, where the Whigs in the state legislature repealed the secret ballot law on the ground that it insulted the manliness and independence of the laboring man. Although the 10-hour movement did not succeed in enacting a law, it did force many employers to grant important concessions. In an effort to reduce the 10-hour vote in the coming fall elections, employers in September 1852 lowered the working day to 11 hours in the machine shops of 5 important industrial towns. The following year, the hours of women workers remained unchanged, however. Women, after all, could not vote. 216. Labor movement in the United States. The 10-hour system became all but universal. In Worcester, even the textile factories were forced to yield to this agitation, and in September 1853, the corporations of Lowell, Lawrence, Salem, and other cities reduced the working day to 11 hours. Thereafter, as a general rule, the working day in the textile factories of Massachusetts lasted from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., with 45 minutes for dinner, and on Saturdays the mills dosed earlier. Political action in New Jersey. An extremely interesting and significant political movement in connection with the struggle for the 10-hour day got underway in New Jersey in 1847. Although by this time skilled workers in the trades had already gained the 10-hour day, they joined enthusiastically with factory workers and unskilled laborers to secure a law that would cover all industries in the state. Though the 10-hour issue was the spearhead of the movement, many other progressive reforms were advanced at the very same time. For example, in September 1847, a mass meeting was held in Trenton at which, in addition to recognizing 10 hours as a full day's toil for every worker in the state, resolutions were also adopted calling upon the state legislature to pass laws restraining persons from employing children in factories for more than 8 hours a day, providing opportunities for every child to obtain a good common school education. One resolution demanded the repeal of a state law which required property qualification for a juror, and another urged that the state revenues derived from the Camden and Ambo Railroad, and Delaware and Raritan Canal companies should be appropriated for the support of public schools. After expressing these demands, the meeting asserted that we believe the above resolutions to embrace important democratic principles, and that we will not support men for public offices who will not support them. 59. Early in 1848, the Workingmen's Association of Trenton was formed by the Friends of the 10-Hour System. Throughout 1848 and 1849, the organization continued to call mass meetings to advance the 10-hour cause and such issues as the demand for the elimination of property qualifications for jurors and elective officers. At these meetings, it was made quite clear that workingmen would not support candidates for the legislature who were not in favor of their measures. 60 When the legislature, which convened in 1850, refused to adopt any of the workingmen's measures, the Trenton workers denounced that body and appointed a committee to address their fellow workingmen throughout the state on the advisability of calling a state convention. In addition, the workingmen of New Jersey were urged to form clubs. 217. 10-Hour Movement, 1840 to 1860. And to vote for no man for any office who was not in favor of the reform measures. 61 Both parties went out of their way to win the labor vote. The Democratic Party platform included several of the workingmen's demands and especially pledged to support a 10-hour law. In addition, the party nominated Charles Skelton, a shoemaker and leader of the workingmen's movement in Trenton, to represent that city in Congress. The Whig Party came out for a free school system as will educate all, abolition of the freehold qualification for public office and for jurors, equal taxation of every species of property protected by the laws, a law protecting the wife and offspring of the honest debtor from the rigorous exactions of the oppressing creditor, and 1. Regulating the hours of labor in manufactories and protecting children working therein. 62 Had not the existing parties taken such a stand, it is likely that the workingmen of Trenton would have launched an independent labor party, as there was considerable agitation for such action. Instead, the workingmen decided to interrogate candidates on both tickets as to their opinions on the measures advocated by labor. The replies proved that the politicians were beginning to respect labor's political strength in the community, for all candidates indicated that they would cast their votes in the legislature for the measures advocated by the Workingmen's Association. 63 The election resulted in a victory for the Democratic Party, which meant that Skelton was elected to Congress. At the 1851 session of the state legislature, many of the reforms demanded by the Workingmen's Association of Trenton were enacted into law. Leading the list was a law establishing the 10-hour day throughout the state. Residential LTS of the 10-hour movement. The achievement of 10-hour legislation in New Jersey was the result of day-to-day activities conducted by the working class, activities which continued in the face of heartbreaking disappointments. And this in essence is the whole story of the 10-hour movement during the years 1840 to 1860. A great deal of energy and organization went into the struggle to secure a shorter working day. To some historians, the results of the 10-hour movement seem rather meager in view of the time and energy expended. But the movement was of great significance. It united the Workingmen's Association of Trenton did not go out of existence after the legislation it sponsored was enacted. It met regularly every Saturday night to discuss leading political issues of the day. At one of these meetings, it is interesting to note, the discussion centered about the question: should the state take the works at the expiration of the present charter of the railroad and canal companies? Trenton Daily State Gazette, May 12, 1852. 218. Labor movement in the United States. Working class, skilled and unskilled, mechanics and factory operatives, and created a strong tradition of organization. Although many workers had not yet benefited by the 10-hour day by the time of the Civil War, the movement for the 10-hour day in the years 1840 to 1860 was responsible for a distinct reduction in the number of hours normally worked each week. By 1860, 10 hours had become the standard working day for most skilled mechanics and unskilled laborers other than factory workers, although their working hours had also been reduced. In most Massachusetts factories, hours were reduced from 13 to 11 f, and in New Hampshire, as a result of several militant strikes, in which as many as 5,000 workers were involved, employers were forced to institute a 10 and 5/6-hour working day. 64 It is true that machines were speeded up, yet the change from a 13 or 14-hour day to a 10 or 11-hour day was a great step forward for the working class. In SJO- the average working day in America had been 12 and a hair hours. 30 years later, the average working day was 11 hours. This reduction was not the result of a benevolent disposition of employers. It came because the workers had organized and fought militant campaigns. And with shorter hours, the workers could now devote more time and energy to strengthening their organizations for future campaigns to achieve a still shorter working day. The following table, taken from the Roth Census, Volume 20, page 28, is one of many items that could be cited to indicate this trend towards the reduction of hours worked each day. Working hours each day, 1840 to 1860. Yetl. 1840. 1845. 1850. 1855. 1860. Establishments. Total number reporting 8 to less than 11, 11 to less than 13, 13 to less than 14, number percent, number percent, number percent. 69. 103. 173. 250. 350. 36. 60. 104. 161. 235. 52.2. 58.2. 60.1. 64 to 4. 67.1. 25. 33. 63. 84. 107. 36.2. 32.0. 36.4. 33.6. 30.6. 8. Aisle. 6. 5. 8. 11.6. 9.7. 3.5. 2.0. 2.3. In some parts of the state, however, the 13-hour working day prevailed. In the factories until 1865. The decade of the 50s witnessed a number of important developments in the labor movement other than those just described. During these years, skilled workers in the manufacturing branches of industry and the building trades in many cities and towns laid the foundation of the labor movement, which was to burst forth in its full strength during and after the Civil War. Although they were not indifferent to other issues, these workers were mainly concerned with the working conditions in their shops or factories, the wages paid by their employers, the hours of work, the kind of men their foremen were, the control of apprentices, the right to organize without being charged with conspiracy, mechanics' lien laws and anti-store order laws. The unions they organized formed only part of the larger labor movement of the period, but they were to give a sense of permanency to the struggles of the working class and to lend strength to the economic and political activities of labor. Represented primarily by local unions, workers during this decade also began to conduct their struggles through loosely formed nationals which in due time were to lead the way in the formation of a national labor federation. Labor conditions. While money wages rose during the 50s as a result of trade union struggles, real wages declined because of the great increase in the cost of living following the discovery of gold in California, and the dump of dollars so, in specie on the nation's money market in a single year. From 1840 to 1860 prices increased 14%. In only two industries, metal trades and woodworking, did wages keep on a level with the increased prices. 1. The New York Tribune of March 27, 1851, published a cost of living budget which estimated $10.57 as the minimum weekly budget for a family of 5. Beside food, clothing, rent, and fuel. 219. 220. Labor movement in the United States. The only other expenditure provided for was furniture and utensils, wear and tear, 25 cents, and newspaper, 12 cents. Horace Greeley remarked, "I ask, have I made the working man's comfort too high? Where is the money to pay for amusements, for ice cream, puddings, trips on Sunday up or down the river, in order to get some fresh air, to pay the doctor or apothecary, to pay for pew rent in the church, to purchase books, musical instruments?" The following day wage scales show that Horace Greeley was not too extravagant in his estimates. 2. Building. Bricklayers. Carpenters. Joiners. Engineers. Hod carriers. Masons. Painters. Plasterers. Plumbers. Stone cutters. Iron, steel and metals. $1.88. 1.74. 1.74. 1.38. I.00. 1.60. 1.73. 1.75. 1.90. 2.00. Catchers' bar mills. Roughers' bar mills. Laborers. Blacksmiths. Boilermakers. Machinists. Millwrights. Molders. Pattern makers. $.6R. 1.63. 0.89. 1.56. 1.28. 1.37. 1.63. 1.41. 1.41. Many women workers were fortunate if they earned more than $2 a week in the 50s. The worst feature about seamstresses' wages, said a report in the New York Tribune, is the all too prevalent FA1 high-end of those who employ them never giving them their pay. 3. The living quarters of the workers reflected their earnings. Henry David Thoreau was shocked to discover unskilled laborers in New England, living in sties, and all winter with an open door for the sake of light, without any visible, often imaginable, woodpile, and the forms of both old and young are permanently contracted by the long habit of shrinking from cold and misery, and the development of all their limbs and faculties is checked. For conditions were no better in New York City. Thousands lived in tenement houses which were no more than a collection of moldy walls, while at least 20,000 people made up New York's cellar population. Local trade unions. Workers were soon picking up the dropped threads of organization. At a workingmen's convention in New York City in 1850 Delhi. Labor struggles in the 50s. 221. Gates from 43 trade unions were present. It was reported on the floor that the journeyman tailors were the only mechanics in New York still unorganized. Reports from Boston, Philadelphia, Newark, and Trenton told of organizing drives in those cities. Seamen from California spoke of the growth of trade unions in San Francisco. By August 1853, San Francisco had unions among the carpenters, painters, tanners, shipwrights and caulkers, longshoremen, tailors, teamsters, printers, bricklayers, steamship and steamboat firemen and coal passers, blacksmiths, riggers, and stevedores. 5. For the first time in American history, trade unionism stretched from coast to coast. The newly organized unions called strikes, many of which were successful in raising the wage level. J3_Y_854_ strikes of workingmen became a regular feature of life in the nation's industrial centers. Each spring, declared the New York Tribune of April 20, 1854, witnesses a new struggle for enhanced wages in some if not most of the trades of this and other cities. Conservative organs charged that the mania, spreading far and wide, was part of an international conspiracy which had commenced in England, and had as its objects the overt how of sound government and private property. 8. These journals were promptly reminded by the more liberal press that the strike wave arose from basic contrasts in American society, said the Rochester Daily Union of April 25, 1853, in an editorial entitled Restlessness of the Working Population. Gold has been flowing in, the paper money system has been expanding, and as an inevitable consequence, the price of almost everything produced or consumed by the working classes has gone up, but the price of labor itself has remained pretty nearly where it was years ago. It is not less clear that those who buy labor at the old prices and sell at the present enhanced prices gain precisely as much as labor loses, taking the prices which ruled before the expansion as the proper standard of comparison. This is the main reason why vast fortunes are made by manufacturers and more particularly by sagacious operators in produce and real estate, when prices are advancing. And it is this class of operators generally whom you will first hear declaiming against strikes, and demanding that the law against combinations to obstruct trade and commerce shall be rigorously enforced against those who resort to the only expedient they know of, to get an equitable advance of wages. By 1854, skilled mechanics had raised their wages through militant trade union struggle to 25% above the level of 1850. This militancy was well expressed by the bricklayers and plasterers of New York City in 1850 when they announced on May 23, 1850 that, after years of 222 labor movement in the United States, comparative slavery to the will of the capitalists and employers, they deem it a duty they owe to themselves and families to unite together as an organized body for their mutual protection, for the purpose of obtaining a fair remuneration for their labor, such remuneration to be made permanent and uniform and not subject to the caprice of employers to take advantage at any time of our necessities or the scarcity of employment. We, they argued, like the rest of the working classes of the community, have rights. Our labor is the only commodity we bring into the market. It is our capital, our all, and we maintain, so long as we submit to the purchaser placing his own price upon our labor, we submit to the basest species of servitude. 1. As in the 30s, American workers realized that sporadic struggles during crises could not secure adequate wages for their labor. Hence they tried to build more permanent organizations by putting them on sounder financial bases. Hardly had they begun before the Depression of 1854 broke the unions, to which more than 200,000 members belong. When the local unions began to revive in the spring of 1855, they were careful to create permanent relief funds. Before these funds could grow appreciably, the crisis of 1857 smashed most of the unions, though more unions than ever before survived as a result of their relief funds. By 1860, local unions were flourishing again, only to be sharply checked by the secession of the southern states. The history of the local unions of the 50s is one of short-lived organization and oft-repeated reorganization. But the factor which distinguished the labor movement of the 50s from that which preceded it was that at no time was the thread completely lost, nor was it thereafter ever to be completely BST. The trade unions of the 50s were exclusive craft unions composed of skilled mechanics. Unskilled workers found it almost impossible to join these unions, and several of them, such as printers, hotel waiters, shoemakers, and tailors, excluded women from the unions and the trades. Some unions, however, allowed wives or daughters of members to work in shops controlled by the societies. Like their predecessors of the 30s, the new unions concerned themselves with apprenticeship rules, initiation fees, wage standards, collective. Some unions discovered during strikes the folly of excluding women from membership, and accordingly revised their hostile attitude towards working women. The Journeyman Tailors Union of Cleveland called upon the very women they had excluded to assist them during a strike. Some of the employers in the tailoring business, they appealed, have refused the demands of the men, on the ground of being able to hire the sewing women at their own prices. Therefore, ladies, strike for your rights. The ladies struck, but reminded the men that one good turn deserved another. Thereafter, the Tailors Union of Cleveland allowed women to join. See Cleveland Herald, August 19, 29, 1850. Labor struggles in the 50s. 223. Bargaining and strike funds. Cooperative and mutual benefit problems were still an important part of union business in the early years of the decade. Gradually, the skilled workers extricated their unions from the influence of the utopians and concentrated on immediate trade union demands. In many ways, the unionism of the 50s was more advanced than that of the 30s. Dues were collected systematically, and strike funds were accumulated. Single men were allowed $5 a week tramping money, and married men received $3 a week in addition to $1.50 for a wife and $0.50 for each child under 10 years. A number of unions rented halls where meetings were regularly held to conduct the business of the organization. Sometimes the union hall served as a hiring hall or house of call, where unemployed workers could register for jobs and employers could come for men. One of the leaders in the operative bakers' union of New York was a Scotsman who had been active in the trade union movement in Scotland, where houses of call had been set up by many unions. No doubt that it was through his influence that the Bakers' Union in July 1850 inserted the following notice in New York newspapers. To Boss Bakers. The Operative Bakers' Union House of Call is now open at 127 Grand Street daily, from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays from 3 till 9, and a keeper is always in attendance to give every facility to bosses from city or country, either visiting or riding the House for Men. 8. The most important advance made by the trade unions of the 50s was that of collective bargaining. Though the unions of the 20s and 30s had disappeared, their achievements in collective bargaining were not forgotten. In 1847, a collective agreement was signed between the Master Carpenters and the Journeyman Carpenters Society of Trenton, New Jersey. Commenting upon this agreement, the Trenton Daily State Gazette of April 24, 1847, praised the employers for their enlightened attitude in recognizing the right of workers to bargain for better living standards. Men should always have a fair compensation for their labor. It continued, and we believe it is seldom that they demand more. As soon as they were organized, the unions of the 50s began to apply the principles of collective bargaining to the whole trade in order to establish a uniform wage scale for all workers. To win such an agreement, unions would draw up a wage schedule which they regarded as fair and then insert notices in the press inviting all generous employers to meet with their committees to discuss the proposed wage. 224. Labor movement in the United States. Schedule and negotiate an agreement binding on both parties. Point 9. The following is a typical notice. To the merchant tailors of New York, gentlemen, you are respectfully requested to attend a meeting of delegates from the Journeyman Tailors Society to be held at the Shakespeare Hotel on Monday, September 16, 1850, at 10 o'clock for the purpose of discussing matters of mutual interest to both parties. 10. Early in 1850, the Printers' Union of New York appointed a committee to investigate labor conditions in the trade. Weekly earnings, wages of boys, number of hours of work, number of men employed, prices paid for different kinds of work, time and method of payment, and working conditions were investigated. This inquiry covered 80 offices, employ ing 850 journeymen and 300 boys, or about 50% of the workers employed in the printing industry in New York. Using these facts, the Printers' Union drew up a careful report upon working conditions and advanced recommendations for improving them. Great stress was placed on the securing of a uniform wage scale throughout the city. 11 In May 1850, the Printers' Union delegated another committee to sound out employers on the question of an agreement that would establish a fair wage scale for all workers in the trade. The Union took this step after a special committee appointed to study the question had found a disposition to adopt any measures calculated to benefit the trade quite as general among the employers as among the men. On October 26, 1850, employing printers and a union committee representing the stereotypers met at Steinman's Hotel in New York City. And at the end of the meeting, the employers handed a brief statement to the press announcing that they had accepted the wage scale demanded by the union. Point 12 An analysis of many of the strikes in 1853 reveals that the employers took advantage of every chance to break the collective agreements. When the unions went under during the crisis of 1854, the agreements lapsed. Although the unions had to repeat their struggles for collective agreements, they were helped by their previous experience and the precedents of written agreements. Immigrant labor. One of the most serious problems facing organized workers in the 50s was the use of immigrant labor to destroy established wage scales. During the 40s and 50s, one of the greatest mass migrations of labor in modern times came to our shores. From 181 to S_1,713,251 m. Igral, TIROY, Q, W. Jlyle the Nurnbell. Drum J850 to 1860 AMFO, 5G8 2I4. Of the population of New York City in 1860, 47.62% were foreign. Labor struggles in the 50s. 225. Born, of Chicago, 49.9%, of Philadelphia, 28.93%, of Pittsburgh, 49.99%, of St. Louis, 59.66%. Many Native American workers viewed this wave of immigration with fear and hostility. The immigrant worker, protested American mechanics, comes to this country willing to work for 14 and 16 hours per day for what capital sees fit to give him. 13. There are persons, said the harbinger of January 10, 1846, who are constantly watching for German emigrants who can work at cabinet making, even going on board the ships before the emigrants have landed, and engage them for a year at $20 or $30 and their board, or the best terms they can make. These fears were carefully exploited by nativist politicians and newspapers as well as by employers who worked to split the unity of their workers. Nativist propagandists during the 40s and 50s blamed the declining living standards on the immigrants. American workers, they said, could not compete with foreigners who feed upon the coarsest, cheapest and roughest fare, stalk about in rags and filth, and are neither fit associates for American laborers and mechanics nor reputable members of any society. 14. Some workers believe such propaganda, and not a few joined the bigoted crusades against the foreign-born. Associations were formed to advocate changes in the naturalization laws to make it more difficult for the foreign-born to become citizens, and to check the immigration of labor. Most influential among these workingmen's organizations was the Order of United Americans, set up in New York in 1844. As a benevolent and patriotic society which promised to protect its members both against a poverty-stricken old age and immigrant competition. Only American-born workers could become members. Its women's auxiliary, the United Daughters of America, was formed in March 1845. The Order of United Americans had chapters in 16 states and by 1855 claimed a membership of 50,000. It published a weekly news paper, the Order of United Americans, and the Republic, a monthly magazine of American literature, politics, and art. Both publications tacked immigrant labor. 15 Some Native American workers never abandoned their prejudices, and played a part in the anti-Catholic, anti-foreigner Know-Nothing Party which arose in the middle 50s. But gradually most American workers began to realize that it was as futile to restrict immigration to the United States as it would be for a man to prevent the world from making its accustomed revolutions. 16 On December 15, 1849, America's Own, a leading labor paper, made this appeal. American mechanics, you who feel a real interest to benefit your fellow men, recollect that you must unite as mechanics and as mechanves. 226. Labor movement in the United States. Only, the feeling of animosity which exists against foreign mechanics was originally started by employers to distract your attention from measures of importance, and which would ultimately prove of real practical benefit to you. Many unions worked out a program for the immigrant problem. The Operative Bakers Union of New York City stated in its constitution that one of its reasons for existence was to advise and protect all newly arrived immigrant bakers. The Smiths and Wheelwrights of New York City declared in their constitution that counsel, aid in procuring work for newly arrived mechanics, was an issue which no American worker could ignore. Some unions went further. To prevent the abuse of immigrant workers by employers, they inserted advertisements in the principal papers of Europe, and passed out handbills before immigrant boarding houses to inform the newly arrived workers where to get work at adequate wages, and to prevent their getting into the clutches of work usurers. Usually the immigrants were urged to come to the union before seeking employment in order to secure good wages and at the same time assist in preserving conditions already gained by workers in the trade. 17. In some of the trades the different nationalities formed separate unions, cooperating with each other when taking important action. Quite often several nationalities united within the same labor organization, as in the Upholsterers' Union in New York, which had among its membership in 1850 German American, Irish American, French Canadian, English, and Native American workers. The Tailors' Union of New York was made up of Native American and German American workers. At first they were not on the best of terms, but police brutality, impartial as to a worker's national origin, during a strike made for greater understanding. German tailors paraded outside the police station in protest against the imprisonment of their brother Americans. "We did not expect to find in this free country," said one of their placards, "a Russian police, nor do we believe the people will sustain these officials in their evident abuse of power." One asked, since many Irish immigrants were unskilled, they found it difficult to become members of the exclusive craft unions of the 50s. Though most of them had little previous experience in trade unionism, their generations of struggle in their native land had prepared the Irish workers for militant action in America. It is true that these activities often were vigorous outbursts against oppression which left no permanent organization. Few workingmen were as militant as the Irish canal and railroad workers in their strike struggles. Employers tried to justify their vicious help-wanted advertisements which announced, "No Irish need apply," by saying, "When they receive employment, are not they the first to insist on higher wages, and, in the cant language, to strike?" 10. Labor struggles in the 50s. English influences. A considerable number of immigrants who came from England and Germany contributed their trade union experience to the labor movement in America. The Fall River mule spinners, all of whom had belonged to trade unions in England, spread the principles of trade unionism throughout the textile centers of New England. In the winter of 1850, the mule spinners of Fall River, Massachusetts, conducted a militant strike against a wage reduction. They organized a union, collected $20,000 for their strike fund by sending delegates to other New England textile towns, and with the help of the weavers started the publication of the Trade Union and Fall River Weavers' Journal. After 6 months of struggle, the strike was lost and the spinners were forced to seek employment elsewhere. And wherever they went, they carried with them the principles of unionism. However, the mule spinners of Fall River were soon to reorganize their union, and in 1857 they went out on strike for a wage increase. They won a partial victory at once, and gained all of their demands by 1860. The Amalgamated Mule Spinners Association, formed in 1860, was a direct result of the work of the British spinners who had disseminated the ideas of organization throughout the New England textile towns. 20. The influence of British trade unionists was especially strong in the 1 RNNG rejoice where low wages A.NCLE system of paying wages by orders drawn upon company stores caused considerable discontent. The first miners' unions in America were organized by Englishmen. Holy, T9 been active. In British M1 Ions. John Bates, an enviously miner who had been active in the Chartist movement, led the miners in Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania, when they formed the first miners' union in America. It was named the Bates Union, after its founder and president. In the spring of 1849, the Bates Union, 5,000 strong, started the first organized strike in the anthracite region to secure higher wages and the abolition of the store order system. The employers were forced to agree to the selection of a joint committee representing the union and the mine owners, to which the issues were submitted. An agreement satisfactory to the union was suggested by the committee. Following the strike, Bates was employed by the union as its field agent to organize the miners. His allowance was $12 a week and a horse and buggy. Before long he capitulated to the employers when in 1849 he introduced a resolution to the effect that we believe our interests and the interests of our employers are so connected and identified that it would be impossible to separate them. 21. By the middle of 1850 the active.in union was dead. The tradition of unionism, however, was not dead, and in 1861 the 228 labor movement in the United States American Miners Association, an industrial union, was organized. Daniel Weaver, the founder of the union and a former Chartist, declared in an address in 1861 that the necessity of an association of miners, and of those branches immediately connected with mining operations, having for its objects the physical, mental and social elevation of the miner, has long been felt by the thinking portion of the miners generally. Weaver stressed the need for unity of all national groups within the Union. One of America's immortals has said, "To me there is no East, no West, no North, no South, and I would say, let there be no English, no Irish, German, Scotch or /Welsh." 22. The German-American labor movement. In some communities German workers were the leading groups in the trade union movement. The St. Louis labor movement of the 50s was LCL1, a group known as the .RS, referring to the Germans who FLD their native land during the reaction which followed the defeated Revolutio _11 of 1848. Too often German workers in other cities adopted a rigid and sectarian approach to the American workers, regarding them as politically immature, and not worth the time and energy involved in surmounting language barriers to reach them. Accordingly, the German workers set up their own trade union and cooperative movement. With the arrival of more astute leaders, the German labor organizations were fairly well integrated with other working class movements. Leadership of the German-American labor movement was first in the hands of Hermann Krieg, who came to America in 1845. Krieg had been associated with Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in Europe, but he lost their confidence when he unreservedly joined the land reform movement and took an active part in the National Reform Association founded by George Henry Evans. Krieg's influence in America soon disappeared. In 1850, this leadership passed to Wilhelm Weitling, who had arrived in this country late in 1846. Weitling had taken an active part in the revolutionary movement in Europe, and in 1846 had joined the German Workingmen's Society to which Marx and Engels belonged. He had come to America at the invitation of a group of German land reformers, but before long he returned to his native land to fight in the Revolution of 1848. The revolution was short-lived, and in 1849 Weitling returned to the United States. Here he started the publication of a labor paper, Die Republik der Arbeiter, the Republic of the Working Men, and helped to centralize the various German labor organizations. Under his guidance, the Central Committee of the United Trades in New York was formed in April 1850. The amalgamation meeting was made up of delegates representing the following organizations: the Bakers, Shoemakers, Cabinet. Labor struggles in the 50s. Makers, tailors, upholsterers, turners, carvers, mechanics, bonnet makers, and furriers. Representatives also came from a branch of the American Protective Union, the Social Reform Union, and from labor unions in Williamsburg and Newark. The total membership represented in the Central Committee of United Trades was about 2,400. Similar bodies were organized in other cities, and a movement arose calling for a general workingmen's convention of German workers. A call for such a convention went out in September 1850, and in the following month the first National Convention of German American Workers was held in Philadelphia. Representatives from labor unions came from St. Louis, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York, and Buffalo, and from general unions in Louisville, Williamsburg, Newark, Cincinnati, Marysville, Detroit, Rochester, Dubuque, and Trenton. Weitling, the guiding spirit of the convention, estimated that the total membership of the affiliated unions was 4,400. Among the topics discussed were education, political organization, and Weitling's pet scheme, labor exchange banks. The new organization was called the General Workingmen's League. 23. Attempts to apply the program adopted by the convention met with failure because of the split developing among the German workers. For one thing, the German-American labor movement was divided in 1851 by the efforts of August Willich and Gerrit Kinkel to divert the attention of the workingmen from economic struggles in America to the task of raising funds to aid the revolutionary movement in Germany. Meanwhile, Weitling was attempting to convince the workers that the adoption of his labor exchange idea would solve all of their problems. To Weitling, the labor movement was an instrument through which to spread this scheme. Licky the Utopians, Weitling regarded the struggle for hours and wages as unimportant compared to the movement for a co-zero imperative system of industry. Trade unions, he said, were useful only because they brought workers together and made it easier to convert them to the larger program. Political action was also of little use, for the politicians would always betray the working class. Most German workers disagreed with Weitling as soon as they began to understand his limited outlook on immediate questions confronting them, and they were antagonized by his domineering attitude. In an article in the 1852 issue of his Republik der Arbeiter, Weitling admitted that in May 1852, the General Workingmen's League had only 300 reliable members. Some time later, when trade union issues, the Labor Exchange Bank was an institution in which each producer could deposit his product in the central depot and receive an exchange a paper certificate of equivalent value, which would enable him to purchase, up to its face value, any articles at cost in the bank store. 230. Labor movement in the United States were becoming uppermost in the League. Weitling withdrew in disgust, and from then on to his death in 1871 he lost all interest in the labor movement. New life was brought to the German-American labor movement through the leadership of Joseph Wedemeyer, a communist, who had been in close contact with Marx and Engels in Europe. 24 Wedemeyer came to the United States in 1851, when he was 33 years old, and devoted his life to directing the emerging socialist movement in this country. Equipped with the understanding of a Marxist, and in close contact with Marx through correspondence, Wedemeyer saw the weaknesses of the narrow tendencies among the German-American workingmen, the incorrectness of the revolutionary loan movement led by Willich and Kinkel, second the inadequacies of Weitling's program for the working class. In January 1852, Wedemeyer started the publication of a journal to which he gave the title, Die Revolution, It was succeeded a year later by Die Reform, which Weidmeyer edited in collaboration with Dr. Gustav Kellner. In both journals, Weidmeyer exposed the fallacies of prevailing theories among German-American workers. The revolutionary loan move meant, he pointed out, was utopian, for it was impossible to create a revolution through stimulus supplied outside the country in which the social upheaval was to take place. Furthermore, the scheme was only succeeding in dividing the German-American labor movement. At the same time, W. Weidmeyer took issue with W. Eitling, explained the need for struggling for immediate demands, and the importance of combining economic and political issues in the labor movement. There should be no division between economics and politics, wrote W. Weidmeyer in Die Reform of May, 1853, and to Weitling's cry that the politicians would always betray the workers, he replied that labor had to be active in politics, but in a different type of politics than that of the ordinary politicians. Labor had to lead other sections of the population in the struggle for economic and political reforms. The laboring class? W. Weidmeyer. On January 1852, the following notice appeared in the New York Turn. Zeitung, organ of the Socialist Athletic Society, Turnerbund. Die Revolution, A. Weekly edited by J. Weidmeyer, former editor of the Neue Deutsche Zeitung, which was suppressed by the police in Frankfurt on the Main, will appear every Sunday with the collaboration of the editors of the former Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Ferdinand Freiligrath, etc. The business office of the paper is at 7 Chambers Street. Only 2 issues of this paper appeared. The first number was entirely devoted to a contribution forwarded by Karl Marx, his celebrated classic, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. This outstanding Marxist historical work was not printed in Europe until 1869. Labor struggles in the 50s. Constantly emphasized is the foundation stone upon which must rest the main reliance of all movements for general and special reforms. 2. But to achieve its goals, labor had to be organized and united. W. Ike Kmeyer saw quickly that the narrow sectarianism of the German-American workers isolated them from the main streams of the American labor movement. His aim, therefore, was to organize a united labor movement which would combine economic and political struggles. Late in 1852, Weidmeyer organized the Proletarian League in New York. In this organization were held the preliminary discussions on the need for establishing a new labor movement. On March 18, 1853, the Proletarian League issued a call for a mass meeting of workers to be held in Mechanics Hall in New York City. The call stressed the need for uniting the American working class for the struggle to improve labor's status. If the working class is not united, the call asserted, it will never gain its rights. It concluded, only if all crafts stand together and act together according to one definite plan will it be possible to do away with the many evils that lower the workers to the level of beasts of burden. Forward to a great association of workers, not only to fight for higher wages and for political reforms, but for the creation of a platform which can unite all workers for the welfare of the working class. All workers should come to the meeting. Arise all like one man. All for one for all. 2e. The conference met on March 21, 1853, and organized the American Labor Union. The new organization announced that it sought to form a union of all laborers of the United States without regard to nationality, for the purpose of reforming the conditions of labor, and announced that all laborers without distinction, whatever trade they may follow, can belong to this union. All unions without regard to their aims, warehouse, THCR political, trade, beneficent or only social, can belong to this union, if they only recognize the object of the union. 27. Among other things, the platform dedicated the organization to fight with every means at our disposal and to put a stop by law to the competition among capitalists for labor power as well as the competition of the workers among themselves. To take measures affording the workers protection, vis-a-vis their employers, from arbitrary actions such as wage cuts, lengthening of the legally prescribed working week, and the like, and the same time enabling them to obtain by common efforts wage increases, if necessary. Furthermore, to take measures making it impossible to exploit the workers by fraud and profiteering of all kinds. 232. Labor movement in the United States. To emphasize the independence of the Workers' League of existing political parties. Asterisk. The new organization quickly based itself on ward organizations, first set up in March and April 1853, in New York and later in other cities, and on trade unions. All types of workers could belong to the ward organizations, called the Arbeiter Allge Werk, workers of all trades, which met weekly for discussions of political issues. Only workers of specific trades could belong to the unions, which were established on a craft basis. Both the ward organizations and the unions were represented on the Central Committee of the American Labor Union, but at first the former group had considerably more weight in the committee. Weidmeyer, as leader of the Central Committee, soon sought to change this situation, and pointed out that the American labor union had to base itself on the trade unions. Even as a political movement, the union would fail to grow unless it had strong trade union backing. Hence, Weidmeyer suggested that the representation of the trade unions on the Central Committee be increased, and that special committees be established to organize trade unions among unorganized workers. Both suggestions were adopted, and committees to organize tailors and shoe workers were immediately established. 28 The success of the New York Conference inspired unity conferences in other cities, and, in spite of the opposition of Weitling and his followers, the movement spread throughout the country. In September 1853, a Congress of English-speaking trade union representatives met in New York and formed the Amalgamated Society, which adopted the platform of the American Labor Union. At Washington a few months later, English-speaking workers organized a national federation under the leadership of Sam Briggs. Its official name was the Workingmen's National Association, and its official organ, the Workingmen National Advocate, expounded the principles of the American Labor Union, the independent political organization of labor, organization of the unorganized workers into trade unions, and the unity of all workers in the country. "We are aiming," wrote Sam Briggs, "not only to obtain the necessary wages for our work, we must think rather of raising the working class by placing it in the position in society to which it is entitled by electing people from its ranks to all the law-making bodies of the nation." The stand of the Conference on Political Action followed the position set down by Weidmeyer several months before the meeting convened. In an article in the New York Zeitung, No. 15, November 1852, Weidmeyer had emphasized that none of the existing parties were really concerned with the needs of the working class. "There is one thing missing in the platform of the Democrats and the Whigs, as well as in that of the other splinter parties, the formulation of a labor platform. Yet that is an urgent necessity which must no longer be deferred." Labor struggles in the 50s. But opponents scorn this proposal if they so choose. We, however, consider it our right, and we have men who are completely capable of understanding that task. 29 Unfortunately, the new National Federation of American Workers died the same year it was founded. Nor did the American Labor Union have a long life. The Central Committee discovered that the craft unions were still too indifferent to the problems of other workers and displayed interest only when their own welfare was vitally at stake. In December 1857, the American Labor Union was revived in New York under the name of the Allgemeine Arbeiterbund, but it did not last beyond 1860. Weidmeyer, who was in Milwaukee and in constant contact with the Communist Club in New York, gave whatever guidance he could to the revived movement. In 1860, the leadership of the movement went to the Chicago Arbeiterverein, perhaps the best German workingmen's association in the country, and here in the Middle West, Weidmeyer and his followers sought to continue their efforts to unite all workers in America into an organization combining trade union and political demands. 30 These efforts ended in temporary failure, but the educational work and experience of sound leadership had turned the German work heirs toward the American workers. Weidmeyer had PLA.11 ed_th says of science.t.ifix socialism and aim.re_ca uidy.l1.t.l1 his dream of _an America Faber Federation which uni_ted Native American and Forig, Elborn. The Communist Club of New York was formed in October 1857. Its constitution required all members to recognize the complete equality of all men no matter of what color or sex, and to strive to abolish the bourgeois property system and substitute for it a sensible system under which participation in the material and spiritual pleasures of the earth would be accessible to everyone and corresponding, as much as possible, to his needs. The club seeks the constitution. Tyen continued, by any means it might consider appropriate, by private conversation, public meetings, correspondence with American and European communists, the circulation of appropriate newspapers and books, to spread propaganda for its objectives. As soon as 30 members joined the club, steps could be taken to establish new branches in different parts of the city. Statuten de Kommunisten Clubs in New York, manuscript copy in Wisconsin State Historical Society, Labor Collection, Political Parties, Box 25. The Communist Club was a prime mover in the efforts made in the United States in 1858 to establish an international labor association in cooperation with similar movements in Europe. On April 22, 1858, an international meeting held in New York declared, we recognize no distinction as to nationality or race, caste or status, color or sex. Our goal is nothing less than the reconciliation of all human interests, freedom and happiness for mankind, and the realization and unification of a world republic. The Communist Club was active in organizing German Americans in the International Association. It called for the uniting of all partisans of the revolution who advocate the overturn of existing state and social relationships as well as freedom and equality for all inhabitants of the earth. We preach the revolution in the interest of unlimited progress. Karl Obermann, Joseph Wade. Meyer, New York, T946. 234. Labor movement in the United States. Workers, skilled and unskilled workers, an organization which combined working-class political and trade union demands, would be realized. The analysis of Wade Meyer's activities and history of labor in the United States by John R. Commons and Associates, Volume 1, pages 617-19, is a notable example of anti-Marxist prejudice of the writers. Wade Meyer is pictured as an agitator who sought to take advantage of the trade union agitation of the time and to use the unions as the basis of a general class-conscious organization, and influence them to combine both trade union and legislative demands. This effort to introduce Marxian socialism into the trade union movement, it is concluded, failed as soon as the trade unions understood its true character. This analysis, of course, ignores the fact that Wade Meyer helped create the trade union agitation of the time by his consistent campaign against Whiteling and others who regarded the trade union activities as unimportant. As a Marxist, Wade Meyer knew the importance of strengthening the trade union movement, but he also saw the weakness of figuring legislative omans while the trade unions were battling on the economic front. He also believed that the trade union movement was the exclusive property of the skilled craftsmen, and raised the issue of organizing the unskilled as well as the skilled. That his approach to the problems of the working class did not meet with a welcome reception from many craft unions of the 50s is true, but it is also true that the American workers had yet to learn through experience the correctness of the program Wade Meyer set down. And it was precisely as a Marxist that W. I. Meyer was able properly to evaluate the weaknesses of the trade unions of his time. The fact that he raised these issues as early as the 50s is a tribute to his clear understanding of the cardinal problems confronting the American working class. Today, what labor has proved through its activities of the past decade the correctness of Wade Meyer's emphasis on the need to combine legislative and trade union demands and to organize unskilled as well as skilled workers, it is only fitting that due credit be bestowed upon one who understood these issues almost a century ago. National Labor Organization. Other attempts to federate the labor movement nationally were made during the 40s and 50s, the most important of which was the Industrial Congress, which met annually from 1845 to 1856. After 1848, the followers of George Henry Evans seized control of the organization and turned it into a propaganda agency for their program of land reform. Within a few years, nearly all the trade unions affiliated with the Congress had dropped out. At the 1853 Congress, there were only 25 delegates. Labor struggles in the 50s. 235. Present, and 3 years later the number had declined to 2 delegates. Soon afterwards the movement joined the long list of organizations which began with the purpose of uniting the working class nationally and ended as the exclusive property of a small band of utopian reformers. City industrial congresses were set up by 1850 in every industrial center. At first these organizations attracted considerable trade union support. 46 different labor organizations were represented at the First City Industrial Congress held in New York City on June 6, 1850. But here too the influence of the utopians became immediately evident, and soon most of the city congresses came under the domination of the land reformers. Consequently, many trade unions either refused to send delegates or withdrew their delegates. Eventually, the New York City Industrial Congress, the most influential of the organizations, was swallowed up by Tammany Hall. 31. _, no significant national labor federation embracing different one NIANS was organized during the 50s. National and international bodies of local unions within the same trade were formed. The rapid extension of markets, the ever-increasing urbanization of the population, and the growth of communication and transportation made their organization necessary, for these forces taught the workers that wage scales could not be maintained in one section of the country unless they were upheld in other sections. 32. Printers were the first to start a national organization. In December 1850, a national convention of journeyman printers was held in New York City, attracting delegates from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Kentucky. A national executive committee was set up to carry on the activities of the union between conventions, and a series of resolutions was adopted to be sent to the local unions of the trade for their guidance. Printers' unions throughout the country were called upon to make the regulation and adjustment of different scales of prices so as not to conflict with each other, to issue traveling certificates to all members, to send a list of rats to every union to prevent disgraced members from joining other unions, to raise strike benefit funds, to loan money to sister unions in distress, and to limit the number of apprentices and provide a 5-year period of training for apprentices. An address was drawn up for the journeyman printers of the United States outlining the aims of the National Union. It begins by referring to the utter impotency of unorganized labor in a warfare against capital. Trade unionism, the address continued, was necessary to remedy the many disastrous grievances arising from this disparity of power. And as long as the present wage system continued, trade unionism would be necessary. Events had demonstrated that an extensive organization, embracing the whole country, would secure to our own, or to any trade, labor movement in the United States. 236. A power which could be derived from no other source. Such a national organization would make it possible to regulate the scales of wages in different localities, and at the same time prepare the workers for their ultimate redemption through self-employment. 33. This address stimulated the organization of printers' unions in several localities. A printers' union was formed in this city on Saturday last. The Trenton Daily State Gazette of January 9, 1851, reported, according to the recommendation of the National Convention of Printers, held in the city of New York, on the 2nd of December last. When the first annual convention of the newly organized National Typographical Union met in May, 1852, delegates from 12 cities were present, representing local unions from New York City, Albany, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, Boston, Richmond, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Trenton. 4 years later at the 1856 convention, delegates also came from Louisville, MEM. Fies, New Orleans, Nashville, Buffalo, and Chicago. 34. The printers always felt that in organizing nationally they were setting an example to the laborers of all trades and vocations, who are anxiously awaiting the development of some sure plan of amelioration which they can all adopt. 35. Some 10 important national trade unions were organized in the Period IRM 1853 to 1860. Although this number is imposing, most of them did little more than meet and pass resolutions. The National Typographical Union, and the national unions of the machinists and blacksmiths, and the iron molders were notable exceptions. The machinists and blacksmiths had 57 locals belonging to the national body in 1860, and in the same year, the iron molders added 47 locals to the parent organization. In 1861, the Cincinnati Daily Inquirer referred to the National Molders Union as the largest mechanical association in the world. 36. Before the crisis of 1857, the iron molders had been organized on a local scale, but after 1857, with the introduction of machinery and increased centralization and specialization in the industry, the leaders of the unions were convinced that to gain higher wages was possible only through a national organization. When William H. Silvas, the recording secretary of the These organizations were the Upholsterers' National Union, 1853, Hatfin. Ishers' National Association, 1854, Plumbers' National Union, 1854, National Union of Building Trades, 1854, National Protective Association of the United States, Railroad Engineers, 1855, Journeyman Stone Cutters Association of the United States and Canada, 1855, Lithographers' National Union, 1856, Cigar Makers' National Union, 1856, National Convention of Silver Platers, 1857, National Cotton Mule Spinners Association of America, 1858, Machinists and Blacksmiths' National Union, 1859, Painters' National Union, 1859, Cordwainers' National Union, 1859. Nearly all of these unions were craft unions. The National Union of Building Trades, however, included house painters, stone cutters, oleteers, carpenters, bricklayers, tilelumbers, and maisons. Labor struggles in the 50s. 237. Important Philadelphia Molders Union suggested that a committee of the Philadelphia local address a letter to all locals on the advisability of having a national union. The suggestion was accepted and the letter sent. So favorable was the response that a call was issued for a national convention to be held on July 5, 1859. 35 delegates from 12 local unions came to Philadelphia for the first National Convention of Molders. No action was taken, and the Ardot Convention adjourned to meet again in 6 months. A loose national federation had emerged, and even though it had only advisory powers, it was a step forward. A year later, the National Union of Iron Molders came into existence, with Silvas as its national treasurer. Largely through Silvas' work, this union became a model for other labor organizations. He saw to it that shop committees and shop chairmen were established in all local unions, and many unions copied with but slight changes the stirring address written by Silvas in 1859 and embodied in the union's Constitution as its preamble. In union there is strength, and in the formation of a national organization, embracing every molder in the country, A union founded upon a basis broad as the land in which we live, lies our only hope. Single-handed we can accomplish nothing, that united there is no power of wrong that we cannot openly defy. 81. The concept of national organization advanced by Silvis could not as yet be fully applied because the Panic of 1857 and the following Depression had destroyed most of the local and national unions which had been organized during the preceding years. Only 3 national unions, the typographical, the hat finishers and the stonecutters, had survived. The revival of trade unionism after the Panic was seriously checked by CCI. Schoen and the outbreak of the Civil War. Unemployment demonstrations. Although the Panic of 1857 destroyed trade unions, it did not destroy working-class solidarity. All divisions between skilled and unskilled, Native American and foreign-born, male and female workers disappeared in the face of common unemployment. At least 200,000 were unemployed in October 1857, and thousands of foreign-born work heirs crowded the shipping ports, begging for a chance to work their passage back to Europe. "Every ship for Liverpool," said the New York Times of October 16, 1857, "now has all the passengers she can carry, and multitudes are applying to work their passage if they have no money to pay for it." The North American of Philadelphia said, "Those of the Irish who have returned to their native land have done wisely." 88. 238. Labor movement in the United States. Instead of sitting around and waiting for the Depression to end, unemployed workers in several cities organized to compel the municipal governments to relieve their distress. The movement of the unemployed in Philadelphia began with meetings in the local wards. At one of these ward meetings, the workers said that they did not intend to stand by and hear their children crying for bread. At a time when God has blessed our land with an abundance of all the necessaries of life. 39 meetings separately, the German workers of Philadelphia stated that they were not going to die shamefully without ever raising a hand to save ourselves and children. The German workmen proceeded to form an association to fight for unemployment relief. This association would be prepared to act in concert with whatever associations might be formed among American workmen. 40. Although the ward meetings were held separately, they were leading to what the North American called the first genuine demonstration in the way of a convention of the unemployed. 41. Before long, a committee of 24 members, one for each ward, emerged, which eventually assumed the name, the Central Workingmen's Committee. Both skilled and unskilled American-born and foreign-born workers were represented on the committee. 42. The committee visited the mayor, who informed them that time would remedy the evil. Mass meetings, he assured the delegation, were of no value. Confidence was the thing. Confidence was like the genial warmth of the sun which shed its rays upon the plants, causing them to flourish. 43. To give a material base to the mayor's confidence, the committee demanded that the Select and Common Council issue $4 million in city warrants in small denominations to be used as currency. The council was further urged to float a loan of $so for public works. In the midst of apparent affluence we are in want. Went the memorial to the city council. And though surrounded by every external indication of wealth, we need the common necessities of life. 44. Meanwhile, the unemployed were also organizing in Newark, New Jersey. On November 6, 1857, a notice appeared in the press calling upon the unemployed workers to meet on the military common. The meet, held on November 8, was attended by several thousand workers. Speaker after speaker asserted that when there was starvation in the midst of plenty, they would blame any man who died of starvation. Then one person said that such ideas were foreign and un-American. Voices from the audience shouted, "If we have American spirit, we would figgles for bread." 45. Before the meeting adjourned, the workers resolved that they did not want alms but the chance to work. A committee was elected to call upon the authorities of the city and ask them to furnish work for the unemployed. A similar committee was elected by the German workers at the labor struggles in the 50s. 239. Meeting to act jointly with the other committee. The joint committee promptly petitioned the mayor and the city council for relief. Your petitioners, while they do not claim that our city authorities are the proper source to look for employment under any ordinary circumstances, would nevertheless venture the suggestion that the unemployed industrious poor must receive assistance from some source, either through labor or charity. 46. The unemployed movements in Philadelphia and Newark were dwarfed by what took place in New York. On November 2, 1857, an advertisement appeared in the New York press. All workmen without employment are hereby notified to attend a meeting at Tompkins Square. Purpose of meeting: necessity for prompt, vigorous and decisive action to prevent our families from starving. 47. This meeting was attended by 12,000 unemployed workers. It was composed, said a report in the press, of Germans, Irish, and Americans. The leading address was delivered by John H. Paul, an unemployed carpenter, who roused the audience to cheers with the following statement: "Who is it that does the mischief? Who that robs us of our bread? It Is the men who oppress the laborer, it is the capitalists. This crew of thieves and robbers it is who are driving us to starvation. This is the political and social enemy in our midst, that is starving our families to death. How shall we obtain relief unless we organize against this band of thieves and robbers? Who shall say we shall not have it? Let us have union. Let there be an organization formed in every ward at once. Let us set aside all political and religious considerations. 48. On November 5th, a mass meeting of 15,000 met at Tompkins Square. A parade formed when an unemployed shoe worker urged the audience to go to the Merchants' Exchange and tell them that we shall and must have work. Arriving at Wall Street, the thousands of unemployed paraded about the stock exchange, shouting, "We want work." 49. In spite of the organized efforts of the movement for work or relief, no work or relief was granted, and a large group of desperate workers broke into the shops of flour merchants and took what they could find to feed their starving families. United States troops were called out to protect stores and to guard the custom house and the sub-treasury. Some businessmen charged that the unemployed movement was led by ultra-communistic radicals and other foreigners, who, though they have changed their soil and allegiance, still keep their nature intact and insist upon having food put in their mouths and labor into their hands. 60. The demonstrations of the unemployed in Philadelphia, Newark, New Labor Movement in the United States. 240. York and other cities were instrumental in obtaining some form of public works to provide work and reduce the suffering of the workers. 51. In addition, these mass movements taught the workers the need for greater unity among skilled and unskilled workers, the need for political action to elect men to office who were sympathetic to labor, and the need for national unions to uphold wage schedules throughout the country. Revival of unionism. Some unions did not wait for the Depression to end before organizing their struggles for higher wages, but formed new locals, proving that trade union activity was possible during a business depression. In Philadelphia, Robert Bruce of the Printers' Union went from meeting to meeting calling upon the workers to organize into trade unions. Partly as a result of his work, the machinists and blacksmiths organized a new union during the Panic of 1857, and by the summer of 1858 they had expanded to include 6 locals, 3 in Philadelphia, 1 in Reading, 1 in Baltimore, and 1 in Wilmington. At the most intense stage of the crisis in December 1857, the shoe workers of Philadelphia formed an organization, adopted a constitution, and decided ways and means for getting back the reductions in wages affected by the manufacturers because of the panic. By April 1858, the Grand Association of Pennsylvania, organized in 12 separate associations, had made plans to establish a national representative body as soon as a sufficient number of subordinate associations are formed in the various states. 52. In February 1859, the Grand Association of Pennsylvania called a general strike in the industry to restore wages reduced during the panic. The strike ended May 1st in a victory for the Union. Attempts to divide the workers through national prejudice failed. A reporter for the Philadelphia Ledger wrote, "The bosses tried to divide the strikers by embittering the minds of the Germans against the Irish, and the Americans against the Irish. But in this, they had signally failed." 53. Throughout 1859 and the opening months of 1860, the resurgent labor movement organized new local unions, formed the machinists and blacksmiths and the iron molders national unions, and in a great strike wave fought to raise wages to their pre-crisis level. The outstand £1.G_RL_C_LF. This period was conducted by the New England Ho-Fi 1AK_ERS. A general strike had _EG_vagued in Philadelphia in the 30s throughout the Shumik 2 SDRLIZA_ of 18QQ, cleared almost all of New England, and its FMSA was felt from Maine to Florida. O_Skik, H, Jeffo, LJ, ._I_Civil Warly_ had been so extensive. Labor struggles in the 50s. New England shoemakers strike. 241. The shoemaker of the 50s was no longer the skilled artisan living in a semi-rural community with his own garden, pig, and cow to provide food during slack seasons and repeated depressions. Machinery had been introduced into the industry, making it possible for boys and girls to do the work of craftsmen. While the cost of living rose, wages for shoe workers fell. Wage cut followed wage cut, and after a reduction in the fall of 1859, men were earning $3 a week. 54. Wages for women were lower, many women earning as little as $1 a week. The Boston Traveler told of a woman worker who put in 16 hours a day and earned $1 a week. She had 6 children to support, the reporter added, but was afraid she would have to send them to Ireland or England. 55. When the strike began, the shoe workers in most New England towns were unorganized, but in Lynn, the center of the struggle, the shoe workers had organized a mechanics association in 1859, and the leaders of the association helped workers in other towns to organize during the strike. Alonzo G. Draper, James Dillon, and Napoleon Wood were the leading figures in the strike. Draper, who was 24 years old when the strike started, worked in the shoe industry and studied law in his spare time. When the Lynn Mechanics Association was formed, Draper was elected chairman and editor of its paper, the New England and Mechanic. James Dillon, who was 35 years old at the time of the strike, was born in Cheshire, England, coming to America in 1845. He started to work in the shoe industry in Lynn during the fall of 1846, and when the Mechanics Association was formed, he was elected vice president. Napoleon Wood, 25 years old, was Canadian-born and had worked in Lynn since 1851. He left Lynn with a party of 50 in 1856 to go to Kansas to aid in maintaining the rights of the Free State men. But ill health forced him to return to Massachusetts. Wood was a leader in the Methodist Church, and throughout the strike he let it be known that the struggle for decent living standards was not in conflict with religious beliefs. 56. Early in February 1860, the leaders of the Lynn Mechanics Association called mass meetings in Lynn and Natick, Massachusetts, to determine what steps should be taken to raise wages above subsistence levels. The shoe workers decided to send a circular to all manufacturers informing them of a new wage scale and appointed committees to meet with the employers. The circular issued by the Natick shoemakers, dated February 13, 1860, stated that in requesting higher wages the workingmen had the best interests of the manufacturers as well as our own and the world at large, at heart, inasmuch as the wealth of the masses improves the value of real estate, increases the demand for manufactured goods, and labor movement in the United States. 242. Promotes the moral and intellectual growth of society. 57. When the manufacturers refused to meet with the workers' committees, Washington's birthday, 1860, was chosen as the beginning of the strike because, this day being sacred to the memory of one of the greatest men the world has ever produced, it is a fitting occasion for a blow in favor of the cause you are engaged in, and to refer to his history of patience and endurance, may inspire every one that has pledged his honor to persevere in the cause so vital to themselves and their families. 58. Early in the morning of February 22, 3,000 shoemakers met in the Lynn Lyceum Hall to prepare for the strike. The hall was crowded. Reporters agreed that it was the largest and most enthusiastic meeting of its kind ever held in New England. A committee of 100 was appointed to prevent expressmen from taking shoes to be finished elsewhere. Another committee of 100 was to visit the shops of the city and post the name of anyone still working as a scab, and a vigilance committee was set up to aid in preserving order, to see that no violence was done, to suppress intemperance, arrest disturbers, and cooperate with the municipal police. All strikers were required by pledge to obey the orders of the Vigilance Committee members. 59. Several hundred Natick workers met, resolved to strike, and marched through the streets singing this song to the tune of Yankee Doodle: starvation looks us in the face. We cannot work so low. Such prices are a sore disgrace, our children ragged go. Chorus. Up and let us have a strike, fair prices we'll demand. Firmly let us all unite, unite throughout the land. The carpenters get up a strill / ye the masons do the same. And we'll take hold with all our might, and elevate our name. 60. Everywhere the strikers were careful to prevent intemperance in their ranks. In Haverhill, Massachusetts, for example, the strikers voted to notify all who sold beer or other intoxicating liquors to stop their sale, and the chairman was authorized to appoint a committee to see that there was no violation. It was also voted not to aid anyone from the strike fund who was found drunk. Haverhill Gazette, March 16, 1860. In speaking of the strikers, the Newburyport Daily Herald of March 13, 1860 declared, "There is no rowdyism and no drunkenness in their ranks." Labor struggles in the 50s. 243. Within a few days, shoe workers throughout New England had joined in the refrain, "Up and let us have a strike." Leaders of the Lynn and Natick strikers traveled to Newburyport, Haverhill, Marblehead, and other towns in Massachusetts, to Salmon Falls, Farmington, Rochester, Dover, and Barrington in New Hampshire, to Berwick, Maine, to urge shoe workers to organize and strike. By the end of the month, the strike was general in all the shoe towns. Mechanics associations had been organized in at least 25 towns, and close to 20,000 shoe workers were on strike. 61 newspapers carried glaring headlines: "The Revolution at the North," "The Rebellion among the Workmen of New England," "The Shoemakers' Strike, Progress of the Social Revolution," "Beginning of the Conflict between Capital and Labor." 62 The same newspapers played up the part women were performing in the strike. Editorial after editorial thundered that the shoemakers' strike was living proof of the demoralizing influence of the women's rights movement. Veer not these female strikers asserting that they were struggling for equal pay for equal work. 63 Socialism would be next. The lady binders and stitchers of Lynn joined the strike a day or two after it started. At their mass meeting which voted to join the strike, a committee was set up to enlist all female workers. Several days later the committee called a mass meeting which was so well attended that many could not get in. Here Mrs. Greenleaf, a shoebinder, was the leading speaker. She considered their cause, wrote a reporter, a sacred one and precisely similar to that of the Jewish patriarchs who left Egypt because they were obliged to work for nothing and furnish their own materials. 64 Elsewhere the women joined enthusiastically in the struggle, saying that like the women of the Revolution, they would see the battle through. Many a reporter who observed the spirit of the women strikers was convinced that the strike could only end in victory. Thus a correspondent for the New York Herald wrote from Marblehead, Massachusetts, "The women are about taking part in the strike, and what the Marblehead women undertake they are bound to succeed in accomplishing." On another occasion he wrote of the women strikers in Lynn, "They assailed the bosses in a style which reminds one of the amiable females who participated in the first French Revolution." 65. If anyone doubted their spirit, these doubts disappeared after the great ladies' procession of March 8. The parade was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. At 8 o'clock a driving snowstorm set in, and by 10 the streets appeared impassable, but the women plowed through the drifting snow, holding aloft their banners. Some 244. Labor movement in the United States. Of the slogans on the banners were blurred, but those who had the courage to watch the demonstration could clearly see, "American ladies will not be slaves. Our union is complete, our success certain. Weak in physical strength but strong in moral courage, we dare battle for the right, shoulder to shoulder with our fathers, husbands, and brothers." 68 10 days later the women paraded again in Lynn, this time in the sunshine. Delegations from Salem, Marblehead, Newburyport, and other towns joined them, while 2 companies of infantry from Lynn and Marblehead, and the fire companies of several shoe towns marched along. 10,000 strikers paraded that day in a procession almost 2 miles long, and many thousand, including school children who had been dismissed for the day, lined the way. Everyone agreed that it was the greatest labor demonstration ever made in New England. 67 The employers tried to break the strike by threatening the German and Irish workers that the state legislatures would deprive them of their vote. As soon as they heard of this threat, the German workers of Natick met and unanimously resolved that neither the fear of losing our political influence nor the threats of our would-be masters will deter us from adhering to the rules of the Natick strikers until the battle is fought and victory won. 68. In response to the Lynn employers, State Attorney General Phillips came to the shoe town on February 23 and convinced the mayor, who was at first friendly to the strikers, to call out the light infantry and to request a contingent of police from Boston. When the workers heard that the Boston police were coming, they massed at the railroad station and greeted them with jeers, hisses, and shouts. 8,000 people roared, "Go back home, put them out, you are not wanted here, no outside police." This indignation at the invasion of the Boston police was shared by the civic-minded citizens of Lynn. Businessmen contributed heavily to the strike fund, and large meetings were held at which the firmest determination was expressed to sustain the movement. 69. None were more determined in their support than the clergyman. Reverend Charles C. Shackford, pastor of the Second Congregational, Unitarian, Church, told the manufacturers who attended his sermons that he believed them to be in the wrong and that they should accept the strikers' demands. Father Strain advised every Catholic shoemaker not to lift a hammer while the Yankees were standing out for higher wages, and if any of the Yankees did not remain firm, to influence them, if possible, to be true to the objects of the strike. And Reverend Driver, the leading Negro preacher, spoke out again and again for the strikers. "If I understand them," he declared proudly, "I am with labor struggles in the 50s. Them." To his congregation he said, "You, my colored brethren, know how to sympathize with labor unrequited. The poor journeyman is the bird picked. His is now the cider juice in the press under the screw." 70 Many employers were ready to pay the increased wages before the second week of the strike was over, but they refused to recognize the unions organized during the strike or to sign written agreements with the union representatives. The shoe workers replied that until the employers signed the agreement the strike would continue. Some employers did sign written agreements, as in Lynn, where close to 1,000 workers went back to work on April 10 when 30 manufacturers signed a written agreement advancing wages more than 10%. The willingness of employers to grant wage increases without recognizing the unions split the movement, and many workers returned without waiting for a written agreement. Some held out for a week or two longer but finally returned to work without written agreements. Before calling off the strike, however, they published a statement which said that their main object, a fair remuneration for their labor, having been achieved, they were going back to work. They concluded that having formed a permanent association for the protection of our interests during the strike, they would continue to struggle until their organizer Tie-in was recognized. 71 Thus, most of the strikers went back to work at increased wages, and a few of the unions had signed agreements. While most employers would not sign agreements or recognize the unions now existed in many towns which had formerly been unorganized. As the Haverhill Gazette said on March 23, 1860, the most important feature of the struggle was the fact that an association of mechanics will grow out of the movement, which will doubtless do much for the protection of the laborers and their rights. Labor and politics. During the Panic of 1857 and the shoemakers' strike of 1860, there were frequent references to the failure of the labor movement to pay closer attention to politics. Scarcely a meeting of unemployed workers took place at which some speaker did not criticize the trade unions for their indifference to politics, saying that the refusal of the authorities to provide adequate relief was the result of the workers themselves voting for parties which did them no good, because the workers did not exert their proper influence at the ballot box. No political party has ranged itself on the side of labor, but all have legislated for capital. 72 similar views were expressed during the shoemakers' strike by Gideon Howard, a shoemaker from Randolph, Massachusetts, who reminded 246. Labor movement in the United States. The workers at the journeyman shoemakers in Massachusetts numbered about 50,000 men, and if they concentrated their political power, they could do almost anything they wanted. They could make laws for the protection of the laborer. It was time that the trade unions began to think along political as well as economic lines, said other speakers, for experience had demonstrated that economic gains could be rendered valueless by legislation directed against the interests of the working class. 73 This criticism was justified. The labor movement of the 50s had made many advances on the economic front: wage increases, collective bargaining agreements, recognition of the closed shop, and regulation of apprentices. On the political front, the trade unions had less to show. Nothing in the 50s approached the workingmen's parties formed during the 20s and 30s. Yet there were important exceptions. In July 1850, the Teamsters of San Francisco met to set up an association, one of whose objects was to nominate a candidate for one of the vacancies in the council, so that we may have at least one representative who will be in favor of protecting the laboring citizens. The meeting was held, the Teamsters Association was formed, and James Grant was nominated as Labor's candidate for the city council. Grant, who was also the regular Democratic nominee, won the election by a large majority. 6 years later in New York City, a committee of trade unionists issued an appeal to all workingmen in the state urging them to defeat Erastus Brooks, candidate for governor on the American, anti-foreign-born, party ticket. Brooks, said the appeal, had rendered himself obnoxious to workingmen by his uniform hostility to the interests of labor and labor organizations, and it was necessary to teach politicians of his caliber that the laboring man in this free country holds in his hands the political fortunes of the most wealthy and ambitious of his fellow citizens. 75 After Brooks was soundly defeated, the trade unionists forgot about teaching other unscrupulous politicians the same lesson. The trade unionists of Trenton, New Jersey, decided that last-minute appeals during election campaigns were not enough, and in September 1858, they met and adopted a platform of principles which they would support until the workingmen have their rights in political as well as civil matters. 76 A month later, the Workingmen's Union of Trenton was organized. Sponsored by the leading trade unions in the community, its purpose was to express labor's voice on political questions. The working classes produce all the wealth and blessings of civilized society, yet they never enjoyed equal social and political privileges with those that work not, and yet consumed the labor of others. The objects of the organization were divided into two categories: labor struggles in the 50s. National and state. Their leading national demand was that government lands should be withheld from the hands of speculators and sold only to actual settlers in limited quantities and at cost. By seizing the public domain, the railroad companies and monopolies were destroying the common heritage and closing up the only safe asylum for the laboring millions from the hand of oppression. Within the state, the Workingmen's Union demanded that all revenues derived from chartered companies, as they are the price of special privilege and belong to the people, should be appropriated to the support of the common schools of the state, and as education is a primary one of a free people, these schools should be extended until knowledge shall be as free as the air we breathe. Legislation was demanded to make it easier for workingmen to secure their wages, without being subject to repeated delays and appeals. By giving mechanics and laborers permanent lien on property of employers to the full extent of their earnings. A radical change in the state judiciary was demanded to make justice for the working people less expensive, and finally, a larger number of the public officers should be elected by the people. 77. Having drawn up their platform, the workingmen of Trenton organized for political action. They appointed a committee to question all candidates for public office, to ascertain whether we shall be compelled to make a separate nomination or whether one or both of the present parties will endorse our platform. 78 All candidates questioned replied that they were ready to support the platform of the Workingmen's Union, and one candidate, James W. Wall, asserted that he recognized in the platform a reiteration of the principles involved in the struggle, which is continually going on between the advocates of special privileges, grinding monopolies, and those who from the foundation of the government have always opposed them. The Trenton True American hailed this stand and added that the movement started by the Workingmen's Union could be compared to the workingmen's parties formed during the Jacksonian era, which finally attained the public school system, abolition of imprisonment for debt, and the elimination of property qualifications for office and other democratic reforms. 79. The readiness of all candidates to endorse the platform of the Workingmen's Union halted the movement for independent political organization. At a meeting on October 26, a motion for a labor ticket was lost, 33-18. At this same meeting, the Union resolved to add to its platform the demand that the state legislature alter the law on conspiracy, to allow workingmen to unite peaceably in defense of their rights and interests, without being subject to legal prosecutions. Other demands were later added, calling for the abolition of the store order system of paying wages, for the direct election by the people of all state. 243. Labor movement in the United States. Officers except judicial officers, and for the direct election of United States senators. This last demand is one of the earliest moves to achieve this reform. 80. The Workingmen's Union failed to get these reforms enacted into law. But then all measures for the advance of democracy were being held up by the bolder and bolder aggressions of the slave power. Utopian experiments, producer and consumer cooperatives organized by trade unions, the struggle for the 10-hour day, the movement to extend the franchise, to elect all public officials, land reform, women's rights, and all other reform movements of the period were engulfed by the rising tide of anti-slavery. The American working people, wrote an active trade unionist of the 50s and later years, were preparing for the dreadfully disastrous contest with the cotton lords who had usurped the government at Washington.